This Duan Ling Tian is a complete madman. Even if I wanted to invite Guild Master Su for food, he might not even do me the favor, but he actually directly asked Guild Master Su to not think of getting free food. Li Chong had a strange expression as he pricked up his ears and listened. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was going to get into trouble. Unexpectedly. Kid, don't worry. I've already eaten. You take your time and eat. I'll wait for you. Sumo's calm voice sounded, causing Li Chong to be thunderstruck. How could this be possible? Instantly, thousands of questions arose in his heart. This Duan Ling Tian, wasn't he just a branch family disciple? Why would the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, be so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out. But he had already come to a decision in his heart. No matter what, he would absolutely not offend Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian finished eating, he started guiding Sumo. An afternoon passed, and the shocked expression on Sumo's face had never ceased. He noticed that this 16-year-old youth knew more than him, and his understanding towards a grade 7 alchemist was even at a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for him being a youth, Sumo would probably plan to directly take him as his master. Although it was only an afternoon, Sumo benefited greatly. He was convinced that so long as he came here for a few more days, the threshold that had bewildered him for so long would undoubtedly be broken, enough for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Before leaving, Sumo had a serious expression as he asked Duan Ling Tian, "Kid, what grade is your teacher?" In his opinion, the reason why Duan Ling Tian had such vast knowledge was surely because of the great teacher he had. Moreover, this teacher was far from being someone a grade 7 alchemist could compare to. No, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even a grade 4 alchemist, they might not be able to educate such a disciple. In his heart, an insane guess arose. But he still wanted to double-check. Even I don't know what grade my teacher is. I was lucky to see him refine a medicinal pill. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet flame. Right, surrounding the violet flame, there was a strand of silver edging intertwined. Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness, as if it was all true. Violet silver pill fire? Sumo's pupils constricted. He had once gone through some ancient records in County City's Alchemist Guild. On it was a record of the various grades of an alchemist in Cloud Continent. The pill fire of a grade 3 alchemist was violet, and its surroundings were intertwined with copper edges. It was called violet copper pill fire, whereas a violet pill fire with its surroundings intertwined with silver edges, that would be violet silver pill fire. It was the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist. Grade 2 pill fire. Instantly, Sumo felt as if the sky was about to fall. Grade 2 alchemist. Kid, are you certain your teacher's pill fire is violet? And its surroundings has silver edges. Sumo's chest was rising and falling like bellows. Even at the time he condensed his pill fire when he was young and became an alchemist, he wasn't this excited. Of course I'm certain. Oh right. Teacher told me once that he came from some foreign lands and that he happened to come here to relax. And it so happens that he noticed my natural talent was good. Thus he took me as a disciple. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. Foreign lands. Sumo's pupils constricted. As expected, he had already guessed it earlier, but after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, he confirmed his suspicions. He was confident that the term foreign lands, not to mention Duan Ling Tian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing of it. The only reason he knew was that he had read some ancient records in the Alchemist Guild. Duan Ling Tian being able to speak of the term proved that he wasn't lying. In this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth who stood before his eyes seemed to become incomparably noble, the disciple of a grade 2 alchemist. He was confident now. If this matter were to be spread, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would probably have to go out of his way to build a good relationship with this youth. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist liked. His future accomplishments would certainly be extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Sumo was slightly perturbed as he asked, "Kid, where's your teacher? I wonder if I can have the fortune to meet him. My teacher is away for the time being." He asked me to patiently gain experience by myself and said that he would come back to visit me every now and then. If you want to meet him, when he comes the next time, I'll ask him to meet you. Duanling Tian's brows slightly twitched. Thank you, little brother. Suemo had an expression filled with excitement. Even the way he addressed Duanling Tian changed. Duanling Tian continued, It's a small matter. My teacher dotes on me the most. He said that out of all the disciples he took in this lifetime, my natural talent was the best. He also said that those other senior brothers and senior sisters that are at that foreign lands, they can't even compare to a finger of mine. At that time, the way he spoke even made my face red. Sumo's expression froze, but he deeply agreed. What a joke. In terms of natural talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, would still be a rare existence. Suemo, however, didn't notice that at this moment. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth were slightly twitching. He seemed to be forcefully holding back a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild. I guarantee that once you join, you will certainly get the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, wouldn't dare to even breathe loudly in front of you, Suemo said to Duanling Tian, his tone filled with temptation. Seems to be not bad. Duanling Tian lightly muttered. Sumo's eyes shone. It looked like it might be possible. But my teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him and that I can't use his identity to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path because only then will I have the qualifications to be a true powerhouse. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh. I've told you so much. It's already considered as violating my teacher's orders. Geezer, you better not tell another soul of what I told you just now, or else I'll tell my teacher that you forced me to tell you everything the next time he comes. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian's eyes emitted a trace of a cunning smile. Whoosh! Sumo's face turned completely green. Little brother. Please don't. Just take it as I never asked. Since your honored teacher said so, you must honor and respect his teachings, and please don't get me into trouble. Suemo was slightly struck with panic. Suemo was crystal clear of what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Besides having superb medicinal refining skills, alchemists were also extremely formidable powerhouses of the martial Tao. These powerhouses were omnipotent. At this moment, he had a lingering fear in his heart. Because before today, a thought once momentarily appeared in his mind. After Duanling Tian assists him to become a grade 7 alchemist, he would take care of Duanling Tian and seize back his alchemist guild points. But when he looked at it now, he felt lucky that his reason and conscience had defeated this crazy thought. Or else, once something happened to Duanling Tian, no matter how he cleaned up after himself with the resources of a grade 2 alchemist, it would exceedingly easy for his teacher to get to the bottom of things. At that time, he could imagine what his end would be like. Don't worry, little brother. I will absolutely not tell another soul of what you've told me today. Also, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly not refuse. Suemo had a serious expression as he pledged sincerely. Geezer, you're too courteous. But since you're so enthusiastic, then I'll be candid. I really do require some materials lately. These materials aren't available in Aurora City. I wonder if you can help me obtain some. Duanling Tian wrote it all down in a piece of paper before handing it over to Suemo. Suemo lowered his head and read. A total of 5 materials, 2 of which he had heard of, and they were both medicinal materials that were very rare and extremely valuable. He had no clue about the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials as fast as possible and I'll send them to you as soon as they're gathered. Suemo assured Duanling Tian in a serious manner. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Only after Suemo left did Duanling Tian have a broad grin on his face. Everything he made up earlier were measures he used to protect himself. As for foreign lands and the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist, they were all things he found out of from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Using it to intimidate people, there would utterly be no one that would doubt it. After all, it was impossible for even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City to know of these things, let alone a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan. Suemo knew of it only because he was a part of the Alchemist Guild. The main branch of the Alchemist Guild was in the foreign lands. I hope the geezer can gather those 5 materials as soon as possible because only then can I inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Although it isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's He Clan's Supreme Elder, it is nearly comparable. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. An inscription master, however, was different compared to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. The latter two required their cultivation to attain a certain level before being able to condense origin energy into a pill fire or a weapon flame to refine medicinal pills or spirit weapons. The former only had a requirement towards spiritual force. As long as the inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain the materials required, no matter how formidable the inscription may be, he would be able to inscribe it. Origin energy, in the eyes of inscription masters, was only a tool to inscribe and activate inscriptions. The spiritual force stemmed from the soul. Maybe it was due to him having traveled through to this world, or maybe it was because he had merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Lingtian's soul was terrifyingly strong. By means of estimation based on rebirth martial emperor's memories, Duan Lingtian could almost be sure that his current spiritual force was sufficient to be compared with an origin core martial artist's. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only martial emperor stage powerhouses were able to fight using spiritual force. Or else, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, it would be sufficient to easily pulverize any martial artist below the origin core stage. It was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he had sufficient materials, he could inscribe inscriptions that only an origin core stage inscription master could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the strongest might among the inscriptions he was currently capable of inscribing. It'll be different now that I broke through to the core formation stage and developed origin energy. I can now use origin energy to inscribe, so as long as my spiritual force can fulfill the requirements of the inscription, I can easily inscribe it. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. In a vast courtyard, an old man stood at a side, his face gloomy. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A white-clothed youth walked out of his room. The old man frowned as he slowly said, "That Duan Lingtian seems to be related to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Suemo. How could that be possible? He's a branch family disciple and a disciple with another surname at that. How could he strike a relationship with the Alchemist Guild?" Li Qing shook his head continuously, unwilling to believe it. For some unknown reason, in these last few days, Suemo would go look for Duan Lingtian at noon every day. Li Tai was slightly fearful for a brief moment. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Suemo he was nothing. Not mentioning that Sumo's strength was above his, solely based on Sumo's identity as a grade 8 alchemist. If Suemo wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even need to do it himself. Only a single word from Suemo would cause a group of people to come for his life. Just to kill him as a favor to Suemo. This was precisely the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. "Grandfather, could it be that the enmity for my crippled finger will just be let go like this? I'm not resigned." Li Qing's expression was gloomy and his breathing became hurried. "Qing, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely help you take revenge. Now, since Suemo and Duan Lingtian are related, I cannot get involved directly, so I will have to ask someone else to deal with him." Li Tai's face emitted a cold smile. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Li Qing was puzzled. "Money makes the world go around." Li Tai's brows furrowed. "Grandfather, you mean we should hire Ghastly Shadow?" Li Qing's eyes shone. Ghastly Shadow, the top organization of assassins in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They rose like a hurricane 20 years ago and swept through the kingdom. As long as Ghastly Shadow accepted the assignment, the rate of success was 100%. Of course, this was closely linked to the rules of Ghastly Shadow. If one wanted to post an assignment in Ghastly Shadow, a deposit must be paid and the target identified. 3 days later, one needed to reconfirm with Ghastly Shadow to see if Ghastly Shadow was willing to accept this assignment. If they were unwilling, the deposit would be refunded. If they were willing, the balance fee must be paid. Ghastly Shadow only accepted assignments that they were confident about. As far as Li Qing was concerned, Ghastly Shadow was an organization with such formidable assassins that killing Duan Ling Tian would be a piece of cake. Deep in the night, in the Li clan estate, a robust figure flashed out. Before long, the figure arrived at a secluded old building in Aurora City and walked in. The hall was very vast and had dim lighting. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face sat there. When he noticed movement, he raised his head and looked with an icy cold gaze at the figure who arrived. I want to post an assignment. Li Clan, Duan Ling Tian. This is the deposit. The figure was straightforward. He withdrew a stack of silver and slapped it on the counter, then turned around and left. Li Clan, Duan Ling Tian. The young man registered. Dawn. When the first light of morning illuminated the earth, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Ha! Duan Ling Tian looked forward only to notice two young girls happily chatting in the courtyard. Little Fei, you're here so early. Did you miss me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, greedily sizing up the hot, devilish body of the young girl. Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian and angrily said, I didn't come to look for you. I came for little sister Ku Er. Duan Ling Tian made nothing of it. As he ate his breakfast, he pricked up his ears to overhear what the two young girls were chatting about. In the end, he realized that the two young girls were chatting about interesting stories from their childhood. After he finished his breakfast, Duan Ling Tian went out alone and left the Li clan estate. Su Mo had brought him good news yesterday. Out of the 5 rare materials that the Blood Crescent inscription required, 2 would arrive in Aurora City within the next 2 days. As such, he started to prepare the other materials. Inscribing the Blood Crescent inscription required a total of 11 materials. 6 of them were comparatively ordinary. Arriving at the large trade market of Aurora City, Duan Ling Tian entered the medicine store he sold the 6 treasures body tempering liquid at. Out of the 6 materials, 3 were ordinary medicinal materials. Manager. Duan Ling Tian greeted the manager as soon as he entered. Before long, under Duan Ling Tian's puzzled gaze, the manager brought him into a small room in the medicine store. Manager, what is it? Duan Ling Tian inquired. Someone wants your life. The manager gazed fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he said this in a straightforward manner. Ha! Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian even had a misconception that the manager's disposition had changed. If the past manager was only a completely sordid merchant, then the current manager vaguely emitted a sense of unfathomableness. It looked like his suspicions from earlier were correct. This medicine store manager was definitely not simple. The Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, posted an assignment in Ghastly Shadow last night. The target is you, the manager bluntly said. Ghastly Shadow? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He had heard of this assassin organization that was famous throughout Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're from Ghastly Shadow? Duan Ling Tian abruptly laughed. Yes, in the daytime, I'm the manager of this medicine store, but at night, I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The manager slowly nodded. Manager, doing thing like this, I bet it's against the rules of Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly twitched. Rules are dead, but people are living. I don't wish for my business partner to be killed because of some people. That would mean losing my road to riches for no reason. The manager was extremely frank. As far as he was concerned, the little amount of silver that Li Tai paid for the assassination wasn't even enough to be considered spare change compared to the profit he gained from Duan Ling Tian's 6 treasures body tempering liquid. He naturally knew how to choose between the two. Then what you mean now is, you're refusing his assignment? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course. The manager nodded. If I post an assignment targeting Li Tai now, would Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Of course. Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money, but the Li clan's Grand Elder's price is extremely expensive, the manager answered. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive? Of course. Li Tai is the Grand Elder of the Li clan after all, in existence at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. If you really want to post this assignment, since we are business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? Even then, it would be 800,000. You ghastly shadow people are really greedy. You can owe a debt without interest, and it would be deducted from the profit of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Forget it. 800,000 silver. I'd loath to part with it. I'll just do it myself. You. What? Doubting me? Slightly. How about this? I don't need ghastly shadow to kill him, but help me with a small matter. After getting the agreement of the manager and buying the medicinal materials he required, Duan Ling Tian left the medicine store satisfied. 800,000 silver. To kill Li Tai. To Duan Ling Tian it was really not worth it. But Li Tai had actually posted an assignment to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. After buying the remaining materials, he returned home. At noon today, Suemo didn't come. Duan Ling Tian had already taught him everything he could teach. The remainder was something he could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later, deep in the night, in the point of operations of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City, Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter as he asked, "How's the confirmation of the assignment I posted 3 days ago? For killing a first-level core formation martial artist, 100,000 silver should be enough, right?" 100,000 silver? Customer, are you joking? The pale-faced young man's eyes flickered with a cold light that would cause chills to run down people's spines. What? Li Tai's heart jerked and he had a bad premonition. According to the information our Ghastly Shadow collected, this Duan Ling Tian is the first-ranked youth genius in Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list for this year. Just this point alone would require a fee of at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said, 300,000 silver? Okay. Li Tai grit his teeth. Although it pained him, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished. The young man frowned. What else do you have to say? Li Tai questioned. The young man continued. We also discovered that Duan Ling Tian is close to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Suemo. Suemo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, and killing someone close to him is very risky for us. Thus, combining the above facts, the price for this Duan Ling Tian's head is 1 million silver. 1 million silver? Li Tai was stupefied. Even though he guessed the assignment wouldn't be possible when the young man mentioned Suemo, he didn't expect that Ghastly Shadow would set the price at 1 million silver for Duan Ling Tian's head. Not to mention he didn't have so much silver on him, even if he had brought out that much, he wouldn't be willing to spend it. A mere first-level core formation kid, even if his strength was bizarre, he was only comparable to a third-level core formation martial artist. To him, killing such a kid was as simple as cutting grass. The young man looked at Li Tai as he asked, Customer, may I ask if you still want to post this assignment? No, return the deposit to me. Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. 1 million silver. This amount of money was enough to even post an assignment in Ghastly Shadow to kill an origin core martial artist. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from an inner chamber. Manager. The young man hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this middle-aged man was precisely the medicine store manager. I'm curious, though, how will he kill this Li Tai? The middle-aged man thought in his heart. The corners of his mouth had a trace of a smile. Li Clan Estate. Grandfather, how is it? Li Qing hurriedly asked as soon as he noticed that Li Tai had returned. He knew what Li Tai had gone out to do, so he was waiting all along for the result. I cancelled the assignment. Li Tai shook his head. Ha! Li Qing was dumbstruck. Grandfather, why? Humph! That Ghastly Shadow actually asked for 1 million silver. Li Tai's expression sank. What? Killing a mere core formation kid for 1 million silver? Are they conducting daylight robbery? Li Qing had an expression of disbelief. They discovered the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Suemo, so they were slightly afraid and thus asked for such a high price. Qing, don't worry. Even though Ghastly Shadow won't accept this assignment, Grandfather will still not allow that Duan Ling Tian to continue living. Li Tai looked at Li Qing as he guaranteed this. Thank you, Grandfather, Li Qing said excitedly. If Duan Ling Tian didn't die, he couldn't eat nor sleep in peace. In a quiet room, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged. In front of him lay a cauldron and a pile of materials. Besides that, there were 2 violet flexible swords that were as thin as a cicada's wing. It was precisely the violet meteorite flexible swords. Refine 3 spirit swords first. Duanling Tian's gaze flickered. Then he raised his hand and took hold of the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords. Whoosh! Burning with his weapon flame, it didn't take long for the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords to transform into liquid. The liquid formed a violet meteorite. Subsequently, another few types of metal materials were melted by the weapon flame in Duanling Tian's hand. Their impurities were extracted, and they were transformed into puddles of liquid that jumped about in the air as they boiled. Under Duanling Tian's control, the violet meteorite liquid and the other liquids from the other few metal materials fused together. Accompanied by Duanling Tian's profound movements, the fused liquid eventually separated into 3 balls. Finally, they transformed into 3 dark violet flexible swords. The 3 flexible swords were almost identical to the violet meteorite flexible sword from before, similarly thin as a cicada's wing. Success! Duanling Tian finished up and the 3 flexible swords entered his hands. Grasping one of the flexible swords, his origin energy flashed out as the strength of 4 ancient mammoths poured in the flexible sword. OM! A sword cry echoed out. Not bad. Compared to an ordinary grade 9 spirit weapon, the amplification is over 10%, and the strength has increased by 5,000 or so pounds, comparable to the strength of half an ancient mammoth. Duanling Tian smiled in satisfaction. A spirit weapon refined by a grade 9 weapons craftsman would mostly only have a strength amplification of nearly 10% only. A grade 9 spirit weapon that could provide a 10% amplification was considered to be top quality. The grade 9 spirit weapons that Duanling Tian refined on his first try had obviously surpassed top quality. From now on, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a smile as he stared at the dark violet flexible sword in his hand. Subsequently, Duanling Tian put the remaining materials to use. He started inscribing inscriptions on the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords. Presently, all of the 5 materials that he asked Sumo to get were here. Adding on the materials that Duanling Tian bought himself, he had everything he needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Duanling Tian only spent 2 hours to refine 3 grade 9 spirit weapons. Inscribing the 3 Blood Crescent inscriptions, however, used half of an entire day. He didn't even have time to go have lunch. Done. Looking at the blood-red glow emitting from the blades, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 violet myrtle flexible swords had all been inscribed with Blood Crescent inscriptions. At this moment, he felt an exhaustion invade his body, and a drowsy feeling crept over him. After asking Ku'er to heat up the food and eating, Duanling Tian fell dead asleep before the sky was even dark, and he slept all the way until the next morning. After awakening, he still felt slightly dizzy and overwhelmed. The inscribing of inscriptions really drains spiritual force. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly, but when he saw his works from yesterday, he felt it was all worth it. Out of the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords, Duanling Tian kept 1. As for the other 2, he gave 1 to both Ku'er and 1 to his mother. Young master, I felt that when I cultivated my sword skills using the violet myrtle flexible sword, its might seemed to have increased considerably. Is it my misconception? The young girl looked at Duanling Tian with a puzzled expression. Whoosh! Li Ro swung out the sword as well. Spirit weapon. Li Ro had more experience than the young girl, and she couldn't stop herself from exclaiming in a low voice. Then she looked at the youth at the side with a dull gaze. Tian, this is? Mom, besides being a grade 9 alchemist, I'm now also a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he said, also on the violet myrtle flexible sword, I've inscribed the Blood Crescent inscription. You just need to control your origin energy and fuse it into the inscription to activate it. This Blood Crescent inscription, if you're able to use it unexpectedly, even an origin core martial artist will have only a slim chance of survival once hit. Blood Crescent inscription? Able to kill an origin core martial artist? The 2 beauties were stupefied, taking a long time before finally being able to regain their senses. Young master, you're so great. The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian in a gaze of adoration, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel elated. Li Ro's gaze became slightly dazed and her heart trembled. Brother Feng, can you see it? Our child is extremely talented. Even without the Duan clan to rely on, he isn't one bit inferior to his Duan clan peers. A tall and robust figure seemed to appear in front of Li Ro's eyes. That figure was her everything once upon a time. Right, Tian? Ku Er? Shir moved her home a few days ago. What happened? I haven't seen you two with Shir lately. Did you three bicker? Li Ro suddenly asked. I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. He had an innocent expression. That day, after he admitted defeat to Li Qing during the clan martial meet, Li Shir started to avoid him. After that, he occasionally met Li Shir a few times. But Li Shir had a very unfamiliar gaze when she looked at him, even having a trace of contempt mixed within. He didn't expect that Li Shir would actually move away from him. I don't know either. Ku Er lightly shook her head. Inner court. At a large courtyard extremely far away from Duan Ling Tian's home. Whoosh! The young girl's sword moved with her body. She was drenched in sweat. The corners of her mouth had a pained expression that was faintly mixed with a trace of self-mockery. It was precisely Li Shir. For this past period of time, Li Shir's state of mind was filled with a sense of loss. Since she witnessed Duan Ling Tian's formidable strength, she started to have a type of infatuated feeling towards him. But when Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat during the clan martial meet and submissively gave away the championship to Li Qing, the lofty image of Duan Ling Tian in her heart crumbled. Because of this, she started to dislike Duan Ling Tian and intended to keep her distance from him. However, just at this moment, a shocking piece of news caused her to feel as if she had dropped into a pit of ice. During this year's youth gathering, Duan Ling Tian cut off Li Qing's finger and defeated in succession the Shao clan's and Lin clan's top disciples in the younger generation, and he was placed at the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. At that moment, she felt terribly ashamed in her heart. The youth she looked down upon had used his strength and proved everything. Of course, all of this, in her opinion, seemed to be mocking her short-sightedness. It was because of this that she didn't have the courage to face Duan Ling Tian and directly went to see the inner court manager to move. If I hadn't kept my distance from him at that time, maybe. Li Shir's heart was filled with agony. Unfortunately, in this world, there were no ifs and there was no regret medicine to consume either. Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at Li Fei's door when he heard a hearty laughter sounding from within, full of confidence. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. He knew that the old man had surely broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. While walking in with large strides, Duan Ling Tian said, in a loud voice, "Congratulations, grandfather." At this moment, the old man also walked out of his room, his face glowing. Seeing Duan Ling Tian was like seeing the future husband of his granddaughter to him. Kid, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, even if I had forcefully broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, my old life wouldn't have lasted much longer. Grandfather, you're welcome. We're all family anyway. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke. Li Fei had walked out of her room when she heard the sound of the old man's laughter. Upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, her face blushed slightly as she angrily said, "Pei, who's family with you? Fei, you little girl, last night you kept talking about this kid Ling Tian, but now you deny it." Okay, grandfather needs to make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Ling Tian is grandfather's guest and also my benefactor, so you need to treat him well, the old man said to Li Fei before leaving. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Li Fei, who was sold out by the old man, was slightly embarrassed and angry. Little Fei, what were you saying about me? Also, you need to listen to your grandfather and treat me well. Duan Ling Tian walked in large strides, bluntly walking into her room. You actually entered my room. Li Fei's beautiful eyes glared at him as she angrily followed. So what if I enter your room? I even want to sleep on your bed. Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly as he directly fell onto Li Fei's bed. You! Li Fei flared and was about to extend her hand and pull Duan Ling Tian up. But how could her strength compare to Duan Ling Tian's? Duan Ling Tian pulled her straight into his embrace and they both fell onto the bed. Little Fei, cut it out. Li Fei still tried to struggle but was unable to break free of Duan Lingtian. Her pair of clear eyes had tears within as she said, "Bully. Okay, I'll stop teasing you." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart softened and he let go off Li Fei. "You're a rascal," Li Fei angrily said. "Didn't you know of this since long ago?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "Humph, stinking rascal. But thank you for helping my grandfather." As she finished speaking, Li Fei's voice was no different from the sound of a mosquito. "What's there to thank? You're my wife, and your grandfather is my grandfather," Duan Lingtian said brazenly. "Right, little Fei? Tell me about you. Where are your parents?" Duan Lingtian abruptly asked. "Parents?" Li Fei took a deep breath. "They met with an accident before I was old enough to understand anything and they passed away." Duan Lingtian found out about Li Fei's parents from her. It turned out that many years ago the Li clan once met with a calamity. During that period many people died and Li Fei's parents died were among them. Although the Li clan got their revenge later on, it was impossible for the dead to come back again. "I really miss my father, I really miss my mother. According to grandfather, they loved me dearly." Li Fei's delicate body started trembling as tears poured out of her like the rain. "Little Fei, it has passed. Don't be upset." Duan Lingtian extended his hand and pulled Li Fei into an embrace as he consoled her. In the end, maybe because she was too tired from crying, Li Fei directly fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace. "I didn't expect this little girl to have such a past." Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Li Fei's exquisite cheeks as he sighed in his heart. At this moment, although a beauty was in his embrace, he didn't have any other thoughts. All he had was pity. Bad guy, all you know is to bully me, all you know is to bully me." Abruptly, Li Fei extended out her fist and started hitting Duan Lingtian in a violent flurry as she spoke. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that Li Fei had woken up, but when he looked closely, he realized that Li Fei was sleep-talking. "Duan Lingtian, you big rascal, you're not allowed to look at Xiaolon. If you continue, I'll dig out your eyes." Li Fei seemed to be dreaming and muttered to herself for a while before finally recovering into a calm state. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What sort of dream of this little Fei having? After around 1 hour, Li Fei woke up. You. Only now did she realize that she had actually fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace. She blushed immediately. "Little Fei, I didn't think you would have the habit of talking in your sleep, but when did I look at Xiaolon? You actually want to dig out my eyes? Too ruthless." Duan Lingtian looked as if he had a lingering fear. "You heard everything?" Li Fei's angel-like face was red as an apple. Duan Lingtian's hand slowly rubbed the young girl's lovely hair as he said, in a gentle voice, "Little Fei, I will take good care of you in the future. If you dare bully me in the future, I'll snip it off." Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian, assuming a posture of cutting off Duan Lingtian's little brother. "Who did you learn that from?" Duan Lingtian's face was pale. This was no joke. "Scared?" Li Fei laughed complacently. "Why do I feel like a sheep that entered the den of a tiger?" Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Looking at Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes and feeling the warmth off her body, Duan Lingtian's lower regions started to burn. Just when he was about to do something. "Fei, has Lingtian left?" The old man's voice sounded from outside. When the old man saw the youth and young girl that came out of the room, he had a weird expression. "Grandfather, nothing happened between us," Li Fei explained in panic. "Right, there's nothing. Grandfather, I'll be leaving first." Duan Lingtian was like a kid who was caught stealing candy, hurriedly fleeing. While he left Li Fei's home, Duan Lingtian's mood was elated. After today's events, the relationship between him and Li Fei was completely obvious. At the same time, he had no choice but to be on alert. After all, there was still someone that was waiting for a chance to take his life. Maybe it's time to take care of this, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He then directly left the Li clan estate and entered the misty forest inner area by himself to hunt fierce beasts. For the next few days, he left the Li clan estate at around the same time. He can really maintain his equanimity. In the misty forest inner area, after killing a fierce beast, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. But what he didn't lack was patience. Deep at night, in a vast courtyard, Li Qing greeted the old man who had just returned. Grandfather, that Duan Ling Tian has been continuously going to the misty forest by himself for a few days now. Are there any results from your secret observations in these past few days? I was originally worried that Suemo would trail behind and protect him, but I noticed that when Duan Ling Tian went to the misty forest, Suemo always stayed in the Alchemist Guild and didn't go out. Since a while back, he seemed to have cut off all relations with Duan Ling Tian. Li Tai's brows jerked lightly. He was slightly puzzled. Maybe they never had any relationship all along and it was just us overthinking things, Li Qing said. Maybe. Li Tai nodded. The next day dawned. Success. Looking at the 5 ancient mammoth silhouettes that floated above him, Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face. After days of effort, he had finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the first level of the core formation stage, allowing his fleshly body strength to increase by the strength of one ancient mammoth. Now he was confident that even if he fought a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would be capable of dominating his opponent. After having his breakfast, Duan Ling Tian once again went out by himself. This time, when he entered the misty forest, he started to enter even deeper inside the inner area, as the fierce beasts on the outskirts of the inner area were unable to pose a threat and pressure him at his current strength. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian bumped into a fierce beast that had a savage appearance. Growing on its body were tumor-like spikes, and it had a pair of eyes that flickered with a green light. It appeared to look somewhat similar to a wolf but entirely larger by a whole size. Aru! The fierce beast let out a howl and pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, above the fierce beast, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, this fierce beast's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. But fierce beasts were naturally able to precisely control their strength and could even be considered to have reached the acme of perfection. Its strength even surpassed an ordinary martial artist's that was at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Bring it on! Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even plan to use his violet myrtle flexible sword. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's entire body flashed out, his speed far surpassing that of the fierce beast that was pouncing towards him. He exploded forth with his full strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Collapsing fist. Drawing his body back like a heavy bow, Duan Ling Tian swung out his fist, smashing straight upon the fierce beast's head and blasting it flying. Bang! The fierce beast's enormous body caused dirt to suffuse in the air when it hit the ground. Satisfying! Exhaling a breath of pent-up feelings, Duan Ling Tian quickly walked up towards the fierce beast. The fierce beast's pupils that flickered with a green light had a trace of fear flash past as it slowly stood up and growled at Duan Ling Tian before turning around and fleeing. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned before he was able to react. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had curled into a smile as his body jerked. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's speed was greatly superior to the fierce beast's, so he caught up to it in the blink of an eye. Aru! Maybe it knew that it wouldn't be able to escape today. As the fierce beast's eyes emitted a fierce light, it desperately pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. This time, Duan Ling Tian seized the opportunity and shattered the fierce beast's skull with a few punches. I wonder what type of fierce beast this is. Its fur and skin should sell for some money. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. That is a spike wolf. Its fur and skin combined can be sold for 1,000 silver. Just at this moment, an elderly voice sounded from behind Duan Ling Tian answering his question. Duan Ling Tian slowly turned around. Standing in front of him was a tall old man. On the old man's clothes, there was a Li clan crest as well. A member of the Li clan, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he vaguely guessed the identity of this old man. Only 16 years old, the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. I have to say, your natural talent, not to mention in Aurora City, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it is sufficient to be in the top of first-rate natural talents. The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian as he said, with slight pity, unfortunately, today you'll surely die. Grand Elder, are you so sure that I'll surely die? Duan Ling Tian laughed. You recognize me? Li Tai's pupils constricted. In his memories, Duanling Tian should have never seen him before. Among the old men of the Li clan who want to kill me, besides you, the grandfather of Li Qing, I really can't think of a second person. Duanling Tian laughed as he spoke. You're about to die and you can still laugh? Li Tai's expression turned grim. At the same time, he couldn't help himself from looking at the surroundings in vigilance. His first thought was that there was a high possibility of someone protecting Duanling Tian nearby. Otherwise, Duanling Tian wouldn't dare be so unperturbed. Grand Elder, you don't have to continue looking. No one followed me here. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. No one followed you? Li Tai's brows knit. Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid. No one is able to be unafraid of death, Duanling Tian said truthfully. Then you still have the mood to continue laughing? Li Tai asked in a grim voice. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked, Grand Elder, I'm really curious though, could it be that if I don't laugh now, you will let me go? Of course not. Today you must die. Li Tai grunted coldly. Whether I laugh or not doesn't make any difference. So why should I put on a wailing expression? The smile on Duanling Tian's face grew more and more wide. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Die. Li Tai's gaze turned cold as he stepped out, pulling forth a line of afterimages at extreme speed. Above him, nearly 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed forward, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. Bang! Li Tai slapped out his palm, bringing a vast amount of origin energy with it. Immediately, the sounds of air exploding continuously rose and fell, and a shapeless gust of wind whistled as it swept through the surrounding bushes. A jet of pressure enveloped Duanling Tian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Under Li Tai's briefly stunned gaze, Duanling Tian directly rushed towards him, as if moving forward to receive his palm strike. Is this kid mad? Duanling Tian's hand grasped onto the violet myrtle flexible sword's hilt on his waist. Sword drawing arts. His sword moved like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Tai's chest. It flashed straight out as if transforming into a violet, venomous snake. Child's play. Li Tai sneered. His descending palm spun around and instead slapped towards the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Duanling Tian's origin energy started trembling violently and poured into the violet myrtle flexible sword's blade. Instantly, on the blade, a bloody gleam jumped about. Whoosh! A bloody gleam that looked like a waning crescent moon flashed straight towards Li Tai's chest. At this moment, Li Tai's palm strike descended, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duanling Tian's hand was slapped flying. Duanling Tian's hand shook as his palm split open, bleeding profusely. Inscription! Li Tai exclaimed in a low voice. Clang! The blood-red waning crescent moon shattered Li Tai's defensive chi barrier. Just when Duanling Tian thought the force from the blood crescent inscription was going to pierce through Li Tai's body. Hua! The pendant on Li Tai's neck flickered with a strand of a dark blue brilliance, condensed into a dark blue crystal wall, and blocked the force of the blood crescent inscription. Kacha! The pendant shattered after completing its mission. Crystal wall inscription. Duanling Tian's face distorted. After all the planning and calculations, he never expected that Li Tai would have a crystal wall inscription on him. The crystal wall inscription was a defensive inscription. In terms of grades, it even was not a bit inferior to the blood crescent inscription. Duanling Tian felt a wave of powerlessness. He had entered the misty forest daily in these past few days just to use himself as bait and attract Li Tai into his trap. He was confident he could kill Li Tai if used the blood crescent inscription. But how could he have known that this Li Tai would actually have a crystal wall inscription? It had blocked his only resort. Bang! The force of two inscriptions collided together. Li Tai's body was affected by the force and flew out more than 10 meters away. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a formidable inscription. Li Tai's face was extremely gloomy. Today, he nearly failed miserably in such an easy task. Just now, if it wasn't for him activating his defensive inscription in time, he would have died without a doubt. In his heart, a coldness emerged. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and said, slightly helplessly, Even I didn't expect that you would actually have a defensive inscription. Inscriptions. There were various kinds. There were offensive inscriptions, defensive inscriptions, and assistive inscriptions. The blood crescent inscription belonged to the offensive inscriptions type. Li Tai took a deep breath and said, word for word, today, if it wasn't for me having a defensive inscription, I would have surely died. No wonder you weren't one bit surprised you saw me. You already knew I was coming and planned to kill me with that inscription, right? At this moment, the 16-year-old youth in front of him caused him to have a slightly frightened feeling. Being able to think things through so thoroughly at such an age, once he grows up in the future, he will undoubtedly be a great figure. He even couldn't stop himself from thinking that if his grandson Li Qing had even half of what this youth had, he wouldn't need to worry about him anymore. Yes. At this point, Duanling Tian wasn't afraid to admit it. A wave of bitterness flushed through his heart. It wasn't fucking easy for me to get the chance to cross over to this world and achieve rebirth. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Duanling Tian felt regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have saved 800,000 silver. But now, for the sake of 800,000 silver, even his life was going to be lost. Little Fei Kuer. We haven't even done it yet. I don't want to die. Duanling Tian. Looks like even the heavens want you dead. You didn't even do your homework, and you wanted to use an offensive inscription to kill me? My defensive inscription, Crystal Wall inscription, was granted to me by the former Li clan patriarch years ago. Who among the older generation of the Li clan doesn't know of this? Li Tai stepped forward. Every step he took seemed like an approaching death warrant to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian lifted up his sword once again and stood ramrod straight, staying completely silent as he awaited Li Tai's arrival. Even though he wasn't a match, he would still put up a fight. Death, even death, needed to be a heroic death. On his body, a fearless aura stretched out. That was the manifestation of his unyieldingness, to die rather than to submit. Li Tai was moved once again. The coldness in his eyes grew even deeper. If this kid doesn't die, he will surely be a great disaster to me. Bang! Li Tai's palm strike moved like a shadow as it flashed towards Duanling Tian. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duanling Tian's hand swept out, moving to intercept Li Tai's palm. Pa! Li Tai's palm descended and slapped the sword flying. Its momentum did not lessen one bit as it smashed towards Duanling Tian's chest. Above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, their might like thunder, fully exploding forth with the strength of the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Feeling the pressure that was approaching in the form of a suffocating aura, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth had a bitter smile. Am I going to die again? OM. But in the next moment, the ear-piercing cry of a saber, accompanied by Li Tai's shrill cry, caused Duanling Tian to feel as if he awoke from a dream. Instantly, he felt a hand being placed on his shoulder and pulling him aside. He focused his eyes to look. Presently, the hand that Li Tai was using to execute the strike was completely cut off at the wrist, spouting out a steaming stream of fresh blood. His body was carried away by the force of inertia for more than 10 meters. Duanling Tian looked towards the person who saved him. Clothed in a black garb that stuck tightly to his body and with a ghost mask on his face, the crescent saber in his hand was still dripping with Li Tai's blood. Grade 8 spirit weapon. With just a glance, Duanling Tian discerned the crescent saber's grade. Ha! Suddenly, Duanling Tian noticed that the eyes behind the ghost mask had a smile flash within. So it was him. Duanling Tian's heart trembled. You're from Ghastly Shadow? At this moment, after stopping his bleeding, the pale-faced Li Tai looked at the black-clothed person with a fearful expression. The black-clothed person ignored Li Tai. Instead, he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Now, do you want to post the assignment to kill Li Tai? If there's no need, I'll leave. Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at the black-clothed person as he angrily said, Of course I'm posting it. You were concealed at the side and watching the show, right? The black-clothed man laughed dryly and stepped out. Above his head, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared instantly like nimbus clouds covering the sky. Their imposing manner shot up into the heavens. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Li Tai's face distorted. 1 million silver. I'll pay 1 million silver to buy Duan Ling Tian's life, Li Tai said in panic. A powerhouse at the 9th level of the Origin core stage, not mentioning how he had lost the use of his prominent arm. Even if he was at full strength, he would still not necessarily be the black-clothed man's match. As far as I'm concerned, his life is far more valuable than 1 million. The black-clothed man gave Li Tai a reply. Li Tai's face turned grim. Flee. He didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and fled, transforming into a string of afterimages as he executed his movement technique to its limits. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, seeming like a ghost as he caught up in the blink of an eye. OM! A white light flashed past. Li Tai's body jerked before flying out. His hand grasped his throat but was unable to stop his blood from spouting out. The dignified Grand Elder of the Li clan. His life ended in such a way. Only now did the black-clothed man remove his mask. It was precisely the medicine store manager. Seeing the face of the black-clothed man, Duan Ling Tian wasn't one bit surprised, as he had long ago noticed his identity. But he was still shocked at his cultivation level. 9th level of the Origin core stage. Such a cultivation, it was comparable to the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to not know your name. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he stared fixedly at the black-clothed man. In the day, I'm called Bull Tang. At night, I'm Tang Ying, codenamed Blood Crescent. Tang Ying laughed. Bull Tang. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. No matter what, it was difficult for him to compare the decisive and ruthless ghastly shadow assassin from before with this name. Abruptly, Tang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, The inscription you used before? Was it the Blood Crescent inscription? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. You inscribed it yourself? Tang Ying asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded once more. Tang Ying gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance and sized him up. I really want to take you back, cut you open, and see what other secrets you have. Duan Ling Tian's face froze. That's unnecessary. I want some Blood Crescent inscriptions, Tang Ying abruptly said. Sure, but you prepare your own materials. Also, I'll be taking 100,000 silver per Blood Crescent inscription as my inscribing fee. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. You so ruthless. The corners of Tang Ying's mouth twitched, but he still said, Agreed. Before Tang Ying left, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from asking, in these past few days, were you always following behind me? Tang Ying rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian as he said, in an angry tone, Did you think I'm you? Someone with so much free time? I still have to take care of my shop in the day. I ordered my men to surveil Li Tai, and when he left Aurora City, I followed him. I was curious about why you were so confident in your ability to kill Li Tai. In the end, someone actually failed miserably. Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Tang Ying couldn't hold back his laughter. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. No matter what, I still owe you my life, so I'll do the first 10 inscriptions for free. Duan Ling Tian wasn't one who liked to owe people. So generous? Then I won't be stingy either. The assignment fee for killing Li Tai, consider it free. Tang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly surprised gaze, then his body moved like a ghost, disappearing from Duan Ling Tian's field of vision in a few movements. Looks like when it relates to my life, I can't be too stingy. This lesson was something Duan Ling Tian remembered deep in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's ears slightly moved and his face turned grim. He noticed that a group of people was moving towards here from afar. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai's body. He flew up onto a tree and concealed himself there, overlooking what happened below. After a short moment, 7 youths walked over in large strides. Crests were pinned on the clothes of these youths. Wang Clan. Could it be the members of Triumph City's Wang Clan? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Around the Misty Forest there were 3 cities, namely Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City. The nascent soul powerhouse he met earlier in the Misty Forest, Zhu Dao, was precisely from Aqua Mist City's He clan. A young man noticed Li Tai's body and exclaimed, there's a corpse here. Humph! You don't have enough strength, but you dared to enter the inner area of the misty forest. Serves you right that you died. One of the people who walked over said disdainfully. No, he wasn't killed by fierce beasts. Look, the place where his arm was cut off is smooth, and his throat was cut by a weapon, one of the more careful young women said. It really is true. And there's a crest on his clothes. One of the young men walked up and wiped clean the crest on Li Tai's body. Immediately many of them exclaimed Li Clan. These people noticing the identity of Li Tai didn't cause Duan Ling Tian to feel panicked. No one would think that he had the strength to kill Li Tai. Humph! So it turned out to be a member of the Li clan. Serves him right. A blue-clothed young man seemed to be enraged when the Li clan was mentioned. Yeah, the members of the Li clan are so detestable. Wang Huai's younger brother, Wang Zhan, came to the misty forest to hunt a black python the other time. At the critical juncture, it was a Li clan youth and young girl who took their gains from behind them. Not only did they take all the benefits, they even killed the few outer court disciples of our Wang clan that were still alive. Luckily, Wang Zhan was born with a heart that was inclined sideways. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have become another wandering ghost of the misty forest. Even then, Wang Zhan's internal organs were still pierced through, and he is still recuperating. If it wasn't for Wang Zheng's current body circumstances being unsuitable to travel, the patriarch would have long since brought Wang Zhan to the Li clan to identify the murderer and denounce his crimes. Once Wang Zhan's recovers, I want to go to the Li clan as well. I want to see who is so vicious. The group of Triumph City's Wang clan disciples discussed. Their casual discussion, however, entering Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to be slightly moved. Black Python? Stealing gains from behind them? The Li clan youth and young girl these people were talking about, wasn't it Ku-Er and him? I didn't expect that I'd have such good luck. Who would have thought that I'd bump into a person who had an inclined heart? Duan Ling Tian had the desire to spit blood. According to his knowledge, a person who was born with an inclined heart was 1 in 10,000. Although he had killed many people during his previous lifetime, he had not even once bumped into a person with an inclined heart. In this lifetime, altogether, he had only killed just a few people, but he actually bumped into this type of a person. Such lousy luck. What should we do with this old guy from the Li clan? I think we should send him back to the Li clan. Like this, the Li clan would owe our Wang clan a favor, and maybe when the patriarch takes Wang Zhan to identify the murderer, the Li clan will look upon this favor and be willing to hand the murderer over to us. You have a point. Seeing the Wang clan group of young men and women taking Li Tai's corpse away, Duan Ling Tian jumped off the tree and left the misty forest. After returning to Aurora City, he didn't return to the Li clan straight away. He instead went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. So anxious to see me. Did something happen? Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian arrive. I want to post an assignment. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. Target? Tang Ying asked. Wang Zhan, a member of the Triumph City's Wang clan. Duan Ling Tian said slowly. As far as he was concerned, Wang Zhan staying alive was a potential threat to him. He had to be removed. Triumph City? Tang Ying frowned slightly. In Triumph City, our ghastly shadow has another person in charge. That person doesn't have a very good relationship with me, so I'm unable to cross my boundaries for this matter. But you can sneak into Triumph City yourself and go post an assignment at the ghastly shadow's point of operations in Triumph City. Okay then, I'll take care of this myself. After hearing Tang Ying's misgivings, Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded, indicating he understood. After saying goodbye to Tang Ying, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Li clan estate. Everything was as normal. However, at noon, the Li clan estate was in a complete uproar. The Li clan's grand elder had died in Misty Forest. Duan Ling Tian originally didn't plan on going to watch the scene, but Li Fei dragged him and Ku-Er over. The Li clan estate outer court martial arts practice field, it was filled full of people. Noticing Duan Ling Tian walking over, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Regarding Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked at the top of the Hidden Dragon list and was the Li clan's future pillar of support, anyone would give him some face. Little Fei, it can't be that you dragged me here just so I can open a path for you, right? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he asked with slight suspicion. I didn't. Don't tell me you don't want to come watch the scene? I heard it was Triumph City's Wang clan members that found Grand Elder's corpse. Grand Elder's death will cause Li Qing to completely lack anyone to rely on. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's gaze was slightly complicated. What, you're worried about him? Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly twitched. No, I'm just musing. Li Qing is the same as me. His parents died in the calamity that year as well, and he lived together with his grandfather since he was small. Li Fei shook her head. So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Meanwhile, he had brought Ku Er and Li Fei to stand at the front of the crowd. In the martial arts practice field, besides Li Ao, the group of Li clan elders was present and stood behind him. Opposite them, there were 7 young adults standing, both men and women. Between the two groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai lay there in a wretched state. Besides his right hand being broken, his throat was sliced open by a weapon as well. Li Ao and the group of Li clan elders didn't have very good expressions on their faces. Li Ao looked at the 7 Wang clan members and asked, Young men and young women of the Wang clan, when you found the Grand Elder's corpse, did you notice anything else in his surroundings? Patriarch Li, we examined the surroundings, but we didn't discover anything, one of the Wang clan disciples said. Thank you for your troubles. Since it's a matter of great importance, the Li clan is unable to entertain everyone at the moment. Consider these origin-increasing pills a gift from me. Li Ao withdrew a bottle of origin-increasing pills and passed it over. The Wang clan disciples received the medicinal pills with delighted expressions. Patriarch Li, we understand. Farewell. The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. Grandfather! Suddenly, a shrill and sad cry sounded from outside the crowd. A youth in white clothes rammed straight through the crowd and knelt down beside Li Tai's corpse. His body trembled as he cried his heart out. It was precisely Li Qing. Li Qing, don't grieve too much and accept the inevitable changes. Our Li clan will surely spare no efforts to investigate and get to the bottom of this matter. We will give Grand Elder justice. Patriarch Li Ao consoled. Investigate? You don't have to investigate. I know who the murderer is. Li Qing's eyes were crimson red as he lifted his head up with a vicious expression. You know. Li Ao was stunned. Li Qing, if you know, you can speak out. I want to know who is so bold to dare kill our Li clan's Grand Elder. Does he really think our Li clan is easy to bully? An old man behind Li Ao said, in a low voice which had infinite rage mixed within. Yes, killing the Grand Elder is no different from slapping our Li clan in the face. Li Qing, you don't have to be afraid. You can speak out. I want to know as well, who the hell has such tremendous bravery? If we can find this person, we must shred his body into 10,000 bits. Each and every Li clan elder was filled with fury. The gazes from the surrounding crowd all descended upon Li Qing. They all wanted to know who the murderer Li Qing spoke of was. Eventually, Li Qing's gaze swept through the crowd. In the end, it fixed itself on a violet figure. Patriarch, it's him, Duan Ling Tian. Li Qing pointed towards the violet-clothed youth with a face full of rage. Noticing Li Qing pointing at him and even proclaiming him as the murderer, Duan Ling Tian's facial expression remained unchanged as he looked Li Qing in the eye calmly in a very tranquil manner. After hearing what Li Qing said, everyone present followed Li Qing's finger, and their gazes all descended upon the violet-clothed youth. For a moment, the entire scene lost control. Is Li Qing mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! Even if Duan Ling Tian consumed a spirit fruit once and his fleshly body has an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths compared to ordinary martial artists, even though he has broken through to the core formation stage, his strength is merely compared to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Killing Grand Elder, who was at the 8th level of the origin core stage with the strength of a 3rd level core formation martial artist? To think Li Qing is able to say such a thing. He couldn't have gone mad from the news of Grand Elder's death, right? Duan Ling Tian? How could that be possible? This Li Qing couldn't be thinking of using the power of the clan to settle a personal grudge, right? I heard that during the Hidden Dragon List competition, because of him being overbearing, Duanling Tian cut off his finger. Could it be because of this matter? Even if he wanted to use the clan's power to take revenge on a personal grudge, he should at least find a logical excuse. Yeah, actually framing Duanling Tian as the murderer, who would believe that? The discussions of the crowd entered into Li Qing's ears and caused his expression to become ghastly pale. I'm not lying. Duanling Tian is the murderer, he's the murderer. Li Qing bellowed, abruptly standing up and moving. He exploded forth with his entire strength of 3 ancient mammoths, flashing towards Duanling Tian like a mad-ant. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. His first move was directly a killing move. His finger went straight for Duanling Tian's vital points. Li Qing. Patriarch Li Ao's expression turned grim as he shouted in a low voice. But how would the current Li Qing pay attention to Li Ao? You don't know your own limits. Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward. Too lazy to use martial skills, he casually swung his fist out. For ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. Bang! His fist flew towards Li Qing at a speed much faster than his finger and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing loudly crashed on the floor with an ugly expression. He struggled to stand up and desired to attack once more. Enough! Li Ao's lofty figure blocked in front of Li Qing. His gaze cold and indifferent. Li Qing, if you can bring forth evidence, then speak. If you want to use Grand Elder's death as a means to settle your personal grudges with Duanling Tian, I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, Grand Elder is your grandfather. His body hasn't even gotten cold, but you're already busy trying to take revenge. How could he die contently in the netherworld? Patriarch. Li Qing knelt down sorrowfully. I'm not using my grandfather's death to take revenge on a personal grudge, and every single word I say is true. Then speak. Why do you say Duanling Tian is the murderer? Li Ao asked in a heavy voice. The gazes of everyone present fell onto Li Qing. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead now, I won't continue to conceal some matters. Li Qing took a deep breath as he slowly said, during the youth gathering, Duanling Tian cut off my finger and practically crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very furious about this matter, and on many occasions he said that he would find a chance to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. Hearing what Li Qing said, Li Ao's expression became ugly. Li Tai, no matter what, was still the Li clan's grand elder, but he was such a narrow-minded person. The competition at the Hidden Dragon List Youth Gathering was something that had the unified acknowledgement of the 3 great clans of Aurora City and was thus extremely fair. Getting injured during a spar was unavoidable. The crowd went into an uproar. So the Grand Elder was this sort of person. I even thought that the Grand Elder was different from us, but I didn't expect him to be the same as us, so much so that his selfishness was even greater. Li Qing was injured by Duanling Tian during the youth gathering. Many people witnessed it, and it was Li Qing who was overbearing, and Duanling Tian is not to be blamed. Think about it. Li Qing is his only grandson after all. Humph. To think that I actually respected the Grand Elder previously, but he was actually this sort of person. Duanling Tian had a weird gaze. Was this Li Qing an idiot? His grandfather was dead, and he actually ruined his grandfather's name like this. He could imagine that if Li Tai rose from the dead, he would probably be angered to death by Li Qing. However, the current Li Qing had already lost all reason. He continued, in these past few days I noticed Duanling Tian going to the Misty Forest daily, so I told my grandfather. This morning, my grandfather followed behind Duanling Tian, but I never expected that what came back to me was instead my grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, tell me, if the murderer isn't Duanling Tian, then who could it be? Li Qing hysterically asked. He didn't notice, however, that Li Ao's expression was becoming darker by the second. Hua! Practically at the moment Li Qing finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar once again. He followed Duanling Tian into the Misty Forest? This doesn't seem like purely planning to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. Once Duanling Tian enters the Misty Forest, even if he died, nobody would ever suspect the Grand Elder. Grand Elder is too tyrannical. Li Qing only had his finger cut off, and it was even reconnected later. For this reason, he actually wanted to kill Duan Tian. Grand Elder is too frightening. All of the Li clan disciples' expressions froze for a moment. He had followed Duan Tian into the misty forest purely to teach him a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that. Li Qing, don't talk nonsense. How could Grand Elder be this sort of person? Li Ao's face was grim as he shouted in a stern voice. Yes, I believe that with the way Grand Elder has always conducted himself, it's absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. I believe that as well. Li Qing, don't let revenge blind your eyes. Slandering your grandfather just to satisfy your own selfish desire for revenge is something you really shouldn't do. The Li clan elders voiced their opinions. What a joke. There were so many Li clan disciples present right now. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai had really done this, they would still not admit it, as the Li clan's Grand Elder didn't just represent a person, he represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Noticing that no one believed him, Li Qing immediately got anxious and howled. Enough, Li Ao bellowed. Where's the enforcement elder? Patriarch. Among the elders that stood behind Li Ao, a black-robed old man walked out. Li Qing slandered our Li clan's Grand Elder. Take him away and give him 30 paddle strikes as a warning to other clan members. Li Ao ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The enforcement elder walked out in large strides and grabbed a hold of Li Qing like how an eagle would catch a chick. Patriarch, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. As he was dragged away by the enforcement elder, Li Qing continued to howl hysterically. Seeing Li Qing be so obstinate, a wave of condemnation sounded from the crowd. Li Qing has really gone mad. The patriarch obviously wanted to keep this matter quiet, but he actually kept endlessly repeating it. Who else would be punished besides him? If the Grand Elder knew that his grandson would do this to him after his death, I wonder what he would think. Yeah, even if the Grand Elder had the desire to kill Duan Tian, it was still for his sake. The Grand Elder having had such a grandson, even in the netherworld, I'm afraid he won't be able to die contently. Gee, to think I used to respect him as my idol. I was really blind. You should instead make Duan Tian your idol. He's the top ranked in the Hidden Dragon list this year. Moreover, he's only 16, so he will surely be the top ranked in the Hidden Dragon list of the next 2 years. As they condemned him, they didn't forget to compare Duan Tian to Li Qing. Everything was still fine before they started the comparisons. But as soon as they compared, Li Qing was trampled on and torn to pieces. I didn't expect that you'd be so popular now. Li Fei looked at Duan Tian. That's why being able to become my wife is your fortune. Duan Tian laughed slyly. Hey! When Li Fei noticed Ku-er looking at her with a smile, she instantly blushed. Young master. Should I call big sister Li Fei young mistress from now on? Ku-er lightly smiled. Ku-er, he's led you astray. Li Fei's cheeks, which were already blushing, now seemed to be so red that blood would drip out at any moment. Duan Tian couldn't hold back his laughter. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Duan Tian, in 1 hour, I'll come look for you at your home. This was Patriarch Li Ao's origin energy condensed into sound, so only Duan Tian could hear it. Duan Tian glanced at Li Ao before lightly nodding. He was prepared in his heart. Even if Li Ao thought that this matter wasn't related to him, because Li Qing had spoken against him to such an extent, the Li clan would start with him to find the murderer. The crowd in the outer court martial arts practice field slowly dispersed. Let's go out for a spin. I need to buy some things, Li Fei suggested. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Duan Tian smiled apologetically. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit as she asked, in an unsatisfied manner, What do you have to do? The patriarch condensed his origin energy into sound earlier and told me that he would come look for me at home in an hour. You can't be expecting me to stand up the patriarch, right? Duan Tian laughed bitterly. What? The patriarch is looking for you? It can't be that he really thinks you killed the Grand Elder, right? Li Fei was stunned. Ku-er had a worried expression as well. Don't worry. The patriarch probably just wants to ask if I have any clues. Even you two didn't believe it when Li Qing said I was able to kill the Grand Elder, let alone the Patriarch, Duanling Tian said with an indifferent attitude. 1 hour later, Patriarch Li Ao arrived at the agreed time. Duanling Tian entertained him in his house's courtyard. Duanling Tian, I know based on your strength that it's absolutely impossible for you to be the Grand Elder's murderer, but since the Grand Elder was following behind you, did you see him? Li Ao went straight to the point. He had complicated feelings towards Duanling Tian. He originally thought that Duanling Tian was only slightly stronger than Li Qing. But who would have known that during the youth gathering, he would have actually defeated both the Lin clan's Lin Zhua and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu. Forget Lin Zhua. Xiao Yu is not only the Xiao clan's top genius in the past 100 years, he was Aurora City's top genius in the past 100 years. Even he, the Li clan's patriarch, would frequently sigh. If Xiao Yu was a member of the Li clan, how nice would that be? And now Duanling Tian had defeated Xiao Yu, truly giving him an extremely pleasant surprise. Most importantly, Duanling Tian was only 16, younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. He could imagine that when Duanling Tian is 18, his strength will certainly be even stronger, leaving his peers far, far behind. Patriarch, I know what you mean. I entered the misty forest to wholeheartedly hunt fierce beasts, but I didn't find anything amiss, nor did I see the Grand Elder. Moreover, with the Grand Elder's strength, if he wanted to follow me, it would be impossible for me to notice. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian had a self-mocking expression. I understand this. I was just asking a routine question. Even if you couldn't notice the Grand Elder, you don't have to care about it. He was an origin core martial artist after all. With your natural talent, you can certainly surpass him before the age of 30. Li Ao lightly nodded and consoled at the same time. I'll work hard. Duanling Tian nodded, his gaze firm as steel. Li Ao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Also, about the other time, I hope you don't mind. I only did that for the sake of the Li clan's face. As far as he was concerned, the current Duanling Tian was no longer the Duanling Tian from before. Able to climb to the top of the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 16. Since the appearance of the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list, this was a first. Duanling Tian could be considered to have made history. Presently, even if Duanling Tian was only a branch family disciple and only a disciple with another surname, he was still worthy of the Li clan's attention. Patriarch, you worry too much. Duanling Tian shook his head. Li Ao withdrew a stack of silver bills and put it on the table as he said, with a light smile, This silver is a small expression of goodwill from the clan. Patriarch, this? Duanling Tian was stupefied. These silver bills were all of the largest denomination. One bill was worth 10,000 silver. This thick and heavy stack would probably be around 1 million silver. You brought honor to the clan during this year's Hidden Dragon list, and this is the clan's reward to you. I've already spoken with the 3 alchemist elders of the clan. If you need anything to be refined, you can buy your own materials and ask them to refine it for you. They won't ask you for any money. Li Ao lightly smiled. Being placed first on the Hidden Dragon list was an honor no one in the Li clan had achieved in the past 10 years. This time, Duanling Tian had brought great face to the Li clan. Recalling back to when he met with the Xiao clans and the Lin clan's patriarchs and saw their envious and jealous expressions, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Thank you, Patriarch. Duanling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. If you want a refined weapon, you can look for Elder Li De. You're on good terms with Li Fei, so I think that out of consideration towards Li Fei, he would be willing to refine a spirit weapon for you. Li Ao continued. Li De? Duanling Tian was dazed. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about that. If Ling Tian really wants me to refine a spirit weapon for him, even if I have to risk this old life, I would still help him. Just at this moment, a hearty voice sounded, breaking the momentary silence. Duanling Tian saw Li Fei supporting her grandfather as they slowly walked over. Duanling Tian finally realized. So it turned out that Li Fei's grandfather was the elder Li De that the patriarch spoke of. His eyes flashed with a trace of being emotionally moved. He knew that it was surely Li Fei being worried that he would suffer a loss, so she had brought the old man over to help take care of him. Elder Li De. Seeing the old man, Li Ao hurriedly stood up. His tone was filled with respect. The Li clan had 3 grade 9 alchemists. However, after his father, the previous patriarch, left, there was only Li De as the sole grade 9 weapons craftsman. Patriarch, you don't have to stand on formalities, Li De said indifferently. Suddenly, Li Ao's pupils constricted. His gaze fell upon the Weapons Craftsman Guild crest on Li De. The piercing red grade 8 on it caused his heart to tremble. Li Ao took a deep breath as he asked, in a slightly discomposed manner, Elder Li De, you've broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman? Patriarch's eyes are sharp indeed. Li De lightly nodded. Gaining confirmation, Li Ao's breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellow. According to what he knew within Aurora City in the past, only the Weapons Craftsman Guild's guildmaster was a grade 8 weapons craftsman. But now their Li clan actually had a grade 8 weapons craftsman as well. This was a piece of shockingly good news. Congratulations, Elder Li De, on achieving your wish of becoming a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Li De has matters to discuss with Duanling Tian, I'll take my leave first, Li Ao said to Li De. Then he nodded to Duanling Tian and Li Fei before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Li Fei asked concernedly. No, the patriarch came to gift me some money. Duanling Tian looked towards the stack of silver bills on the table. Li Fei went and looked through it for a moment before exclaiming, 1 million silver. The patriarch is really generous. Ling Tian, your current net worth will probably soon be higher than mine. Li De laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? You only refined weapons for people inside the clan use and didn't really take any fees for your work. Otherwise, your wealth would probably be innumerable since long ago. Duanling Tian shook his head. These were things he had found out from Li Fei. Looks like Fei sold me out long ago. The hearts of girls need to reside with their men. As he finished speaking, Li De heaved a sigh. A grown girl can't be kept at home anymore. Li Fei hurriedly grabbed Li De's arm as she said, in a spoiled manner, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your lovely granddaughter. Elder Li De. Hearing activity, Li Ro walked out of her room and looked at the old man in a slightly respectful manner. You're Ling Tian's mother, right? You have a good son. Li De nodded to Li Ro and smiled, his expression amiable. Elder, you're too kind, Li Ro modestly said. Li De lightly smiled as he asked, I came here today because I wanted to ask your opinion on a matter. Look, Ling Tian and my granddaughter can be considered to be in love with each other. So why don't we set a marriage for them? How about it? Grandfather. Li Fei blushed. She was unaware of Li De's decision. What, you don't want to marry Ling Tian? Li De teased. Grandfather, you're bullying Fei. Li Fei lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Ro or Duanling Tian. Elder, I naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. As far as I'm concerned, it's fine as long as Tian is happy. But I still have to let Elder know. My son has already said another marriage previously, Li Ro said. I know this, it's that girl Ku'er, right? Li De nodded. Greetings, Elder. At this moment, Ku'er had heard the voice and came out as well. She bowed to the old man. As expected, a good girl with a beautiful appearance and clever in mind, Ling Tian has really good fortune. Li De sized up Ku'er for a moment, and under Ku'er's delicate and perturbed gaze, he emitted a satisfied smile. After the parent and grandparent fixed Duanling Tian and Li Fei's marriage, they gathered together for dinner that night. After dinner, Duanling Tian accompanied the grandfather and granddaughter pair back home. The old man was sensible and returned to his room first. Little Fei, from today onwards, you're my fiancée. Duanling Tian laughed slyly. Hey, it's only a fixing, we haven't really gotten married yet. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's eyes burned as he sized up Li Fei's hot body, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said greedily, Grandfather has already said that in 2 years, once I'm 18, we'll get married. Little Fei, why not sleep here tonight? You wish. Li Fei had a vigilant expression, moving gracefully as she rushed into her room and shut the door with a bang. Duanling Tian could only leave while laughing bitterly. When he returned home, Duanling Tian noticed that Ku'er was still waiting for him. Silly girl. Duan Tian extended his hand and wrapped it around Ku'er's waist as he pulled her into an embrace and carried her off back to her room. Young master. Just when Duan Tian was about to leave, Ku'er called him lightly. What's the matter? Duan Tian wondered. Young master, accompany Ku'er tonight, okay? Ku'er said in a delicate and touching manner. After taking off his outer garments and getting on the bed, Duan Tian embraced Ku'er in his arms as he asked, in a gentle tone, silly girl, what's wrong? Young master, when you have big sister Fei Fei in the future, will you not want Ku'er anymore? The young girl voiced out her worries. Silly girl, remember this, you're mine for your entire lifetime, no one can change that. Your place in my heart is something no one can replace, understand? Duan Tian hugged the young girl and comforted her lightly. It was unusual that he didn't do anything else to her. Young master. The young girl tightly hugged Duan Tian as she sank into a deep slumber. Early morning the next day during breakfast. Mom. Ku'er. I'm going out for a few days. Don't wait for me at night these next few days and sleep early. Duan Tian said in advance. Be careful. Li Ro nodded. Although Duan Tian didn't say what he was going to do, she knew that he definitely had something to deal with. Her son had grown up. He wasn't the baby eagle that used to be curled up under her wings anymore. Young master, when will you be back? Ku'er asked. Duan Tian pondered for a moment before saying, in 4 days, if little Fei comes looking for me, let her know. He was planning to head to Triumph City. The current him had a standing in the Li clan. He had even obtained the protection of the Li clan's one and only grade 8 weapons craftsman, meaning that he didn't have to be afraid of Triumph City's Wang clan bringing the fish that escaped the net to come denounce his crimes. Nevertheless, he didn't want to expose himself in front of the Wang clan. Once he was exposed, the Li clan could protect him for some time, but it couldn't protect him for an eternity. He had to eradicate the source of his problems to prevent any future troubles. After exiting the Li clan estate, Duan Tian removed the Li clan crest from his clothes and placed it inside his spatial ring. The spatial ring had been covered with a dark gray-colored metal layer by Duan Tian using his refinement methods. It now looked like it was an ordinary ring, and as such he conveniently wore it on his hand. After going to the trade market and buying a horse and some dry rations to eat on the way, Duan Tian departed Aurora City. Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City were in a triangular position surrounding the misty forest within. The distance from Aurora City to Triumph City was not one tad shorter than the distance of a round trip to the misty forest and back to Aurora City. Even if he galloped all the way to Triumph City with his horse, it would still take him 8 or 9 hours. Duan Tian departed in the morning and passed the misty forest at noon, then headed towards the other side of the large road swiftly. Dusk. The outline of Triumph City appeared before Duan Tian's eyes. Under his agitated mood, he spurred his horse to go even faster and galloped onwards. Go! Go! Just at this moment, Duan Tian heard 2 voices come from behind him, one male and one female. Turning around to take a look, he noticed a youth and young girl galloping their horses. They were running madly, their speeds extremely swift. The youth and young girl were around the age of 17. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously having an extraordinary background. Fergana horse. Duan Tian's gaze quickly descended upon the fine steeds beneath them. He could see the 2 steeds sweat out drops of blood as they galloped. In terms of speed, they were completely incomparable to the horse under him. Fergana horse, one is worth 10,000 gold, and they are extremely rare. Duan Tian thought in his heart. In the Cloud Continent, 1 gold would be equal to 100 silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1 million silver. Even the patriarchs of Aurora City's 3 great clans weren't so extravagant. He guessed that this pair of youths weren't from the 3 cities that surrounded the misty forest. Could it be that they are from County City? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties. These 18 counties had 18 respective county cities at a scale only inferior to the imperial city. And below every county city, there were 81 smaller cities. Halt! Taking a deep breath, Duan Tian stopped his horse and made it leap to the side of the road. He wasn't willing to get into any unwanted trouble. But sometimes, Even though he didn't want any unwanted trouble, it didn't mean others wouldn't provoke him. Sister Ru, do you see that commoner ahead? Scared to the side of the road just by noticing us. The youth who was madly galloping his horse laughed loudly. He's afraid he will be knocked flying by our Fergana horses. The young girl laughed as well. The youth's gaze flickered as he asked, Sister Ru, why don't we have a competition? How will we compete? The young girl was interested as well. We'll see who can reach the commoner's side first and be the first to hit him off his horse with their horsewhip. How about it? The youth laughed. Okay. Go, the young girl replied as her horsewhip descended unto her Fergana horse. Immediately, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. Sister Ru, you're being shameless, the youth exclaimed before following her. Duan Tian naturally didn't hear their conversation. Duan Tian looked from afar at the youth and young girl who were galloping over and planned to continue his journey after they passed, as he wanted to avoid any unwanted troubles. Unexpectedly, whoosh! The young girl was in the lead as she passed by Duan Tian first, giving rise to a surge of fierce winds. Suddenly, Duan Tian's expression turned grim. He noticed the horsewhip in the young girl's hand jerk as it was suffused with origin energy. It was actually whipping down towards him, flashing straight for his face. Above the young girl, two ancient mammoth silhouettes formed. A 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! The horsewhip hadn't arrived in front of him yet, but he could already feel the sharp breeze hitting his face as the whip approached, causing him to feel a slight pain. Duan Tian's expression sunk. In the blink of an eye, his hand grabbed out, exploding forth with a strength close to the strength of three ancient mammoths. Two ancient mammoth silhouettes formed above Duan Tian. Pa! Duan Tian easily caught hold of the horsewhip. The young girl obviously didn't expect Duan Tian to be able to catch her whip. At the same moment that she was stunned, she unconsciously tried to pull the horsewhip out of Duan Tian's hand. Humph! Duan Tian's gaze turned cold as he exerted force with his hand. Bang! The Fergana horse continued to gallop on by itself. But the young girl, however, was pulled off her horse by Duan Tian and emitted a shrill cry. Sister Ru! Halt! The expression of the youth that was following from behind distorted as he stopped his horse, quickly flashed to the side of the young girl, and supported the young girl up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Commoner, do you know who we are? The youth's face was grim and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Duan Tian frowned and indifferently said, I don't know and I'm not interested to know. You're courting death. The youth's face distorted and his body jerked, flying straight out. Instantly, four ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth, revealing his cultivation. Third level of the core formation stage. Duan Tian was slightly moved. Third level of the core formation stage at an age around 17. His natural talent was even more abnormal than Xiao Yu's. Bang! The youth dashed forward, his speed like lightning, and slapped out a palm that hit the steed under Duan Tian. Duan Tian's face twitched as he kicked on the steed's body and jumped off. The steed emitted a shrill cry as it flew out and then lied there without a sound. Dead. Die! The youth's icy cold gaze stared fixedly at Duan Tian. Whoosh! His body flew like the wind as his palm slapped out once again. More than 10 palm images condensed from origin energy formed into a line in the air, whistling as they descended, and enveloped Duan Tian. A high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat. The youth's offensive martial skill was not one bit weaker than Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension. Combined with the youth's cultivation being a level higher than Xiao Yu's, even Xiao Yu would find it difficult to take a palm strike from the youth. You can consider bumping into me your bad luck. Duan Tian's eyes were cold as he moved forward and intercepted the attack, exploding forth with the strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths. Sword-drawing arts. Whoosh! A dark violet sword shine was like a shadow that followed his hand. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body was blasted flying. He crashed on the ground afar in a sorry state and rolled on the ground in pain. An arm that was sliced off at the shoulder dropped on the ground. Third brother. The young girl was muddled. Grandpa, why? The young girl called out in sorrow, her voice spreading far away. Instantly, Duan Tian clearly saw that far away behind on the road, there was an elderly figure galloping over. In Duan Tian's field of vision, this figure started off at the size of an ant, became the size of a fist, and was still becoming larger as time went by. Closer and closer. Not good. Duan Tian's expression turned gloomy as he realized how formidable this figure was. He stomped on the ground and dropped onto the youth's Fergana horse. Flee! Duan Tian's legs clamped onto the steed's waist as he galloped forward, dashing like the wind. Looking at Triumph City, which was nearby, and then turning around to look at the old man that was getting closer, Duan Tian's expression sunk. Now he only hoped that the old man would take time to attend to the youth's injuries and help the youth connect his sliced-off arm. Or else he would surely die. The speed of this old man was far swifter than the Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, to the extent that his speed wasn't inferior to Aqua Mist City's supreme elder, Zhu Dao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul powerhouse. As he galloped his horse and flew forward, Duan Tian's heart filled with a sense of uneasiness and anxiousness. What he was afraid of the most was the old man abandoning the youth to chase after him. With the old man's strength, once he caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Faster, faster. Duan Tian's legs unceasingly pressed upon the Fergana horse's waist to urge it forward. His heart was burning with anxiety, even though the Fergana horse's speed was double the speed of his previous horse. At this moment, he still felt it to be too slow. Faster, faster, faster. At this instant, Duan Tian wished he could attach wings to himself and fly straight into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Eventually, under Duan Tian's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Who? Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his clothes had long been drenched with cold sweat. At this moment, he felt like he had abruptly risen to the heavens from hell. Even though the old man didn't continue to pursue him, Duan Tian didn't dare to hesitate as he rode his Fergana horse directly into the city. He heard the exclamations of bystanders the instant he entered the city. Look! Another Fergana horse. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his? Duan Tian heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned as he directly jumped off the steed, and while everyone present had their gazes on the Fergana horse, he seized the opportunity and left. He concealed himself inside the crowded streets and vanished. Could it be that the trend nowadays is to throw Fergana horses about? This is a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold, but that youth seemed to throw it away like throwing trash. Many people were dumbstruck. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the gazes of everyone present moved towards the direction of the city's gate. An elderly figure dragged out a string of afterimages as he instantly arrived before the Fergana horse. Did anyone see the violet-clothed youth that galloped into the city? The old man's eyes were like lightning as they swept past the crowd, causing them to feel chills running down their spines. He went that way. Someone pointed out the direction that Duan Tian left in. Whoosh! The old man's figure disappeared into the crowd. So fast! Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist, but I couldn't even catch the shadow of his figure. Probably an origin core stage powerhouse. I've seen the Zhong clan's second elder, Zhongying, battle. Zhongying is a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage, but his speed didn't seem to be as fast as this. The crowd was in an uproar. Duan Tian twisted and turned, circling around more than half of Triumph City, until night fell. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Duan Tian glanced at the clothes on his body as he said to himself, "Now I need to change my clothes, or else it will be too obvious." Ha! Suddenly, Duan Tian noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a youth that had a similar height as him. Mom and Dad will surely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be a servant of the Zhong clan, and my monthly pay will be 10 silver. The youth muttered to himself, and then he started humming a song as he walked into the alley. But he quickly quieted down because his throat seemed to be gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark violet sharp sword flickered with an icy cold brilliance. The youth was so scared that he shut his eyes and fearfully said, "Spare my life, sir. I don't have any money. I really don't have any money." Duan Tian was slightly speechless. "Who wants your money? Take off your clothes," Duan Tian said. "Ah, sir, you want to?" The youth's body shivered. Even his voice started to tremble. "Cut the crap, take off your clothes," Duan Tian said slightly impatiently. "Yes, yes." The youth nodded as he quickly removed his clothes. Duan Tian removed the clothes on his body and changed into the youth's clothes. But when Duan Tian finished changing, he noticed that the youth had removed his own pants and was leaning against the wall with his bare butt facing him. The youth's body was incessantly trembling. "Sir, you must be more gentle. I'm still a virgin." Duan Tian was utterly dumbfounded. This guy, what did he take him for? Even if he wanted to rape someone, he wouldn't need to go to the extent of finding a man, right? "Fuck off. I only want your clothes." Duan Tian withdrew his sword and gave the youth a kick on the butt. The youth cried out in pain and said with a wronged expression, "Sir, why didn't you say that earlier? Woo, my innocence. Do I look like that sort of person?" Duan Tian muttered to himself while giving the youth a glare. He then left the alley. The night market of Triumph City was similar to Aurora City, bustling with noise and excitement. After buying a mask at one of the night market stalls and putting it on in a secluded place, Duan Tian headed to Ghastly Shadow's point of operation in Triumph City. Tang Ying had told him beforehand of the location of Ghastly Shadow's point of operations, so he quickly located it. He walked in with large strides and arrived before the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around the age of 22 or 23. Her seductive body, which was like a water serpent, a pair of magnificent jade hills that seemed ready to burst out at any moment, combined with her icy cold face, it formed a striking contrast. Noticing Duan Tian wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised. It was as if it was a common occurrence. "Wang Clan, outer court disciple Wang Jin." Duan Tian looked at the young woman, suppressed his voice to a low degree, and faked a husky voice as he spoke. 10,000 silver deposit confirmation after 3 days. The young woman's voice was incomparably icy cold, without a shred of feeling. Duan Tian laid on the counter the silver bills he withdrew from his spatial ring before coming here. He then turned around and left. He had already been informed by Tang Ying about the Ghastly Shadow's rules. After leaving Ghastly Shadow's point of operations, Duan Tian took a few circles in the surrounding area. After confirming that he wasn't followed, he took off his mask and shattered it to pieces. Subsequently, he returned to the noisy night market and had some barbecue. Only then did he look for a nearby inn to stay at. 2 Fergana horses and a nascent soul powerhouse. Recalling the incident that took place this morning, Duan Tian's heart sunk. To have a nascent soul stage powerhouse as an escort, the youth and young girl's identities would certainly not be simple. It was extremely likely that they were members of one of the large clans in the county city. But only the youth and the young girl can recognize my appearance. Thinking up to this point, he heaved a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, he went out once more and bought some makeup. In his previous lifetime as a mercenary, Duan Tian was skilled in various concealment and infiltration techniques, and that included disguising. After spending half an hour, Duan Tian's handsome cheeks had undergone a change, becoming extremely ordinary. "Not bad. My skills haven't deteriorated." Looking in the mirror, Duan Tian nodded in satisfaction. With these ordinary cheeks, no matter how one looked at them, it was utterly impossible to notice any traces of having put on makeup. This face was one of those faces that if thrown into a crowd, no one would be able to find it anymore. Now, even if they see me once more, it will be impossible for them to recognize me. After he finished putting on his makeup, Duan Tian felt at ease for the moment. At dawn the next day, seizing the opportunity of when the manager was still in a daze from drowsiness, he directly checked out. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, then he must not leave any trace behind. This manager had seen his real appearance. After walking out of the inn, Duan Tian went to a restaurant for breakfast in the open. The steaming hot breakfast allowed him to enjoy it to his heart's content. "I wonder who it was," So ruthless. Swallow Mountain County is above our Triumph City, and he even dared to cut off the arm of the county governor's son. I heard the patriarch say that they went to the Wang clan and the Zhong clan early this morning, probably wanting to use their power to find the assailant. Allegedly, the assailant is a sword-cultivating youth around the age of 16 who is at the third level of the core formation stage. He was wearing violet clothes and had a handsome appearance, but how would they search for him based on only that? Duan Tian was just gulping down some milk and eating his breakfast when he heard the discussion from the nearby table. That were three 20-over-year-old young men. Duan Tian's heart shook. He naturally could figure out that the assailant they were speaking of was none other than himself. But even though he guessed that the three people from yesterday had prominent a background, he didn't expect it to be that prominent. Swallow Mountain County, its lands were vast, encompassing 81 cities. Among them were Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the governors of the 18 counties were figures that held the power to wield large numbers of troops. They had a decisive position in the kingdom. Allegedly, the 18 governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses, they were existences that were above nascent soul martial artists, also known as immortals of the land, as they could use the strength of their fleshly bodies to control the air and fly. That youth is the son of Swallow Mountain County's governor? Duan Tian realized that he had gotten into trouble, and it was big trouble. But he didn't regret it. Even if he could turn back time and be in that position once more, he would still do it the same way. Duan Tian's heart jerked as he thought to himself, luckily, this is Triumph City, and it is far away from Aurora City. There shouldn't be anyone who would think to suspect me. For the next 3 days, the entirety of Triumph City was startled by the large movements of the three great clans. They only had one objective: find the assailant that cut the arm of the county governor's son. During this time, Duan Tian saw that young girl once again. The young girl had an icy cold expression and was following the crowd as they searched for his tracks. But even when he looked at the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Tian was confident that besides Ko-Er and his mother, no one else, not even Li Fei, could recognize the current him, even if they met face to face. He was extremely confident in his disguise techniques. Deep in the night, Duan Tian once again bought a mask in the night market before putting it on and once again arrived at the Ghastly Shadows point of operations in Triumph City. It was still that seductive and icy cold young woman that attended to him. Wang clan, Wang Jin, how's the confirmation? Duan Tian went straight to the point. 200,000 silver. The young woman said in an icy cold voice. A mere body-tempering martial artist is so expensive? Duan Tian was stunned. Based on the prices Tang Ying informed him of, a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist would at most cost 100,000 silver. Infiltrating deep into the Wang clan estate has a high risk. The young woman's icy cold voice sounded once more. This is 190,000 silver. Duan Tian didn't ask any further. He withdrew the silver bills he had prepared earlier and passed them to the young woman. The young woman received the silver bills and nodded. When will the mission be conducted? Duan Tian couldn't stop himself from asking. Tonight. The target will surely die. Hearing what the young woman said, the corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a smile, but it was concealed under his mask. He left the Ghastly Shadows point of operations and found another inn to stay in. He had already made a decision in his mind. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Tian found a restaurant to have some breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some news, but he didn't expect that the hot topic currently was still the matter regarding the county governor's son. According to Tang Ying, as long as it's an assignment accepted by Ghastly Shadow, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. After eating and drinking his fill, Duan Tian prepared to leave the restaurant. Duan Tian had just walked out of the restaurant when the conversation of two youths that passed by him entered his ears. Ha! I didn't think that Wang Jun wouldn't be able to hold on. Yeah, even the patriarch can't figure out why his injuries abruptly relapsed. He's gone now, and thus Wang Guang and the others can be considered to have died for nothing. Although we know it was someone from Aurora City's Li clan that did it, we don't know who exactly it was. Humph. That guy from the Li clan really got lucky. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Got lucky? Nevertheless, the movement of Ghastly Shadow was really swift. He couldn't help but be amazed by the methods of Ghastly Shadow. According to what he heard from the conversation of the two Wang clan disciples, it was extremely obvious that even the Wang clan patriarch didn't notice that Wang Zhan was murdered. He believed that it was only his injuries relapsing. Duan Ling Tian bought a horse and galloped towards the city gates. At the Triumph city gates, there were 3 groups of people that had joined together to inspect the people that were leaving, and from the crests on the clothes of these people, he could make out that they were members of the Triumph City's 3 great clans. The Zhong clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan. Duan Ling Tian saw that young girl once again. The young girl was helping inspect the people in the queue to leave the city. After a short moment, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn. The middle-aged man beside the young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "Young lady, is it him?" "Young lady?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The middle-aged man's clothes displayed a Lu clan crest on it, so he was obviously a member of Triumph City's Lu clan. In other words, the young girl that swung her horsewhip towards him the other day was the Lu clan's patriarch's daughter? Like this, everything seemed to be easily explainable. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian felt that it's strange that the dignified son of the county governor would come to such a small city like Triumph City. Compared to Swallow Mountain County's county city, Triumph City was merely a small countryside city. So it turned out to be because of this young girl. It isn't him. Lu Ru's gaze scanned Duan Ling Tian for a few moments before shaking her head. "Move!" The middle-aged man swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Ling Tian didn't take any offense. As he galloped his horse out of the city, leaving Triumph City behind, his face slowly emitted a smile. Even though he had been met with unexpected complications that came out of nowhere, his affairs could still be considered to have been concluded satisfactorily. His return journey went quite smoothly, so he arrived at Aurora City before dusk. Although he had only left for a few days, Duan Ling Tian still felt eager to return home. So he directly went home, embraced Ku'er, and spun in circle. Duan Ling Tian let the young girl, whose face was completely red, down and said, in a gentle voice as he smiled, "Ku'er, I missed you so much. Got a wife and forgot the mother." Unknowingly, Li Ro had also come out of her room. She shook her head and sighed. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed as he hurriedly went to hold Li Ro's hand and tried to remedy it by saying, "Mom, I really missed you too. Enough, stop being mushy. You probably haven't eaten a proper meal throughout your journey. Mom will go prepare some food for you." Li Ro shook her head as she entered the kitchen. "Madam, I'll help you." Ku'er wanted to enter the kitchen as well, but she was instead held onto by Duan Ling Tian. "Ku'er, didn't you miss me?" Ku'er nodded her head like a chick pecking grain off the ground. "Of course I missed you, but big sister Fei Fei missed young master as well. Young master, you go see her, and when young master returns I and madam will have finished preparing the food." Silly girl. Duan Ling Tian's heart was warm as he pulled the young girl into his embrace. Ku'er was always like this, always putting him before everything. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at Li Fei's home, she said, "You actually know how to return?" The moment Li Fei saw Duan Ling Tian, she directly glared at him. "You didn't want me to return? Then I'll leave." Duan Ling Tian was dazed for a moment before turning around and walking away with a smile on the corners of his mouth. "You're not allowed to leave." Li Fei quickly walked forward and blocked Duan Ling Tian from leaving. Unexpectedly, at the instant she blocked Duan Ling Tian, he seemed to be able to predict the future, because he opened his arms wide and pulled her into his embrace. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled. Duan Ling Tian's mouth was snuggled up to her earlobe. He gave it a lick and quietly said, "I missed you." The young girl's figure was as if struck by lightning, and her body became stiff. Cough, cough. Just at this moment, a cough sounded from behind him, causing Duan Ling Tian's face to freeze. He even felt that the old man had done it on purpose. "Grandfather." Li Fei's face was red from embarrassment, and thus she kept her head lowered, not daring to look at the old man. "Grandfather." Duan Ling Tian turned around and smiled slyly while greeting the old man. Li Da's eyes narrowed, lightly smiling as he asked, Ling Tian, I heard you left for a few days. Where did you go? Nowhere. I just want to take a spin around Misty Forest. I wanted to see if I could find another one of the spirit fruits that could increase the strength of the fleshly body. Duan Ling Tian made up an excuse. Do you think those types of spirit fruits fall from the sky? Li Da was speechless. He had heard of the story of Duan Ling Tian consuming a spirit fruit that caused his fleshly body to undergo a metamorphosis, gaining an additional 2 ancient mammoths of strength. But as far as he was concerned, these types of spirit fruits were things one came by with luck and not by searching for it. Grandfather, that spirit fruit I got that time really did fall down from the sky. It even knocked a bump on my head. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak drivel. Li Da's face froze and he was slightly embarrassed. That's a coincidence. Absolutely a coincidence. Li Da quickly changed the subject. Ling Tian, I've seen the spirit sword you refined for Ku Air. It's really not bad. It surpasses regular grade 9 spirit weapons, but it's still quite far away from being a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you need grandfather to help you increase the grade of the spirit sword to a grade 8 spirit weapon? Grandfather, you must not only want to simply help me increase the grade of the spirit weapon, right? Duan Ling Tian saw through Li Da's intention, so he teased him a bit. Li Da's face turned red. Rascal. Grandfather wants to ask you for some violet meteorite so he can help me increase the grade of my spirit weapon to the 8th grade as well. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. I'm just joking. Since grandfather wants it, I naturally wouldn't refrain from giving it to him. Grandfather, I'll go get my mother's and Ku Air's swords for you right now. Duan Ling Tian quickly took a trip home, brought the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords, and passed them to the old man. Extravagant too extravagant. The old man looked at the 3 flexible swords and was slightly amazed. Ling Tian, where did you get this violet meteorite from? When I was at Fresh Breeze Town, I bought it from a weapon store. I think I spent around 200 silver. 200 silver? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and he was only able to say 2 words after a long time. Lucky bastard. The old man was overjoyed as if a precious jewel had fallen into his hands as he took the 3 swords back to his room and started getting busy. Duan Ling Tian's sneak attacked Li Fei once again and pulled her into his embrace. Little Fei, did you miss me these past few days? I didn't miss you. Li Fei blushed. Really, you didn't miss me? Duan Ling Tian's hands mischievously moved around Li Fei's hot and delicate figure. Stop that. Then tell me the truth, did you miss me or not? Yes. I didn't hear you clearly. Yes. That's enough, right? Stinking rascal. Hee hee. Then I'll be a rascal for you to see. The wolf is coming. Ah. No. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei both didn't notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a white-clothed youth that had been standing there for a long time walked away in large strides. Duan Ling Tian, even if the clan doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later. You just wait. Li Qing's eyes were crimson red, filled with hatred and envy. His heart was close to warping. Oh, isn't that Li Qing? Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from nearby. The gray-clothed youth in the lead had eyes that contained a smile as he looked towards Li Qing. Li Qing's face turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, Lian, you better fuck the hell off. Don't provoke me. Li Qing, do you really think you're still the you of before? The current you is just trash to me. Lian sneered as he said in disdain, now, in the Li clan younger generation, only Duan Ling Tian can be my opponent. You are not worthy. You're courting death. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his body moved, pouncing towards Lian. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing pointed out with his finger and flew straight towards Lian, fully exploding forth with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Humph! It isn't only you who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Lian sneered as he took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! Lian directly moved to intercept and blocked Li Qing's finger strike with a single punch. The forward force of his punch didn't decrease as it blasted onto Li Qing's body and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if you broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, it would still be impossible for me to be your match. Unfortunately, trash is trash, so don't even think of rising for the rest of your lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and laughed coldly. Li Qing's face turned green. He was angry to the extent that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes even emitted a dense hatred. Lion. Duanling Tian. He wouldn't let any one of them go. Remember, your grandfather is dead, and you don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan. Next time, don't be so arrogant to me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lian threatened him before leaving. Li Qing struggled to stand up. Then he took a deep breath before making a decision. Return home, pack his bags, bring along his grandfather's inheritance, and leave the Li clan. He was leaving with hatred. When Duanling Tian heard that Li Qing had left the Li clan, even he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have any favorable impression of Li Qing, he couldn't deny that Li Qing's actions still made him feel a sense of respect in his heart. Leaving the Li clan's protection and venturing out in the world wasn't something that anyone would have the courage to do. Once one did this, it would mean that everything would need to start from the beginning. He would be without anything to rely on, and everything could only be done by himself. He didn't know, however, that where Li Qing left to was, as luck would have it, Triumph City. So much for that. 5 days ago, our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son's arm was cut off by someone outside of Triumph City? A violet-clothed youth? Sword Cultivation? 16. Duanling Tian just so happened to not be at the Li clan during that period. I can be sure that there's an over 90% probability it's him. After leaving the Li clan, Li Qing galloped without direction, coincidentally arrived at Triumph City, and thus heard of the latest news that was raging in Triumph City. Maybe this is a chance for me. Li Qing's eyes shone. After a short moment, Li Qing arrived at the Lu clan's estate. I know who cut off the county governor's son's arm. A single sentence allowed Li Qing to be unobstructed in the Li clan. He smoothly met with the person he wanted to meet. In a vast audience hall, a youth in fine clothes sat at the head seat with a slightly pale face. On the sides of the fine-clothed youth stood a young girl and an old man. You know who injured my young master? The old man's gaze was like electricity as the imposing manner of a nascent soul-stage powerhouse swept across, pressing onto Li Qing's body. A nascent soul martial artist. How formidable! The old man's imposing manner descended upon Li Qing, pressing down until Li Qing's body trembled and his face turned pale. But Li Qing still grit his teeth and persevered. How could this little bit of pain compare to the humiliation that Duanling Tian and Lian had inflicted upon him? Not bad, 2nd level of the core formation stage and able to withstand my imposing manner head-on and not take a step back. Moreover, not considering natural talent, just this unyieldingness is extremely hard to come by. What's your name? The old man glanced deeply at Li Qing. I'm called Blood Enmity. According to the plan in his heart, Li Qing made up a name. From today onwards, he would be Li Qing no more. Instead, he was Blood Enmity. Blood Enmity. He would use this to remind himself that he carried with him a bloodthirsty enmity. Blood Enmity. I'm the 3rd son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei-san. You really know who cut off my arm. The youth that sat at the head seat looked down towards Li Qing in a condescending manner. Although his arm had been connected with great difficulty, it no longer possessed the nimbleness of before, and it was even unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these few days to feel like years to him. Living wasn't better off than dying. He wished he could immediately uncover the assailant and dish out a capital punishment to him. Li Qing looked at Pei-san as he asked, 3rd young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that cut off your arm. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, swift as lightning. The sword entered its sheath almost immediately after attacking. Was it like this? Who is he? Pei-san's eyes shone and his face was flushed from agitation. As long as you tell me who he is, no matter whether it's 10,000 gold, a group of beautiful women, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation techniques, or martial skills, I can bestow them all upon you. 3rd young master, I don't want all of these things. Li Qing shook his head slowly. Then what do you want? Pei-san suppressed the agitation in his heart and his expression turned grim. I want to follow beside the third young master and return to the county city together. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage, I will undoubtedly personally tell the third young master who was the person who cut off his arm and where he is from. Li Qing's gaze flickered as he stared fixedly at Pei San. What a nice scheme you have there. You see that I'm desperate to seek revenge. So you believe that I would spare no efforts in assisting you to step into the origin core stage, right? Pei San's face turned cold as he saw through Li Qing's intentions. Li Qing kept silent. This was exactly his plan. As far as he was concerned, as long as he followed beside this county governor's son, with his full support, he would certainly be able to step into the origin core stage within the shortest time possible. In Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's estate. If he had the full support of the country governor's estate, stepping into the origin core stage was only a matter of time. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and cruelly murder Lian. As for Duanling Tian, he would shame him violently and torture him for a while before handing him over to be dealt with by Pei San. Impudent. The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. You can kill me, but then your young master can forget about finding the assailant to take revenge in his lifetime. Facing the old man's imposing manner, Li Qing had a calm expression and was fearless. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The old man walked forward. A palm strike with immense force and radiating origin energy slapped onto Li Qing, blasting Li Qing away. Li Qing crashed onto the floor and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but the corners of his mouth still had a smile. I really am sure that you won't dare kill me. Humph. The old man's face sunk and he looked towards Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San smiled out of extreme anger and said to the young girl beside him, Sister Ru, arrange for people to take him to heal his injuries. Yes, third brother. The young girl replied before going to arrange it. A few moments later, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, you're really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned. Grandpa Huai, when dealing with desperate people like blood enmity, even if you interrogate him under torture, it will still be impossible to make him talk. Instead of that, why not make use of this opportunity and take him back to the county city? Once we've returned to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the assailant through this, then he won't be of any more use to me. If we can't find the assailant, then we follow his wishes. Once he steps into the origin core stage and uncovers the assailant for me, that day will be the day he loses his life. Pei San's eyes flickered with a cold light as he spoke of his plans. He was the dignified son of the county governor of Swallow Mountain County. How could he tolerate being threatened? In his heart, Li Qing was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was indeed the best method. Aurora City, Li Clan Estate. In a room within a large courtyard. Behind the screen, a completely naked youth stood up from within the bath barrel. On his body, a defensive chi barrier raged like a gust of strong winds whistling by. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The youth's face emitted a satisfied smile as he walked out of the bath barrel and put on a set of dry clothes before walking out of the room. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the youth's figure started flashing about as if he had transformed into an agile spirit serpent, incomparably swift. In an instant, he wound around the large tree, rapidly rising to the top. In the next instant, he flashed onto the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss. On the trunk of the large tree, one white and one black, two little pythons watched the youth's figure flashing about. Their sharp eyes emitted a sense of meekness and infatuation. Abruptly, the youth stopped and stood there before taking a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In a blink of an eye, the youth's hands danced about like the wind, either forming a fist or forming a palm. As his origin energy whistled, it was difficult to distinguish which movement was the true attack. Whoosh! Just after his thousands of movements, a finger attack condensed from origin energy was instantly shot out. A piercing, whistling sound sounded through the air and descended upon a stone pillar. Bang! Immediately, the stone pillar exploded from the point of impact, causing stone chips to swirl out into the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill that matches the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's raging python form's mental cultivation method, this dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, is even stronger than Li Qing's dark netherfinger, and not one bit inferior to Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension. As Duanling Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile appeared on his face. The dragon's finishing touch stressed upon the usage of a howling flurry of fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's field of vision, as if painting a dragon that didn't have the final touches to make it lifelike. Lastly, a finger attack with an extremely formidable might to directly attack the vital points of the opponent was used. This act was like the finishing touch to the drawing. Thus, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Rebirth Martial Emperor. Dragon's Finishing Touch includes the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Cloud-Piercing Finger, that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated during his second lifetime. Since I've merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, I have thus inherited Rebirth Martial Emperor's comprehension towards the Cloud-Piercing Finger. In those years, Rebirth Martial Emperor's Cloud-Piercing Finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. As such, I only used half a month's time to cultivate the Dragon's Finishing Touch, which surpassed the Cloud-Piercing Finger, to the mastery stage. Duanling Tian smiled in satisfaction. Now the might of the dragon's finishing touch completely surpassed the might of the form and Will Boxing's collapsing fist, which he was the most skilled at. At present, it was once a month after the youth gathering was held. Currently, the 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills that I cultivate, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent's Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage, but among them, I've only felt the threshold to the perfection stage for Dragon's Finishing Touch. After thinking up to this point, Duanling Tian started to cultivate the Dragon's Finishing Touch even more painstakingly. Striking when the iron was hot would certainly result in a miraculous effect. Duanling Tian, you really are hardworking. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Just at this moment, a hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duanling Tian looked towards the source of the sound. What he saw was a figure walking into the courtyard. The figure was precisely Lin Qi. Duanling Tian welcomed Lin Qi into the courtyard and asked curiously, "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Duanling Tian, a few days ago, our Lin clan welcomed a guest from Aqua Mist City's He clan. Among them was the He clan's #1 disciple in the younger generation. At the beginning, everything was fine, but after he won in a spar against my big brother, he started boasting without restraint, saying that there were no worthy figures in the younger generation of our Aurora City. Afterwards, he even arrogantly established an arena at the north area of the city and is currently challenging all of the younger generation martial artists of Aurora City. Even Meng Quan was defeated by him. Lin Qi proclaimed the reason he had come. "I came here today because I hoped you would help teach him a lesson and let him know that no matter how great he may be, there will always be someone greater." Could it be that even Xiao Yu wasn't a match for him? Duanling Tian was stunned. Lin Qi laughed bitterly. "Xiao Yu left half a month ago to go afar and visit some relatives. Let's go." Duanling Tian nodded and left the Li clan estate with Lin Qi. If he had just accidentally heard of this matter, he wouldn't care about it, nor would he fight for the sake of the so-called honor of Aurora City. The reason he was going was out of his friendship with Lin Qi. Upon arriving at the north area of the city, Duanling Tian saw a simple martial arts combat arena. Presently, the arena was fully surrounded by people. Among them were many Li clan youth martial artists. Duanling Tian. Before long, many people recognized Duanling Tian and their gazes shined brightly. Duanling Tian has arrived. He can certainly defeat that guy from Aqua Mist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan sees the opportunity that our Aurora City's Xiao Yu wasn't around and is so arrogant. Now that Duanling Tian is here, I want to see how he continues to be arrogant. Duanling Tian. I support you. Fuck him up. The surrounding crowd was incomparably fervent, causing Duanling Tian to feel slightly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Duanling Tian noticed that on the martial arts combat arena, a person was blasted flying from the arena, hurtling down towards him. "Li Zhong, When Duanling Tian recognized the youth that was hurtled down, he lifted his hand and caught on to the youth's shoulder, allowing him to firmly descend onto the ground. Li Zhong was in a slightly sorry state. When he saw that the person who saved him was Duanling Tian, his gaze was complicated. After taking in a deep breath, Li Zhong sincerely said, "Thank you." Duanling Tian lightly nodded and patted Li Zhong's shoulder. "You're okay, right?" "I'm fine." Li Zhong shook his head. At this moment, a blue-clothed youth on the combat arena looked at Duanling Tian and asked in a scornful manner, "You're Duanling Tian?" The youth genius ranked at the top of this year's Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list. But Duanling Tian, however, ignored him. "You." The blue-clothed youth got angry from embarrassment. "Duanling Tian, I, Aqua Mist City's He Clan's He Jun, formally challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge?" The surrounding crowd had their gazes all descend upon Duanling Tian. Humph! Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. Then he stomped his legs on the ground and used the force to fly up onto the martial arts combat arena. "Duanling Tian, fight! Duanling Tian, show him what you've got. Duanling Tian, I love you. Ah! Chi!" He Jun sized up Duanling Tian for a moment before he sneered. "Is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old little kid is capable of being placed in the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Idiot, so what if he's 16? Say that again if you can defeat Duanling Tian. Yeah, if you're unable to even take a single move from Duanling Tian, that would really be an extreme disgrace." Bystanders in the crowd ridiculed him. He Jun's face turned grim instantly. "Looks like they're very confident in you." He Jun glanced at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian still did not reply. It was as if he hadn't heard He Jun speak at all. "Kid, I'm talking to you." He Jun had a grim expression. This was the first time he was ignored by someone in this way. Although they haven't fought, their states of mind are already on different levels. Duanling Tian is worthy of being the first in the Hidden Dragon list, as he's able to be unfazed no matter what. Yeah. Unlike this He Jun, who's getting so flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearings, he isn't even on the same level as Duanling Tian. Not on the same level? You're thinking too highly of him. I think he's miles away from Duanling Tian. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, He Jun's expression got uglier as time passed by. "I'll see how long you can continue acting for." He Jun was enraged. His body jerked like a rock, spreading its wings as he flew towards Duanling Tian. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a martial artist at the second level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! Seeing He Jun flying out towards him, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat even Lin Zhua. He did really have some ability. He Jun's movement technique was similar to his, also a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage. "See how I blast you flying with a single punch?" He Jun bellowed. His fist seemed like a launched cannonball as it whistled through the air and blasted towards Duanling Tian. From start till finish, Duanling Tian stood on the spot, unmoved like a mountain. Even when He Jun arrived in front of him, Duanling Tian still had a tranquil expression. Eventually, under the gazes of everyone present, Duanling Tian made his move. Dragons! Duanling Tian's hands danced about, suffused with origin energy. In the eyes of everyone in the surroundings, including He Jun's, Duanling Tian's hands' movements weren't random. They seemed to be following some sort of profound trail. "Break for me!" He Jun's gaze turned cold and his fist exerted force like a landslide as it smashed towards the palm and fist silhouettes that appeared from Duanling Tian's hand movements. Before long, his expression distorted. He noticed that his fist had actually hit nothing but air, and it didn't touch a hair on Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's eyes focused. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Finishing touch. Duanling Tian's finger strike flashed out. As it penetrated through the flurry of fist and palm silhouettes, an ear-splitting howl sounded. His finger touched upon He Jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. Ah! He Jun emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out, crashing onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped the right as soon as he noticed that one of his finger bones had cracked apart and a heart-wrenching pain caused his body to start trembling. Only after hastily consuming a grade 8 gold injury pill did He Jun look at Duan Tian with an expression of dread. This 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon to him. Too terrifying. Duan Tian is so strong. Allegedly, when Duan Tian defeated Xiaoyu, he used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he instead only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He Jun. Duan Tian obviously held back. This He Jun probably can't even defeat Xiaoyu. The #1 martial artist in the younger generation of Aqua Mist City is merely so mediocre. The crowd was in an uproar. You should keep a low profile and not establish arenas everywhere when you don't have any ability. Duan Tian paid no attention to He Jun. Under the gazes that were filled with veneration and adoration, Duan Tian jumped off the arena and swung a kick at one of the support pillars on the side of the arena. Bang! Immediately, the martial arts combat arena collapsed with a loud crash, burying He Jun within. He Jun crawled out in a sorry state with a face full of dirt, looking like a refugee. Ha 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 ha! Instantly, the crowd burst into a wave of laughter. Amongst the laughter, He Jun's expression turned ugly and he swiftly fled. Ha ha! Duan Tian, nice? Lin Qi arrived beside Duan Tian and gave him a big thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than if it was himself who beat He Jun. Duan Tian. Meanwhile, 2 more people arrived beside Duan Tian. Li Zhong, Li Xiao. Is something the matter? Duan Tian looked at Li Zhong as he questioned. Hurry up and say it. Li Zhong glared at Li Xiao as he scolded him. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Tian in terror. Duan Tian, I apologize for what I did in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Li Zhong grunted coldly towards his little brother. He didn't care about his little brother's feelings at all. It's fine. Just let the past matters vanish into the void now. Duan Tian waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zhong's character wasn't bad. Recalling the conflict between the two of them, it was all because of his little brother, Li Xiao. Slap! Li Zhong swung his palm onto Li Xiao's head. What are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and say thank you. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiao had a bitter smile on his face as he hastily thanked Duan Tian. Duan Tian indifferently swept Li Xiao with his gaze before walking away with Lin Qi. The crowd automatically opened up a path. The gazes that descended upon Duan Tian from the surroundings were all filled with veneration. After watching Duan Tian and Lin Qi's figures disappear in the distance, only then did everyone present come back to their senses. Too formidable. He annihilated Aqua Mist City's He Clan's He Jun with just a single move. As expected of the young genius who defeated Xiaoyu to be placed in the top of the Hidden Dragon list, Duan Tian is only 16. I'm certain that the first ranked in the Hidden Dragon list for the next 2 years will undoubtedly be him. Nonsense, even I can be certain of that. In a restaurant, Duan Tian and Lin Qi sat facing each other. Duan Tian originally intended to return home but was forced by Lin Qi to come here, his reason being having something to discuss with him. What do you want to discuss, even coming to a restaurant? So solemn. Couldn't you have just told me on the way? Duan Tian looked at Lin Qi. Duan Tian, what's your plan? Lin Qi went straight to the point. What plan? Duan Tian was dazed. What I'm asking you is, what are your plans for the future? Lin Qi smiled wryly. I don't know for now. Duan Tian shook his head and his heart slightly jerked. Hearing Lin Qi speak about this, Duan Tian couldn't help himself from thinking about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp he had heard of the other day. The exact date of the Genius Camp test was 5 months from now. Lin Qi continued, Duan Tian, even though you're a member of the Li clan, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li clan, you'll become an elder at most. You're destined to have no fate with the patriarch's seat. Can't you just say what you want to say and stop beating around the bust? Duan Tian derided. Then I'll be frank. Lin Qi took a deep breath before slowly saying, Half a month ago, my aunt made a trip back here and heard about you from me. She's very interested in you. After hearing what he said, Duan Ling Tian's face trembled and the food that he hadn't swallowed yet was spat all over Lin Qi's face. Fuck. Lin Qi, although I'm not against being together with a slightly older woman, I'm really not suitable to be together with a cougar. Ask your aunt to look for someone else. Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness. Lin Qi was dumbstruck. Coming back to his senses, Lin Qi wiped off the food that was spat on his face before deriding. Can you steep thinking of everything in that way? My aunt's been married for years, even her son is over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said your aunt was interested in me? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. Was it he who overthought things? She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability. Lin Qi rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Say it earlier. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and continued to eat. He was like a whirlwind sweeping away everything on the plate. My aunt is the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's branch in Swallow Mountain County, Lin Qi said. So what? Duan Ling Tian asked as he ate. You've heard of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, right? Lin Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at an alien. When he saw Duan Ling Tian shake his head, he was utterly speechless. This guy's really ill-informed. The Violet Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Its properties can be found all over 6 counties out of the 18 counties in Crimson Sky Kingdom, and Swallow Mountain County is one of them, Lin Qi explained. Wait, you said the Violet Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 out of the 18 counties of Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties. Yes. Lin Qi had a face full of pride. Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Tao is average, she is really business-minded. She was already thought highly of by the president of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in her early years, and she advanced step by step to obtain her current position. This restaurant that we're eating in is one of the properties of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Besides that, the properties of the Violet Tulip Trading Company can be said to have a finger in every pie to the extent that it can be found even in remote, small towns, as long as it has the prefix of Agarwood, Golden Adonis, or Violet Caltrip. They are all properties belonging to the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Lin Qi continued to speak of the Violet Tulip Trading Company with great familiarity. Agarwood. Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that the Agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town turned out to be a property of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. I'm not interested in conducting business. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Who's asking you to conduct business? Lin Qi angrily said. My aunt took an interest in you because she highly regards your natural talent in the martial Tao and your comprehension ability, while the Violet Tulip Trading Company is rich enough to rival a kingdom. It naturally has many people who are watching it secretly and are looking for an opportunity. Therefore, the Violet Tulip Trading Company has fostered many powerhouses to be in charge of protecting the trading company's properties. My uncle is precisely the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County, and he is a void stage powerhouse. Even the county governor of Swallow Mountain County is respectful when dealing with my uncle. Lin Qi finished saying this within a single breath. Your aunt wants to make me a guard for the Violet Tulip Trading Company? Duan Ling Tian had a weird gaze. My aunt said that as long as you're willing to join the Violet Tulip Trading Company, the Violet Tulip Trading Company will spare no effort in fostering you. In the future, you will even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of envy and jealousy. In other words, once I join the Violet Tulip Trading Company, even if I stay there till I die, I will only be a head bodyguard? Duan Ling Tian had eaten his fill and put down his cutlery. Head bodyguard? Lin Qi didn't understand what Duan Ling Tian had said. Means the same as guard commander. Duan Ling Tian explained. Do you even know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Li Qin was slightly exasperated. What does it represent? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious. There were only a total of 7 guard commanders in the entire Violet Tulip Trading Company, and every single guard commander is a void stage powerhouse. While they guard the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they also obtain the various resources of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as Grade 7 medicinal pills, Grade 7 spirit weapons, and a wealth that they and their families can't spend within their lifetime. Lin Qi was slightly agitated as he spoke. "Are you finished?" "That's all?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "That's all?" Noticing Duan Ling Tian's unperturbed expression that seemed like he wasn't one bit concerned made Li Qi unable to help himself from glaring. "Don't you realize that all of these things aren't something you can get from being a Li clan elder for your entire life? What, even this doesn't attract you? Tell your aunt I'm not interested." Duan Ling Tian shrugged with a light smile. You really plan to be a Li clan elder for the rest of your life?" Lin Qi was astounded. "Who said I want to be a Li clan elder?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he slowly walked away, only leaving behind a single sentence to Lin Qi. "My ambitions aren't within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Ambitions not within the boundaries of Crimson Sky Kingdom? Li Qin was dumbfounded. He dreamt occasionally, and in those dreams he would always see himself becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company or the county governor of one of the 18 counties in Crimson Sky Kingdom before laughing himself awake. As far as he was concerned, these were all his wild wishes. Duan Ling Tian, however, actually said his ambitions weren't within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was an utter disregard to all the things he dreamt of. Maybe it was precisely his broad ambitions that allowed him to achieve his current cultivation level at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm virtually an ignorant fool. A bitter smile filled the corners of Lin Qi's mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know that Lin Qi's entire life would change tremendously just because of that single sentence he spoke. Of course, this was a story for some other time. Duan Ling Tian's life gradually quieted down. His days were spent routinely cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Dragon's Finishing Touch, and Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, as well as concocting medicinal liquids and refining medicinal pills. In private, Duan Ling Tian flirted with Ku Er on one day and Little Fei on the other. His days passed by in a leisurely fashion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Duan Ling Tian's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. His cultivation had advanced a stage to step into the second level of the core formation stage. Furthermore, the process of tempering his body with origin energy had already been completed, and he was in the progress of charging towards the third level of the core formation stage. Dragon's Finishing Touch was officially cultivated to the perfection stage. With the assistance of large quantities of medicinal liquids concocted from blood Lingji, greater teleportation also officially stepped into the perfection stage. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have been trapped in a bottleneck that seemed nearly impossible to break through, and thus his Spirit Serpent Movement technique had not improved after so long. As for Ku Er, her cultivation had already stepped into the third level of the core formation stage half a month ago, and she cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Freezing Sword, that supplemented the Frost God's Sword technique to the mastery stage. Besides that, her defensive martial skill, Stealth Substitution, and her movement technique, Profound Rippling Steps, both had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Ku Er's natural talent in the martial Dao once again astounded Duan Ling Tian. As for Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian gave her the second spirit containment pill he refined that day and let her cultivate a new top cultivation method after dispersing her origin energy into the spirit containment pill. The cultivation method he passed on to Li Fei was called Galactic Star Technique. It was a cultivation method that was cultivated by one of Rebirth Martial Emperor's best friends, Stellar Martial Emperor. Its might was on par with Frost God's Sword technique and the Demonic Beauty Divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Li Fei had already been cultivating high-grade profound rank martial skills since the beginning, and as such, Duan Ling Tian didn't pass anything on to her. After dispersing her origin energy and recultivating the new cultivation method, her cultivation stepped into the second level of the core formation stage and was on the verge of breaking through into the third level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian had once asked his mother about her cultivation, but she would always smile it off while emitting a sense of mysteriousness, causing Duan Ling Tian to have no way of knowing. However, Duan Ling Tian was convinced that his mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed her previous cultivation. Duan Ling Tian sat in the courtyard as he teased the two little pythons on the table beside him. In the past 3 months, the two little pythons had swallowed down plenty of medicinal pills that Duan Ling Tian refined, allowing their strengths to improve and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage. They were now only a step away from the origin core stage. Two little freaks. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he looked at the two little pythons. Who would have thought that in Duan Ling Tian's house, the strongest wasn't him nor Ku-Er, and even wasn't his mother, but instead it was these two variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Ling Tian took the two little pythons deep within the misty forest as a means to probe their strength, and with great difficulty, he finally found a fierce beast at the 9th level of the core formation stage that wasn't afraid of the snow python's aura that lingered on the two little pythons' bodies. To his surprise, however, the two little pythons easily penetrated the fierce beast's body and killed it. The horns on their heads utterly ignored the tough and tensile leather on the fierce beast's body. "Rascal!" Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. The hot-bodied young girl was wearing a light violet dress as she quickly walked into the courtyard before sitting opposite Duan Ling Tian. She teased the two little pythons as she said, "Rascal, make a trip to the misty forest with me." "Why?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze was utterly fixated on the young girl's well-developed pair of jade hills as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Stinking rascal, what are you looking at?" Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian before continuing. "I just broke through and want to try out my strength on some fierce beasts." "You've broken through?" Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. "Yes." Li Fei nodded with a smile. "Grandfather said that my fast progress was all thanks to the high-purity origin-increasing pills you refined, and if it was origin-increasing pills refined by ordinary alchemists, even if I cultivated the galactic star technique, I would still need another half a year before being able to break through." "Of course, don't you know who I am?" Duan Ling Tian smiled complacently. "In terms of medicinal effect, my origin-increasing pill with over 90% purity is at least twice as effective as the origin-increasing pills sold in Aurora City's trade market. Under the same absorption circumstances, compared to others who consume ordinary origin-increasing pills, your cultivation speed should be twice as fast." "I know you're great, egomaniac," Li Fei rebuked. She could still remember how upon learning of the medicinal effect of Duan Ling Tian's origin-increasing pill, her grandfather was dumbstruck for a long time before finally regaining his senses and actually swearing. That was the first time in her life that she saw her grandfather so discomposed. When she finally found out from her grandfather about what a purity of over 90% really represented, even she was shocked. According to her grandfather, an origin-increasing pill costed 5,000 silver in Aurora City's trade market. However, the origin-increasing pill Duan Ling Tian refined would easily be able to go over 100,000 silver for merely one pill. "Ku-Er's cultivating, so let's not disturb her and go ourselves," Duan Ling Tian said to Li Fei. After notifying his mother, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the two little pythons that were looking at him with anticipation and said, while glaring, "You two little guys, behave yourselves and stay at home. If you dare to follow me, I'll cook the two of you in a pot of snake soup." As long as he brought the two little pythons along into the misty forest, it would be nearly impossible for him to encounter any fierce beasts, unless it was a high-ranked fierce beast. Other fierce beasts would hide the moment they noticed the aura emanating from the two little pythons. The two little pythons nodded their heads with wronged expressions, seemingly beginning to be able to understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. They then coiled up the large tree in the courtyard and looked on at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's disappearing figure with eager eyes. Hiss hiss. It wasn't long before they forgot their worries and were happily coiling about the large tree. Misty forest. Duan Ling Tian had already come here at least 10 times, and thus was extremely familiar with it. "Rascal. Let's go slightly deeper in this time." Li Fei was slightly excited. Even her face was flushed. "Going in deep is fine, but you must not leave my line of sight." After entering the misty forest, Duan Ling Tian's expression became more serious. "I know." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, it was hard for her to understand how the youth usually was fearless and did whatever he wished without restraint, but after entering Misty Forest, he would instead advance gradually and carefully. Now she had become accustomed to Duan Ling Tian's vigilance. She didn't know, however, that it was utterly Duan Ling Tian's instinct. An instinct he developed from his years of life as a member of the Special Forces and a mercenary. Once he entered Misty Forest, his nerves would be slightly tenser as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings for safety's sake. In his previous life, this instinct had saved his life not less than 10 times. Something's not right. After being in the inner area for some time, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei didn't encounter not one fierce beast. Duan Ling Tian's expression became heavy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 incomparably fast figures flew down from the sky and floated above Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei. These were 2 middle-aged men that seemed to be worn out from a journey. The middle-aged men wore black clothing. One of them had a stiff expression. The other middle-aged man had a hideous appearance and was emitting an evil and greedy gaze as he stared at Li Fei. Void stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. He was unable to comprehend why a void stage powerhouse would appear in Misty Forest. A void stage powerhouse was an existence that surpassed the nascent soul stage. Flying. People can really fly. Li Fei was dumbstruck. Although she had heard of void stage martial artists and even knew that they had the ability to control the air and fly, when she really saw it, she still couldn't help herself from being shocked. In the next moment, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the middle-aged men, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fei, fearlessly looking the void stage martial artist in the eye. A mere ant dares to stop me from looking at a beauty? Humph! The void stage martial artist grunted coldly, condensing his sound into a line and blasting it into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's eardrums quaked. Pooh! Duan Ling Tian's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only a mere cold grunt was already enough to injure Duan Ling Tian. Rascal! Li Fei's expression turned pale as she hurriedly went to support Duan Ling Tian. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he continued to protect Li Fei behind him before once again looking at the void stage martial artists with a ghastly and firm gaze. You're courting death. The void stage martial artist's expression changed as the terrifying aura on his body swept out in the form of an imposing manner and pressed down upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned slightly cold and his body trembled as he forcefully withstood the middle-aged man's imposing manner. He didn't dare to move, or else Li Fei would surely be affected. Humph! Let me see how hard the bones of this ant is. The void stage martial artist sneered. The imposing manner that pressed down upon Duan Ling Tian increased in intensity. The pressure on Duan Ling Tian's body doubled, but only Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted before he grit his teeth and endured. His will was firm like a mountain. The void stage martial artist's gaze turned cold and a killing intent arose within him. Just at this moment, the other void stage martial artist frowned as he said in a cold and indifferent manner, Enough, Sun Rue. Don't create unnecessary problems. If you delay our true purpose, the sect leader won't forgive you. Kid, remember that in front of me you're just an ant. If I desired to kill you, it would be no different than killing an ant. I disdain to kill you. The void stage martial artist tried to smash Duan Ling Tian's pride with his words. Duan Ling Tian's body lightly trembled and his eyes emitted a ghastly brilliance as if ready to swallow someone up. Let's go! The 2 void stage martial artists rose into the air before flying into the distance. Bang! In the end, Duan Ling Tian couldn't persist any longer. He limply fell on the ground and continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The imposing manner of a void stage martial artist wasn't something that the current him could withstand. Earlier, he was forcefully withstanding it and was on the verge of collapse. Rascal, you're injured. Li Fei's face was pale and her eyes went red from anxiousness. She withdrew a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and gave it to Duan Ling Tian to consume. After consuming the medicinal pill, Duan Ling Tian slightly recuperated. His eyes still gazed with a strong killing intent at the far-off spot that the 2 void stage martial artists' figures disappeared. He wasn't a person that liked to cause trouble. but if someone tried bully him, he wouldn't easily let it go. Currently, his strength was inferior. But he was still young and full of ability that combined with the memories of rebirth martial emperor that he had merged with. As far as he was concerned, he would catch up sooner or later and even surpass the void stage martial artist from before. At that time, Duan Tian would make him regret his actions today. Sun Rie? I'll remember it. Duan Tian deeply committed this name to memory. This was the second person since he arrived in this world that made his heart emit a monstrous killing intent. The first was Imperial City's Duan clan's Duan Xing. Duan Tian's incomparably strong fleshly body, which could exert a force of 5 ancient mammoths, allowed him to quickly recover his injuries after consuming a grade 8 gold injury pill and absorbing its medicinal effect. At this moment, Li Fei stood at Duan Tian's side and stared fixedly at him with a gentle and affectionate gaze. Earlier, when facing the 2 void stage martial artists, she was extremely scared, to the extent that her legs seemed to be as heavy as lead and unable to move a single inch. At the moment she felt the most helpless, Duan Tian stood out and shielded her behind him like a fearless guardian angel that shielded her from everything. He would rather get injured himself than allowing anyone to injure her. Her heart started trembling lightly. At this moment she felt that this man was worthy of her entrusting her life to. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Tian's nose jerked as if he had smelled something. His gaze focused slightly as he looked into the distance before flashing over. Li Fei had a puzzled expression as she followed him. Duan Tian noticed that behind the nearby bushes was a man lying on the floor, or more accurately speaking, a corpse. This was a young man with a body full of injuries, and in his hand was a jade slip. Origin energy could be vaguely seen dissipating from his body, and the injuries on his body that were temporarily patched up with origin energy started to have fresh blood that was unpleasant to the eye flow out all over the ground. And it was precisely this that allowed Duan Tian to smell the scent of blood and notice him. Seeing the bloody scene, Li Fei turned her head away, and her expression turned ghastly white. This jade slip seems to be. Duan Tian picked up the jade slip and, thanks to the memories of rebirth martial emperor, recognized what it was and thus poured his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Duan Tian's ears. Fated One, I'm the young sect leader of Boundless Sect, Shang Guanyu. Please be sure to properly put away the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you can one day cultivate to the void initiation stage, you may head to Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Once all 9 jade swords are gathered together, you can all head out to find the Sword Monarch's treasure. With these 8 jade swords, you will be able to open the treasure and obtain a great fortuitous gain. My Boundless Sect suffered complete annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance of traveling to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, out of the fate between us when you received my jade sword, I hope that you send the voice transmission jade slip within my spatial ring to the solitary summit and pass it to a reclusive old man by the name of Shang Guanyen. Shang Guanyu expresses his thanks. After Duan Tian finished listening, a light flashed within his eyes and he was slightly excited. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Tian had heard of it. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he was currently residing in was precisely a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of rebirth martial emperor, some martial monarchs and martial emperors like to place some of their treasures at certain locations. Then they would put restrictions in place and distribute keys for the future generations to fight for. To them, this was a game. This sort of game was something rebirth martial emperor had played on countless occasions. The treasures that rebirth martial emperor originally planned to use in his 3rd lifetime are all concealed in the foreign lands and are currently unreachable to me. However, this Sword Monarch's treasure is at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a very realistic and readily available location. Duan Tian inhaled deeply. An existence called Sword Monarch would undoubtedly be a martial monarch stage sword cultivator. Although the martial monarch stage was a stage inferior to the martial emperor stage, the treasures he left would certainly be extremely valuable. Duan Tian removed the spatial ring from the young man's hand and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. He was pleasantly surprised at what was inside. I didn't expect that he would also be an alchemist. By the looks of the pile of rare materials he collected, He should be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad. These materials can save me a huge sum of money. Is this jade sword one of the keys to the Sword Monarch's treasure? And this voice transmission jade slip. Duanling Tian withdrew the jade slip and poured origin energy into it. A voice once again entered into Duanling Tian's ears. Great-grandfather, the boundless sect is no more. Father and all the elders all died in battle. It was the Black Fiend sect that annihilated the boundless sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Duanling Tian to pass to the old man in Solitary Summit. Looks like that Sun Rue is from the Black Fiend sect. Duanling Tian's eyes flickered as a cold light flashed through them. In his opinion, Sun Rue and the other Void Stage martial artist were undoubtedly chasing after Shang Guanyu to kill him and seize the jade sword. Rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Li Fei's voice caused Duanling Tian to regain his senses. The sound from the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who poured origin energy into it, and as such Li Fei wasn't aware of what had happened. Nothing, I feel he's quite pitiable. Duanling Tian shook his head. After a while, he started a fire and burned away the young man's corpse. Little Fei, do you want to return and rest? Such an incident caused Duanling Tian to be slightly worried about Li Fei. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, then we can head home, Li Fei said lightly. Duanling Tian noticed the change in attitude Li Fei had towards him. Looks like being a hero and saving the beauty would forever be the most formidable method of chasing girls. I'm fine. Let's go look ahead and see if there's any suitable fierce beasts to hunt. Duanling Tian and Li Fei continued to go deeper into the misty forest. During this period of time, they encountered many fierce beasts. The stronger ones were taken care of by Duanling Tian, only leaving some fierce beasts at the 4th level of the core formation stage or below for Li Fei to deal with. Li Fei enjoyed herself as she continued hunting, but unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. Looks like we will have to spend the night here, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright in the starless sky. Duanling Tian and Li Fei leaned shoulder to shoulder on the trunk of a large tree as they gazed into the sky. Rascal, even though I had heard before that a Void Stage martial artist was able to control the air and fly, I only thought it was just an exaggeration. Never did I think that it was real. Li Fei's tone sounded slightly complicated. Some things aren't always groundless rumors. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Weren't you afraid of the 2 Void Stage martial artists from today? Li Fei asked. Of course I was. Duanling Tian truthfully replied. A Void Stage martial artist could kill the current him with but a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, that would be a lie. Li Fei gazed at Duanling Tian as she asked, in a light voice, Then you still protected me. Isn't a man protecting a woman a principle of heaven and earth? Moreover, don't you forget, you're my fiancé, so of course I would protect you. Not to mention Void Stage martial artists, even if it was a martial monarch or martial emperor, I would still protect you at the first instant. Duanling Tian smiled. Martial monarch? Martial emperor. Li Fei was phased, obviously having not heard of such terms before. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the void transformation stage powerhouses, and a martial emperor is an existence that surpasses a martial monarch, an existence at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent, Duanling Tian explained. How do you know all this? Li Fei was slightly surprised. I read a few books. Duanling Tian smiled. What a joke. He was the inheritor of the memories of rebirth martial emperor. He naturally was clear of all this. You mentioned void transformation stage powerhouses. What stage is that? Li Fei felt slightly curious. Little Fei, commit this to memory. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage. The void stage is separated into 4 stages, namely the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage, Duanling Tian slowly explained. So that's how it is. Li Fei lightly nodded. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you actually knew so many things. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Duanling Tian was slightly complacent. Hey, I only slightly praised you and you're already floating. Li Fei rebuked. Little Fei. Don't call me rascal anymore. It sounds so bad. Then I'll call you scoundrel from now on. Scoundrel? Did you actually call me a scoundrel? Then I'll let you see how much of a scoundrel I am. Ah, what are you doing? I'm proving that I'm not a scoundrel, of course. Scoundrel, stop. Little Faye, I want you. No. You're not willing to give it to me? You're not allowed for these few days, That thing has arrived. Fuck. After hearing this, Duan Ling Tian dispiritedly climbed off Li Fei's hot and delicate body, but of course not before stealing a good feel of it. In the end, he embraced Li Fei and fell into deep sleep. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Li Fei on her hunt for fierce beasts the entire morning. Only at noon did they leave Misty Forest and return to Aurora City. After selling away the pile of fierce beasts' fur, skin, and body parts, Duan Ling Tian asked Li Fei to head home first while he went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. It's good that you came. I've been wanting to go look for you these past few days. Noticing Duan Ling Tian, Tang Ying's eyes shone. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid is out of stock? No, I just concocted 2 large crocks of them for you half a month ago. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly jerked. It isn't the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, but the blood crescent inscription. Tang Ying smiled. Blood crescent inscription? I don't think Ghastly Shadow had any big movements in Aurora City lately, right? Duan Ling Tian had a face full of vigilance as he looked at Tang Ying. You couldn't have been selling off all the blood crescent inscriptions I inscribed for you, right? Tang Ying laughed embarrassedly. It's up to you how you deal with them, but you better not drag me into it. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Don't worry. I've only sold it to some of the people in charge within Ghastly Shadow. As for you, I have never once mentioned your existence, said Tang Ying. How many do you want this time? Duan Ling Tian knit his brows as he asked. Tang Ying pondered for a moment before speaking. 30. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said indifferently, You really know how to ask for exorbitant amounts, but forget it. It's the last time I inscribe for you anyway. The last time. Tang Ying was dazed momentarily as he was unable to understand what Duan Ling Tian's words meant. 1 month from now, I'll be leaving Aurora City, Duan Ling Tian said. 1 month from now? Tang Ying's eyes flickered as his gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian. You plan to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp to participate in the Paladin Academy's test? You've guessed it. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. It really wasn't that difficult. Since you plan to leave, it would surely mean you weren't resigned to continue staying in Aurora City. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, entering Paladin Academy would undoubtedly be your best choice. Adding on the fact that you will leave in a month's time, it would surely be for the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp without a doubt. Tang Ying lightly smiled. Aren't there other tests available to enter Paladin Academy? How do you know I'm not going to participate in the other tests? Duan Ling Tian asked in a questioning manner. Yes, there are other tests, but those tests are all held in the other 17 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In our Swallow Mountain County, there is only one choice. Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, Tang Ying said. Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Right, how much do you know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? I heard it's very brutal inside, even to the extent of being called a place where one only has a 10% chance at survival. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is indeed brutal, but that would be towards ordinary youths. Freaks like you only need to know their place and mind their own business. As long as you don't offend the instructors there, surviving a year can be done easily. Tang Ying was extremely confident of Duan Ling Tian. Instructor? Could it be the officers of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious. You're right. It's indeed those madmen from the Iron Blood Army. Tang Ying nodded. Madmen? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. You'll know why I call them madmen once you're at the Genius Camp. Even Tang Ying was rather fearful when mentioning the Iron Blood Army. I actually slightly look forward to it now that you've put it that way. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. Duan Ling Tian would definitely be able to rise to the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom no matter what path he took by relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories. But Duan Ling Tian still chose the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Besides stemming from a sort of persistence from his previous life towards a military career, there was still another reason. Once he passes the test, which was the genius camp itself, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy. The Paladin Academy was situated in the Imperial City. Duan Lingxing was at the Imperial City as well. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a dense killing intent as the aura on his body involuntarily swept out. Tang Ying's face was filled with shock as he felt the icy cold killing intent that was coming off Duan Ling Tian. This type of killing intent was something even he didn't possess. His hands had at least a few hundred lives on them after all, but even he hadn't developed such a terrifying killing intent yet. I've only felt this type of killing intent on one person before. However, how could this kid compare to that person? This kid is merely 16 years old. How could he possibly have this type of killing intent? At this moment, Tang Ying felt his scalp go numb. Even though Duan Ling Tian's current strength was far inferior from his, Duan Ling Tian was still able to make him feel a pressure that stemmed from the bottom of his heart by relying solely on his killing intent. Even in the entire ghastly shadow, there was only one person capable of making him feel such pressure by relying solely on killing intent. That person was precisely the #1 assassin in Ghastly Shadow, Demon. It's time for me to go. Duan Ling Tian looked towards Tang Ying and faintly smiled. The reason he came to look for Tang Ying was to ask him about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and now his objective had been reached. Wait! Tang Ying, however, stopped him. Yes? Duan Ling Tian questioned. Duan Ling Tian, how about you don't go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and instead let me recommend you to our Ghastly Shadows headquarters? With your natural talent combined with my recommendation, you will undoubtedly be one of the main targets of fostering within the organization, and you would soon become a trump card assassin of Ghastly Shadow. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed as he made this suggestion. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Ling Tian joined Ghastly Shadow, him surpassing the current #1 assassin, Demon, would only be a matter of time. Duan Ling Tian shrugged as he said in a disapproving manner, "Be an assassin? Not interested. Kid, you haven't felt that sort of pleasure yet. Think about the day when even His Majesty, the Emperor of Crimson Sky Kingdom, will experience a change in expression when speaking of you. How satisfying will that feel? It would absolutely be the best spiritual indulgence. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, I'm confident it won't be long before you can become a top assassin within our Ghastly Shadow." Not interested. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. You have such an icy cold killing intent on you. You're simply born to be an assassin. Not being one would be such a waste. Tang Ying had an expression that seemed to show that he was eager due to him cherishing geniuses. Killing intent? Are you talking about this? At the moment Duan Ling Tian's voice faded, an even more terrifying killing intent swept out from his body, pressing itself onto Tang Ying. Tang Ying's face turned slightly pale as he suffused his origin energy around his body. Only then was he able to withstand the bloodthirsty killing intent that was roaring out of Duan Ling Tian's body. You! Tang Ying was dumbstruck. This killing extent even surpassed the Ghastly Shadow's #1 assassin, Demon. Tang Ying! Only now did I realize that you were actually so senseless. You concluded that I was born to be an assassin by merely relying on this? All you need to do is go kill a few more people, and you will naturally be tainted with this kind of killing intent. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tang Ying in disdain. You! Kid, I'm curious, how many people have you killed to dare to be conceited in front of me, the person in charge of the Ghastly Shadows operations in Aurora City? Tang Ying was slightly angry from embarrassment. I don't remember anymore. In total, it should at least be over 10,000 people. Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to drift as if drifting away into the distant past. Only when Duan Ling Tian left did Tang Ying come back to his senses. This kid really dares to talk nonsense. Over 10,000? Who would believe a little-ass kid like him? Tang Ying didn't take it seriously and only thought Duan Ling Tian was bragging. But it still couldn't stop him from sighing. The Ghastly Shadow organization had lost a promising youth. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless as well. Born to be an assassin? The killing intent that stemmed from his soul was something that was accumulated from the bloodshed he experienced as a mercenary in his previous lifetime. Every time he took on an assignment, if it was an assassination, the head count on his hands would be relatively small. If he ever conducted a large-scale deal in a region and used a weapon of mass destruction, the number of casualties would at least amount to tens of people and on occasion amount of hundreds and even thousands. Saying that he had killed more than 10,000 people was actually him holding back on the actual numbers. Duanling Tian noticed two people coming towards him at the moment he entered the Li clan estate. One was a youth around the age of 18 and the other was a young man over 20 years old. The youth was a familiar face, Li Yuan. As Li Yuan saw Duanling Tian, a trace of fear was emitted from his brows and he lowered his head. Obviously, he was afraid of Duanling Tian. Ha! The young man beside Li Yuan noticed his movements. Then his gaze descended upon Duanling Tian. Little brother Yuan, who is he? You seems to be afraid of him. Brother Guang, he is Duanling Tian. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth were filled with a bitter smile. If it was said that he still had the confidence to battle Duanling Tian before the clan martial meet took place, then after seeing Duanling Tian defeat Li Guang with his own two eyes and even defeating the core formation stage disciples of the inner court. From that moment onwards, he knew that he had already lost the qualifications to compare himself with Duanling Tian. Even when he encountered Duanling Tian later on, he chose to directly admit defeat. Duanling Tian? This year's top ranked on the hidden dragon list. Li Guang's eyes constricted as an interest arose within him. Duanling Tian? Li Guang walked up quickly to block in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian frowned and his gaze descended upon Li Yuan. What, Li Yuan, what do you want? He naturally thought it was Li Yuan who asked this person to block his path. After all, he didn't recognize this person. Li Yuan had a face full of a bitter smile, as he knew that Duanling Tian had misunderstood, and thus he hurriedly said to Li Guang, I don't want anything. Brother Guang, let's go. I heard you snatched away my cousin's woman. Li Guang paid no attention to Li Yuan and instead looked at Duanling Tian, his eyes flickering with a fierce light. Your cousin's woman? Duanling Tian hadn't reacted to what was being said. Li Yuan is my cousin. Li Guang grunted coldly. Li Yuan, when did I snatch away your woman? Duanling Tian was stunned. Brother Guang, what nonsense are you speaking of? Li Yuan's face flushed red. Little brother Yuan, when did you become such a pussy? This isn't how you used to be. Li Guang frowned once again before glancing at Duanling Tian and sneering. Isn't there a young girl called Ku Er at your side? She's the woman my cousin took a fancy to. If you're sensible, then hurry up and leave her side or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Yuan was stupefied. When did he ever say that the young girl at Duanling Tian's side was his woman? He had only just casually praised her and said her beauty was not one bit inferior to Li Fei's. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted and his piercingly cold gaze descended upon Li Yuan. Duanling Tian, I never said such a thing. I really didn't. Li Yuan became afraid and had a bitter smile on his face. You've never said such a thing. Then it's him who's talking nonsense and slandering my Kuer. Duanling Tian's fierce and sharp gaze descended upon Li Guang. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and one will absolutely die. Kuer was precisely Duanling Tian's reverse scale. Noticing Duanling Tian's gaze, Li Guang's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a low voice, Duanling Tian, so what if I'm talking nonsense? Do you really think that just because you're the leading figure in Aurora City's younger generation, you can look down upon me? I'm not sure about others, but I really do look down upon you. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. You're courting death. Li Guang's expression greatly distorted as he roared. Bang! He swung out his fist that was filled with raging origin energy, and it flashed in full fury straight towards Duanling Tian while whistling through the air. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level core formation martial artist. Li Guang attacked with full force right at the get-go. His attack was utterly ruthless. 4th level of the core formation stage? No wonder you're so arrogant. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly focused as he took a step forwards before sweeping his hands out. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, fist and palm silhouettes suffused with origin energy swept out, seeming to transform into layers of mist. Abruptly, whoosh! Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Ling Tian's finger tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing howl as it descended upon Li Guang's fist, which was approaching in full fury. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian. Crack! The clear sound of a bone breaking sounded. Ah! Instantly, Li Guang emitted a shrill cry. Then his body trembled and flew out 7 or 8 meters like an arrow that had left the bowstrings, before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Subsequently, Li Guang clasped his finger bone that had shattered and rolled on the floor while emitting heart-rending cries. It was as if he would never feel exhausted. Li Yuan was dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the second level of the core formation stage? As far as he knew, the reason Duan Ling Tian had a fleshly body that possessed an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths in the past was because of him consuming a spirit fruit. At present, Duan Ling Tian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. There was only a single possibility. Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the second level of the core formation stage. Brother Guang, are you all right? Returning to his senses, Li Yuan quickly walked over and supported Li Guang up. Duan Ling Tian walked up with quick strides to arrive in front of Li Guang and looked at him with an icy cold gaze. Keep a low profile if you're incapable. And remember well what I said today, however strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. After he finished, Duan Ling Tian ignored Li Guang's gloomy expression and eyes that seemed to be emitting flames as he walked off in large strides. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage was nothing to the current him. He, who was currently at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, possessed an entire 7 ancient mammoths worth of strength when fully exerting himself, and was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. Earlier, when he blasted Li Guang away, he held back and used 1 ancient mammoth's strength lesser than what he was capable of. Otherwise, Li Guang injuries would only be worse. Duan Ling Tian had only just entered his home when the 2 little pythons flashed over and dropped onto his shoulder, flicking their tongues as they licked his cheeks in an intimate manner. Little guys, we've only not seen each other for a day, and you're already missing me? Duan Ling Tian's face emitted a smile as he looked at the 2 little pythons. However, in the next moment his smile froze, because he noticed that the 2 little pythons were staring at his spatial ring. I even thought that you 2 little guys really missed me, but I didn't expect that all you 2 missed were the origin-increasing pills in my spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian derided as he realized what the 2 little pythons really wanted. After withdrawing 2 origin-increasing pills and tossing them over to the 2 little guys, Duan Ling Tian let them go play by themselves. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian walked over to Ku Er's room's door, and after noticing that Ku Er was still cultivating, he returned to his own room. After consuming an origin-increasing pill, Duan Ling Tian started cultivating as well. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was charging towards the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Due to the uniqueness of the Raging Python form, after he stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and finished tempering his body with origin energy, Duan Ling Tian's fleshly body strength had increased to a degree comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Combined with his origin energy, which was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, he possessed a strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. And if he once again completes the body tempering using origin energy for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will be able to possess the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. At that time, his strength would easily annihilate any 6th-level core formation martial artist and would be approaching the strength of a 7th-level core formation martial artist. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian exhaled a mouthful of foul air before ceasing to cultivate. Walking out of his room, he noticed that food was almost ready and thus sat down at the table and waited. After a short moment, the whole family sat around the table and enjoyed a meal. Duan Ling Tian gulped down a mouthful of food before saying, with a light voice, "Mom, I plan to head to Iron Blood City with Xiaoyu next month. Going to the genius camp? Asked Li Ro. Mom, how did you know? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Young Master, Big Sister Fei Fei had long since told us about it and asked us to be mentally prepared. She said that during the youth gathering earlier, she noticed you being extremely interested in the genius camp and said you would probably go there. Ku'er lightly smiled as she spoke. A strand of warmth flashed through Duan Ling Tian's heart. Never had he imagined that Li Fei had already helped pave the way for him. He originally thought that he would need to take some time and appease the two beauties at his home. Tian, you're all grown up, remember to take good care of yourself when you're outside. No matter what happens, you must always put your safety above all else, Li Ro slowly said. I know, Mom. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The young girl puckered her mouth as she lightly said, Young Master, Ku'er doesn't want to part with you? Silly girl, I'm only going for a year. After a year, I will certainly obtain the qualifications to study in the Paladin Academy. At that time, I will bring you and Mom both to the Imperial City. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke. All of this was something he had planned. Since he was leaving next month, besides cultivating, Duan Ling Tian got busy as well. Firstly, he inscribed the 30 Blood Crescent inscriptions for Tang Ying. Duan Ling Tian planned to exchange these 30 Blood Crescent inscription for a promise from Tang Ying. A promise that for the year when he left Aurora City and was at Iron Blood City, Tang Ying would ensure his family's safety. Duan Ling Tian were assassins, not bodyguards. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. I was originally going to ask you for 3 million silver for these 30 Blood Crescent inscriptions. But now I'm not asking for any payment. Besides this, during the time I'm away, our partnership would still continue as I'll ask Ku'er to take over and concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for you. Duan Ling Tian frowned. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find someone else to partner with and sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. I bet the Alchemist Guild and Weapons Craftsman Guild would be interested in these 30 Blood Crescent inscriptions. Stop. I'll promise. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. In the end, he still chose to compromise. Only now did Duan Ling Tian leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, he went to see the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. He still remembered that Li Ao owed him a favor. Patriarch, that day during the clan martial meet, when you asked me to admit defeat to Li Qing, you made me a promise. Do you remember? Duan Ling Tian didn't beat around the bush. Of course I remember. Why? Do you have something you need my help with? Li Ao asked. I will be heading to Iron Blood City to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp next month. I hope that during the time I'm gone, Patriarch can ensure the safety of my family, said Duan Ling Tian. You want to enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? Li Ao frowned. Duan Ling Tian, once you enter the Genius Camp, you will only have a slim chance of surviving. Have you thoroughly considered this? Duan Ling Tian nodded. I promise you. Li Ao agreed to the promise. Aurora City Alchemist Guild. Kid, I was just about to go look for you. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's arrival, Suemo face was glowing and full of smiles. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, and he was slightly surprised. Geezer, you broke through? Chi. Suemo lifted up his hand with his palm facing up, and a gold pill fire flickered for a moment before vanishing. I just broke through the day before yesterday. Congratulations. Duan Ling Tian smiled. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through. After becoming a grade 7 alchemist, I've already applied for being recalled back into the county city. I'll be leaving in a few days, and this mess in Aurora City will be taken over by someone else. When Suemo spoke about the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, his face was filled with dislike. You said earlier that you were about to go look for me. You wanted to say your farewells. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. He was slightly surprised. Yes. Suemo nodded before saying, is there something you came to see me for? I came to say my farewells as well. I'll be leaving Aurora City next month. I'll be heading to Iron Blood City to participate in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. And through the Genius Camp's training, I'll obtain the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Paladin Academy is indeed a good choice. With your natural talent, It won't be hard to become outstanding in Paladin Academy. Suemo nodded. He already knew that everything Duanling Tian did was to abide by his teacher's instructions to gain experience. And as such he didn't dare throw out the Alchemist Guild's olive branch at Duanling Tian. Geezer, I hope we can meet again in the future. Duanling Tian said his farewells to Suemo before leaving the Alchemist Guild. Suemo sent Duanling Tian out the door and watched as his figure slowly faded into the distance. His eyes flickered with heartfelt gratitude. It was all thanks to Duanling Tian that he was able to become a grade 7 alchemist in such a short period of time. With his departure being near at hand, Duanling Tian didn't leave the Li clan estate anymore. He only cultivated. He took his time to properly accompany his mother and Ku'er. The day of farewell approached and got closer day by day. Faye, I'm going out for a while. The old man's voice sounded from outside the room's door. Hearing this, Duanling Tian's eyes shined brightly as he glanced at the young girl in front of him, sizing up her hot figure. Little Faye, you can't escape today. Duanling Tian grinned widely, causing the young girl to seem nervous, and her face blushed a bright red. A night's time passed quickly. Duanling Tian only woke up at dawn the next day. Looking at the beautiful red rose that had bloomed on the bedsheets, the corners of his mouth curled into a light smile. And when his gaze fell upon the beauty beside him, the smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. The beauty was still deeply asleep, and her drop-dead gorgeous face was directly facing Duanling Tian, causing him to be infatuated for a time. Early in the morning, outside Aurora City, 3 large horses galloped out of the city. It was precisely Duanling Tian, Xiaoyu, and Mengquan. Once we arrive at Iron Blood City, we will encounter the young geniuses of Swallow Mountain County and the other 80 cities. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. As they galloped on, Mengquan grinned naively. Yeah, Aurora City is only one of the 80 cities under the rule of Swallow Mountain Kingdom. The other 80 cities of similar size as Aurora City will certainly have outstanding young geniuses as well. As for the county city, it will even have outstanding people appear one after the other. Xiaoyu deeply agreed. No matter what, our objective this time is to stand out of the crowd and become members of the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, Duanling Tian said with a firm gaze. Presently, Duanling Tian had already tossed all the reluctance from leaving to the back of his head for the moment, as what he wanted to do was enter the genius camp, survive, and obtain the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy. At that time, he would be able to bring Ku'er, Li Fei, and his mother to the Imperial City. Li Fei's grandfather also. Xiaoyu had a serious expression as he slowly said, "We have a long journey ahead of us, so try your best not to get into any unwanted trouble." Duanling Tian and Mengquan both nodded. Especially Duanling Tian, as he couldn't help himself from recalling what happened outside Triumph City the other day. Fortunately, that son of the county governor didn't investigate all the way to Aurora City. After experiencing a long and arduous journey for a month and being careful along the way, they eventually arrived at Iron Blood City. Although it was one of the 81 cities under the rule of Swallow Mountain County, Iron Blood City was slightly different. Iron Blood City was the only city under Swallow Mountain County that wasn't required to pay taxes to the county governor's estate, as the taxes of Iron Blood City were completely taken as the soldiers' provisions for the Iron Blood Army. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted as he arrived outside of Iron Blood City and gazed at the city that seemed like a metal drum. For the next year, he would be spending his days here. So many people. Mengquan's gaze descended on Iron Blood City's city gate, where every path was filled with groups of youths galloping through. Even though the genius camp was brutal, there was still a slim chance of survival. If they could stay alive, then it would be a chance to achieve greatness. In addition to that, there were also plenty of people who wanted to try their luck. Duanling Tian's group followed the stream of people and galloped into Iron Blood City. The road in front of their eyes abruptly became clear. Streams of people came and went through the streets, bustling with noise and excitement. We finally arrived. Damn it. An entire 2 months journey. It's the first time I've traveled so damned far. 2 months isn't too bad. Some people even traveled for nearly 3 months. Let's go find a place to have a nice bath first. Damn it, I'm so itchy all over. Two youths galloped past Duan Ling Tian's group. One of the youths grumbled all the way. 2 months. Meng Quan was stunned before laughing bitterly. We only traveled for a month and I already can't take it. I didn't expect there to be people worse off than us. Of course there are. Iron Blood City is situated east of Swallow Mountain County, and our Aurora City is pretty well off as we're only at the southeast of Swallow Mountain County. People from the west of Swallow Mountain County require at least 3 months of travel to arrive at Iron Blood City. Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. After traveling along together with Xiaoyu for this past month, Duan Lingtian noticed something. Xiaoyu would always had an icy cold expression when he faced strangers. But when he faced people he was familiar with, he was instead extremely casual. According to the sayings of his past lifetime, it would be acting cool. In any case, since we have already arrived, let's go look for an inn to stay in first, Duan Lingtian said. Before long, the three of them found a relatively clean inn to stay at. After resting for a few hours when dusk nearly descended onto the land, the three of them left the inn and went for dinner at a nearby restaurant. The three of them hadn't eaten a proper meal this entire month. The restaurant was entirely filled with people. However, Duan Lingtian's group's luck wasn't bad, as there so happened to be a table beside the window that had just finished their meal and left. There's really so many people. Meng Quan sighed after sitting down. It should be the busiest period for Iron Blood City around this time every year. Duan Lingtian took a look around and noticed that more than 60% of the people dining in the restaurant were youths. Moreover, they were mostly gulping down their food in a hurry as they obviously had not eaten a proper meal in a long time. These people were probably young geniuses that had just arrived at Iron Blood City like the three of them. Before long, 2 waiters came over and cleared the used cutlery off the table. Today we can finally eat a proper meal. Xiaoyu smiled. Suddenly, 4 youths arrived at Duan Lingtian's table. A blue-clothed youth among them with big eyes and bushy eyebrows said, with a thunderous voice, "The 3 of you hurry up and leave. This table is ours." Duan Lingtian indifferently swept the blue-clothed youth with his gaze and ignored him. Xiaoyu was too lazy to pay attention to him either. However, Meng Quan's expression sunk and he said in rage, "Why should we? We've already taken this table. If you want a place, wait for someone else to finish eating." "Kid, do you know who we are?" Another green-clothed youth among them had eyes that emitted a fierce light. "What's that got to do with me? All I know is that this table is ours." Meng Quan argued based on reason. "You 3 really want to oppose our Yu clan? Our Yu clan is one of the 5 great clans in the county city. It isn't something you bumpkins from the small clans of small cities can compare to." A gray-clothed youth snapped. "County City clan?" Meng Quan's face turned slightly grim. Aurora City's 3 great clans were already colossi to Meng Quan, let alone the great clans of the county city. They were practically titans. "Yes, we're precisely disciples of the Yu clan." Noticing Meng Quan's expression, the gray-clothed youth was slightly complacent. "Waiter, get us a table full of the best specialty dishes in the restaurant." Duan Lingtian picked his ears as he looked towards the waiter and placed his order. Xiaoyu had an icy cold expression as he coolly added, "And another 2 jars of wine." "Yes, customer." Hearing what they said, the waiter hurriedly went to prepare it. "Didn't you hear what I said?" The gray-clothed youth's expression turned gloomy as he angrily gazed at Duan Lingtian. The other 3 youths beside him had ugly expressions as well. "Xiaoyu, why do you think there are such annoying life forms like flies in this world?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaoyu as he faked an astonished expression. "Who knows? Maybe they were born wanting to be despised." Xiaoyu went along. "You have a point. Meng Quan, what do you think?" Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was from a small clan after all, and as such couldn't help being dumbstruck for a moment when he heard that the youths were from a large clan in the county city. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu being so fearless, even he was influenced, so he took a deep breath and regained his composure. "I think so too." "You're all courting death." The gray-clothed youth's face distorted, and he slapped his palm that flared with origin energy, flashing straight towards the initiator, Duan Lingtian. Above him, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. 3rd level core formation martial artist. Meng Quan's face became grim. Humph. Xiao Yu grunted coldly as he swung out his sleeve that was suffused with origin energy to intercept the gray-clothed youth's palm strike. Above Xiao Yu, a similar 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Sleeve dimension. Bang. The gray-clothed youth's body trembled as his hand felt numbed and momentarily even lost all feeling, only to recover after a few moments. Xiao Yu, you've broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan exclaimed. I broke through a month ago. Xiao Yu nodded. Kill them. The gray-clothed youth's expression was gloomy as he shouted explosively and pounced towards Xiao Yu. Instantly, the other 3 youths attacked at the same time, flashing out with immense force. Fuck off. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer as he abruptly roared and stood up. He casually swung out his arm, even to the extent of not using any martial skills. It was just like a huge python's tail swinging out. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him, dazzling the eyes of everyone present. A terrifying force poured out of his arm, flying straight towards the 4 youths that were approaching menacingly. Instantly, the 4 youths came and went like the wind and were blasted away before crashing onto the floor in a sorry state. 4th level of the core formation stage. The restaurant was in an uproar. Gazes filled with disbelief descended onto Duanling Tian one after the other, as their hearts were filled with shock. Oh my god! This youth looks to be around 16 or 17 years old, but he's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. Which city and which clan did this monster come from? Could he be a member of one of the large clans of the county city? Impossible. Didn't you hear what those 4 youths said? They are members of the county city's Yu clan. With his natural talent, if he was from a large clan in the county city, how could these 4 youths not recognize him? County city's Yu clan really lost face this time. The crowd started discussing together. Many people had faces full of mocking smiles as they looked towards the 4 youths that were struggling to stand up. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 4 youths had ugly expressions and their gazes emitted a sense of fear as they looked at Duanling Tian. If you still don't want to fuck off, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Duanling Tian's gaze went cold as he swept his gaze over the 4 of them. Kid, the Yu clan won't let you off. The 4 youths' faces distorted as they fled the scene in a sorry state. And at the same time, they didn't forget to leave a threat. Duanling Tian paid no attention to their threats and returned to his seat. You too. Duanling Tian quickly noticed that Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were staring fixedly at him, causing him to instantly feel uncomfortable. Duanling Tian, you're absolutely a freak. You broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage as well. As Meng Quan reached the end of what he wanted to say, he suppressed the sound of his voice. He knew that Duanling Tian's fleshly body had an extraordinary strength, so as far as he was concerned, Duanling Tian being able to exert a strength of 6 ancient mammoths would undoubtedly be because he had broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duanling Tian smiled mysteriously. He didn't admit it nor did he deny it. Xiao Yu deeply glanced at Duanling Tian before saying with certainty, do you even need to ask? He certainly has broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. At this moment, he felt powerless in his heart. He originally thought that he would be able to compete with Duanling Tian once he broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, but now it seemed like Duanling Tian had left him even further in the distance. This violet-clothed youth's natural talent is too shocking. Yeah, even our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's 3rd son, Pei San's natural talent is inferior to his. I heard Pei San was planning to participate in this year's Genius Camp test, but he won't be coming because of an accident that happened a few months ago. What accident? Could it be that you didn't hear of it? That Pei San's arm was cut off by a sword-cultivating youth outside of Triumph City. Even though it was reconnected later on, he's unable to use martial skills with it, so his strength was reduced drastically. Duanling Tian's brows twitched. Pei San, the 3rd son of Swallow Mountain County's county governor, his arm was precisely cut off by Duanling Tian. He didn't expect that the news had already spread. With a quick thought, Duanling Tian quickly realized something. There wasn't an impermeable wall in this world, let alone one that could block explosive news such as this. Before long, the waiter had brought out and served the dishes and wine. Duanling Tian's group chatted as they ate. I've heard of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's third son, Pei San. Allegedly, he broke through to the third level of the core formation stage before the age of 17, and is a famous youth genius in Swallow Mountain County. Meng Quan's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. Since the arm which he uses to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined, said Xiaoyu. Doesn't he still have the other hand? Asked Meng Quan in a daze. Xiaoyu shook his head and laughed. Meng Quan was puzzled. He turned his gaze toward the violet-clothed youth. Duan Ling Tian, what does Xiaoyu mean? Meng Quan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Quan as he smiled. Which hand are you skilled in executing martial skills with? Of course it's my right hand, Meng Quan bluntly stated. Then when you eat with chopsticks or right, which hand do you use? Asked Duan Ling Tian. My right hand as well. It's been a habit since I was small. Meng Quan didn't ponder and directly answered. That's right. So to speak, if your right hand was crippled as well and you were unable to execute martial skills, how long would it take you to make your left hand replace your right hand completely? Duan Ling Tian threw out another question. At this moment, Meng Quan seemed to have understood. A person's entire life was only for a few tens of years. If the most important arm of Pei San was crippled and he wanted to cultivate his martial arts anew on his left hand, or change entirely to kicking technique martial skills, it would certainly require a huge amount of time. And this would in turn delay the speed at which his cultivation level increased. As time went by, even his peers who had inferior natural talent to him in the past would now throw him off far in the distance. Tisk. Meng Quan couldn't stop himself from being astounded. I wonder who was so ruthless to cut off Pei San's arm with a single sword strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor. If they find out who he is, I'm afraid he will die a graveless death. Xiaoyu made nothing of it. So long has passed, but I've never heard of the governor's estate being able to find the assailant. They probably can't find him. That's true as well. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he took his time to eat and acted as if everything that Meng Quan and Xiaoyu were talking about wasn't related to him. But Duan Ling Tian, you were really ruthless earlier. Those 4 youths from the Yu clan were directly blasted away instantaneously by you. This matter would probably spread around the entire Iron Blood City not too long from now. At that time, the Yu clan will have really lost face. Xiaoyu looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shook his head and laughed. Even if they lose face, it was something they brought upon themselves. There are so many people eating here in the restaurant, but they just had to come to our table. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. The Yu clan won't cause trouble for us, right? Meng Quan was slightly worried. Meng Quan, you're overthinking things. Even if the Yu clan wanted to cause trouble for us, it would be a year from now. The members of the Yu clan earlier have decent strength and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it isn't even certain if they will still be alive. As Xiaoyu finished speaking, killing intent flashed within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly twitched. He felt a strand of true killing intent coming off Xiaoyu. This was something that the other youth martial artists he encountered didn't possess. Obviously, Xiaoyu had killed someone before, and it wasn't only 1 or 2 people. After eating their fill, Duan Ling Tian's group left the restaurant. But they were still deeply remembered by the crowd of young geniuses within the restaurant. Especially Duan Ling Tian, a 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level core formation martial artist. It was impossible to wish that he wouldn't be remembered. Duan Ling Tian's group went around Iron Blood City before returning to the inn to rest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's campground to register themselves. Duan Ling Tian didn't cultivate tonight. Instead, he lied there on his bed and recalled his experiences this past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now I can be considered to have completely integrated myself into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He thought of his mother, Ku Er and Li Fei. They were the people he cared the most about in this world. For their sake, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian fell soundly asleep. He had a very long dream. In this dream, he spent his days with Ku Er and Li Fei and even had plenty of kids later on, when the 9th child had just been born. Duan Ling Tian. A thunderous voice jolted Duan Ling Tian awake. Fuck. Meng Quan, you've destroyed my sweet dream. Duan Ling Tian casually cleaned himself up and changed his clothes before walking out of his room and shouting the four-letter word. Meng Quan embarrassedly touched the back of his head and laughed naively. Let's go and register ourselves. At this time Xiao Yu came out as well. On the east side of Iron Blood City, a vast area had been divided. This was precisely the Iron Blood Army's campgrounds. Presently, at the entrance to the Iron Blood Army's campground were lines of queues that were as long as dragons. Plenty of youths had lined up into neat lines. We're still too late. Meng Quan was stunned when he saw the packed and dense lines of youths. It doesn't matter if we're late as long as someone wasn't late. As Duan Ling Tian looked off into the distance, a smile appeared on his face. Ha! Xiao Yu and Meng Quan had puzzled expressions. Let's go, someone has helped us reserve some places. Duan Ling Tian brought along Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. He took the lead and walked towards the front of the line. Hey! Have a bit of morality and line up. Shame on you for cutting in line. Kid, we're talking about you. Immediately, the crowd of youths that were drenched in sweat from lining up couldn't help themselves from berating Duan Ling Tian's group. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both slightly embarrassed. Duan Ling Tian, let's just go and queue up, Meng Quan said, in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian ignored Meng Quan and instead looked towards the people who raised a clamor. He frowned as he said, What are you all fussing about? When did you see me cutting the line? We've been here since early in the morning and our companions have reserved a place for us in the front. Hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, the group of people who raised a clamor went silent, but now they had doubtful expressions as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Meng Quan and Xiao Yu were both stunned. Companions? Why didn't they know that they had companions? Hey! Brothers, sorry for troubling you to line up for us, lunch is on me. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already arrived at the front of the queue and slapped his hand on the gray-clothed youth's back. Which bastard touched me? The gray-clothed youth roared, but when he noticed Duan Ling Tian, he swallowed whatever he was going to say. You. Brothers, thank you for all the trouble. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he smiled and interrupted the gray-clothed youth before looking at the other three youths and nodding. Although seemingly friendly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of threatening intent. These four youths weren't anyone else but precisely the four youths that Duan Ling Tian taught a lesson to last night in the restaurant. Only now did Meng Quan and Xiao Yu get it, and they secretly gave Duan Ling Tian a big thumbs up. In this manner, Duan Ling Tian's group successfully cut the line. Upon seeing the gray-clothed youth's reaction, the surrounding youths that were glaring fiercely naturally thought that Duan Ling Tian and them were really companions. Of course, there were some youths who were coincidentally eating at the restaurant last night and had recognized Duan Ling Tian and the gray-clothed youth. But they didn't speak a word of it. They had all experienced Duan Ling Tian's strength and were frightened of bringing trouble to themselves. The gray-clothed youth's face was flushed and his heart trembled. Damn it! Have I offended the gods in these past 2 days? Why is it that everywhere I go, I meet this bane? Not mentioning yesterday at the restaurant, today I queued up since early in the morning, but I still had to let him cut in. He thought, but he just didn't dare to say anything. Or else he could imagine his end would be even more miserable than yesterday. You Xiao. This guy is going too far. The three youths behind the gray-clothed youth were filled with rage. However, they only dared to use a voice that sounded as loud as a mosquito when they spoke. Then tell me, what should we do? Why not you three chase him away? Yu Xiao rolled his eyes at his three companions. Hearing this, the three youths immediately acted as if they didn't hear him. They looked around and maintained their silence. Before long, it was the turn of Duan Ling Tian's group. After filling in the simple registration form, the three of them each obtained a number card. Duan Ling Tian's number was 137. Xiao Yu was 138. Meng Quan was 139. An Iron Blood Army soldier who wore light armor said, with a cold and unfeeling expression, before noon tomorrow, use your number cards and enter our Iron Blood Army's campgrounds to participate in the test. You'll be a member of the Genius Camp once you pass the test. Duan Ling Tian's group of three nodded before turning around and planning to leave. Thanks, brothers. In consideration of us having so much fate together, I'll treat you to some tea when we're free. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian patted the gray-clothed youth on the shoulder and grinned, revealing a row of neat and white teeth. Also, your name isn't bad. Yu Xiao, it sounds like an extraordinary name the moment you hear it. I've learned some divination in the past. Trust me when I say that you will surely be a great figure in the future. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian heard the discussion between Yu Xiao and his three companions. The corners of Xiao Yu's and Meng Quan's mouths twitched as they forcefully endured the urge to laugh. Yu Xiao's face went blank. What did this Bane actually want to do? Duan Ling Tian smiled and patted Yu Xiao's shoulder as he slowly said, "Okay, brothers, hurry up and get your number cards or else Mr. Soldier over there won't be too happy." Duan Ling Tian walked away with large strides as soon as he finished speaking. Just at this moment, the four of you are together? The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sunk as he asked Yu Xiao and the three youths behind him. Yes, Mr. Soldier. Yu Xiao hurriedly nodded. Even though he was a disciple of the County Cities Yu clan, the Iron Blood Army inspired awe throughout the kingdom, and the soldiers within the army were said to be extremely cruel and merciless, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. The Iron Blood Army soldier seemed to have transformed into a glaring guardian warrior of the Buddha as he howled. It's been some time since the three people in front of you finished obtaining their number cards, but you four only come over now. Are you four purposely trying to make it hard on me? No. Yu Xiao hurriedly waved his hand in denial. Humph. In consideration of you four delaying the people behind, the four of you scram to the back of the line and queue up once more. The Iron Blood Army soldier had an expression that didn't allow any arguments. Mr. Soldier, it had nothing to do with me. It's all. Yu Xiao still wanted to argue. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sunk as he roared, "Scram!" A terrifying murderous aura that was attained on the battlefield enveloped Yu Xiao, pressing onto him until his face turned ghastly white. Yu Xiao's group of four could only gloomily run over to the back of the line and queue up once more. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with a wave of mocking laughter. Hey brother, how could you let Mr. Soldier wait for you? Mr. Soldier's life isn't easy. He's going to great troubles to help so many people register, so you should properly show understanding and sympathy to him. Maybe it was on purpose, but Duan Ling Tian was waiting at the end of the line. He looked at Yu Xiao with an expression full of pity while heaving a sigh. Yu Xiao's face flushed. He couldn't endure any longer. Kid, I definitely won't let you off. Brother, getting angry is harmful to your health. Remember to drink more water after you're done queuing up. Duan Ling Tian grinned widely before leaving with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. Ha 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 ha. Meng Quan was the first to be unable to hold in his laughter anymore, so he loudly laughed in an unrestrained manner. Even Xiao Yu started laughing. Meng Quan once again gave Duan Ling Tian a big thumbs up as he said in admiration, Duan Ling Tian, you did that on purpose, right? You didn't even forget to entrap that Yu Xiao before leaving. You're really too ruthless. I never noticed in the past that you were so skilled in playing tricks on people. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough, cough. Don't speak carelessly. Do you two really think I'm that type of person? Duan Ling Tian lightly coughed twice before saying so in all seriousness. Yes. Xiao Yuan and Meng Quan both nodded in tacit understanding. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face completely froze. Let's go and eat some breakfast while it's still early. After embarrassedly laughing, Duan Ling Tian changed the topic. The three of them were in elated moods, and their meal was especially satisfying. For the remaining of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. At dusk, they had dinner before returning to the inn and waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's test. That night, Duan Ling Tian consumed an origin-increasing pill and calmed his mind to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. The Raging Python form was different compared to Spirit Serpent form. If it was said that the Spirit Serpent form stressed on cultivating the fleshly body to become flexible like a Spirit Serpent, then the Raging Python form instead stressed on the fleshly body possessing the strength of a Raging Python. For example, the move which Duan Ling Tian used to teach a lesson to those 4 Yu clan youths. His arm seemed to be casually swung out, but it actually contained the force exertion method of a Raging Python. so it was as if a real raging python had swung its tail out to attack. It could be considered a group attack method that differed from Dragon's finishing touch. Dragon's finishing touch was developed from the cloud-piercing finger that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated and belonged to a type of extremely formidable single-target attack methods. Although the force exertion method that the Raging Python form endowed upon me isn't a martial skill, its might isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to the method of how a demon beast attacks. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the Raging Python form to the later stages, its might not be inferior to a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. Duan Tian's eyes shone. His heart was filled with motivation, so he started even more to painstakingly cultivate the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. He cultivated deep into the night before finally falling into a deep slumber. The next day, because the requirement was to enter the Iron Blood Army campgrounds before noon, Duan Tian's group of 3 slept until late in the morning before awakening. They were mentally prepared because once they become members of the Genius Camp, they will probably never have the chance to sleep in again. After having their breakfast, the 3 of them took their time to walk over to the Iron Blood Army's campgrounds. Arriving at the campground's entrance, Duan Tian's group of 3 displayed their number cards before walking in. Before their eyes was a vast drill ground. The surroundings of the drill grounds stood filled with people. They were all youths beneath the age of 19. Duan Tian's group of 3 stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan Tian. Suddenly, Meng Quan looked at Duan Tian with a weird gaze before looking off into the distance. Duan Tian lifted his head to look over. What he saw was that the 4 Yu clan youths from before had arrived. But this time there was an extra person among them. Yu Zhao's group of 4 followed behind this person in a respectful and reverent manner. This was a youth around the age of 18, who wore black clothes with gold lining and had a face that emitted wildness and hard-heartedness. He was virtually a duplicate of Xiao Yu. Yu Xiao noticed Duan Tian and his face turned grim before turning and saying something in a low voice to the black-clothed youth in the lead. After hearing what he said, the black-clothed youth frowned, and his piercing gaze descended onto Duan Tian. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Tian. "It's you who not only injured my Yu clan members, but even played tricks on them?" The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His icy cold gaze seemed to be ready to swallow Duan Tian at any moment. Hua! Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiaoyu and Meng Quan's faces turned grim. Duan Tian's brows raised, showing that he was slightly surprised. He was pondering earlier about how the Yu clan could be one of the 5 great clans in the county city. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for the members that came to only be Yu Zhao's group of 4. In Yu Zhao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest. But he was far from being Xiao Yu's match. Although both were at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension had completely and utterly defeated him, so it turned out to be that the black-clothed youth in front of him was the real number 1 in the Yu clan's young geniuses. 18 years old, 4th level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be pretty good. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed that something was going on gathered around to join in on the fun. It's Yu Xiang, the number 1 in the younger generation of the county city's Yu clan. Allegedly, among the younger generation of the county city, this Yu Xiang was ranked number 2, merely inferior to the Tan clan's Tan Rui. You're right. Although Yu Xiang and Tan Rui are both at the 4th level of the core formation stage in terms of martial skills, he was inferior to Tan Rui, but even then they were closely matched. Who's this violet-clothed youth who actually dared to offend Yu Xiang? I recognize him. At dusk the day before yesterday, he beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Xiang is standing up for them. Some of the youths started discussing amongst themselves. You're right, I did injure them. But it was they who provoked me first. As for playing tricks, I wonder where you got that from. Duan Tian had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Xiang. He heard the discussions of the surrounding youths. He didn't expect that this Yu Xiang was actually ranked 2nd in the entire county city's younger generation. Yu Zhao's face flushed as he howled. You caused us to have to line up once again. Isn't this playing tricks? What does your group having to line up once again have to do with me? You should go ask that soldier, right? Duan Ling Tian gazed weirdly at them. The three of you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then this matter will be over. Yu Xiang's gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu. Even though he had heard from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was at the 4th level of the core formation stage, as far as he was concerned in terms of combat experience and martial skills, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him? Meng Quan's expression distorted. Even his breath became hurried due to anger. Xiao Yu's cold face had an extra icy coldness to it as well. Haha. Duan Ling Tian started laughing as he walked forward and looked Yu Xiang in the eye without any fear. The 4 of you kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Maybe then I will let bygones be bygones and forgive you all. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his body emitted a strand of bloody killing intent. After being hit by the killing intent, Yu Zhao's face instantly turned slightly pale. What are you all doing? Just at this moment, a shout echoed out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked over in large strides. After understanding the cause of events, his face sunk. The robust general shouted in a low voice, "Today is the test day of our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. If anyone dares to provoke conflict before the test, their test qualifications will be directly abolished. My elder brother is a centurion of your Iron Blood Army, Yu Hong." Yu Xiang looked at the robust general and his gaze flickered. Ha! Duan Ling Tian's face turned grim. Meng Quan and Xiao Yu's expressions were ugly as well. This Yu Xiang's elder brother was actually a centurion in the Iron Blood Army? Duan Ling Tian could be unafraid of Yu Xiang, but he had no choice but to fear the centurion brother of Yu Xiang. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Xiang's elder brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp 7 years ago. After that, there was no news of him entering Paladin Academy, so most people thought that he had died. Who would have known that he actually stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became their centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Xiang didn't go line up to register for this year's Genius Camp test at all. So it turned out his brother had long ago arranged everything for him. If his brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, this much special treatment is possible. Fuck. Then doesn't that mean that during the Genius Camp training, this Yu Xiang will have the care of his elder brother, and will have the special treatment to smoothly pass? It's good to have an elder brother as a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Xiang doesn't even have to come at all. All he will have to do is ask his brother to give him one of the places in the quota to study at Paladin Academy. All of the discussion of the youths were pointed at Yu Xiang. Noticing the scene losing control, the robust general's expression turned gloomy. After glaring at Yu Xiang, he said loudly, "Everyone, please do not worry. Our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camps training is equal to everyone. Moreover, even if a general had a relative inside the Genius Camp, he would be unable to take part in the Genius Camp training, and he would have to avoid anything that may arouse suspicion. This point is something our Iron Blood Army has strict rules on. If anyone goes against them, they will be punished by martial law." As he finished speaking, he once again looked at Yu Xiang with a piercing gaze. I don't care if your elder brother is our Iron Blood Army centurion or not. If you're standing here today, then you must abide by the Iron Blood Army's rules. If you don't, I will abolish your qualification to take part in the test. The robust general's voice was like thunder as it echoed out. For a moment, many of the youth's expressions eased up slightly. You're just a decurion and you dare to have no respect for my elder brother? Yu Xiang's face sunk and his gaze became icy cold. In the Iron Blood Army, military law is enforced strictly. Even if he's a centurion, if he commits an offense, then he will be judged the same way as a soldier, the robust general said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Good. Great job, Sir Decurion. Many of the youths present couldn't stop themselves from praising him. Even Duan Ling Tian gave the robust general a second glance as he noticed that this was a person who acted on emotion and his speech didn't have a trace of falseness. Good, very good. Yu Xiang's expression was ugly as he stared fixedly at the robust general. What's your name? I need to remember it properly. so I can let my elder brother remember you properly as well. Do you need to ask your elder brother to properly remember me as well? Just at this moment, a majestic voice sounded from outside the crowd. In the wake of the voice that echoed out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified, middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the accompaniment of two generals. His gaze descended onto Wuxia. Wuxia's face went grim. Vice Commander, sir. Captains, sirs. The robust general respectfully saluted the three people who had just arrived. Vice Commander, sir. Captains, sirs. All of the surrounding youths, including Wuxia, who had an ugly expression, respectfully saluted. Only one violet-clothed youth stood there unfazed. The dignified middle-aged man, or in other words, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply glanced at Duanling Tian as he asked, "Why didn't you salute?" Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both broke out into cold sweat, worrying about Duanling Tian. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth curled into a sneer, as he felt that Duanling Tian was going to have a hard time. "I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army right now. Why should I salute you?" Duanling Tian asked indifferently. "Audacious!" The two captains behind the vice commander roared. Their expressions went grim. Instantly, two dense murderous auras enveloped Duanling Tian, as if wanting to force Duanling Tian into submission. However, they were bound to be disappointed. Duanling Tian stood on the spot, unfazed. The two captains were stupefied and their expressions froze. Was this really a youth of only 16 or 17 years? To actually be able to disregard the murderous aura they developed on the battlefield? If they knew what Duanling Tian did for a living in his previous life, maybe they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice commander glanced deeply at Duanling Tian as he asked in interest, "What kind of principle is this? They aren't Iron Blood Army members either, so why did they salute us?" Them? Duanling Tian swept his gaze at the surrounding youths before slowly saying, "There are only 3 reasons why they would have saluted you. The first, they feared you. The second, they admired you. Or the third, following the behavior of the crowd blindly." Fear? Admire? Follow the crowd blindly? Haha, interesting. I must say, what you just said went straight to the heart of the matter. The vice commander nodded as he emitted a rare smile on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Xiang and Yu Zhao's group of youths, however, had ugly expressions. "So you're saying that you don't fear me, don't admire me, nor do you follow blindly with the crowd, right?" the vice commander asked. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. The vice commander suddenly turned hostile as he roared, "Audacious!" And then an even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Duanling Tian. Not only that, but this murderous aura even spread out to the surroundings, causing all the surrounding youths' faces to turn slightly pale. Even Yu Xiang was suppressed to the point that his face flushed. At this moment, among the people present, besides the 2 captains and the decurion, only one other person wasn't affected at all by this murderous aura, and it was precisely the person who was at the center of the murderous aura, Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian stood there unmoved like a mountain, his expression carefree, as if even if Mount Tai were to collapse, it wouldn't cause his expression to change. "Good." The vice commander abruptly started laughing as his eyes emitted a trace of valuing a talent. "Kid, what's your name?" "Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian's eyebrows slightly twitched. "Duanling Tian, Ling Tian, your name is really arrogant. Actually daring to rise and place yourself above the heavens." The smile on the vice commander's face didn't disappear as he continued. "I'm the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xiao Qingshan, and the person in charge of the Genius Camp test today. I hope you can smoothly pass the test, as I'm really looking forward to your performance." Duanling Tian smiled lightly and said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "I will surely not let Vice Commander Xiao be disappointed." The surrounding youths were completely dumbstruck. When Duanling Tian started arguing with the Vice Commander Xiao, all of them thought that he was going to have a hard time. But in the end, seeing Duanling Tian actually being able to receive special attention from Vice Commander Xiao caused them to be unable to help themselves from gasping in admiration. If it was them in his place, they would probably have long been scared shitless by Vice Commander Xiao. Duanling Tian. They all deeply remembered this name. This youth who dared to confront an Iron Blood army vice commander who had gone through hundreds of bloody battles. He was bound to be engraved deep within their memories. Yu Xiang's expression became even uglier. This guy. His gaze fell upon Duanling Tian and it emitted a trace of maliciousness. Duanling Tian frowned. This Yu Xiang didn't know when to cut it quits. Decurion Wang Mang. You did a great job earlier and didn't throw the face of our Iron Blood army. Meanwhile, Chao Qingshan looked towards the robust general and nodded. Wang Mang stood ramrod straight as he loudly said, Vice Commander, sir. This is my duty. Very good. Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to the rank of Centurion. Yu Hong privately obtained test qualifications for his brother, and that is considered to be exploiting his power for his brother, so he will be demoted to the rank of Decurion. Chao Qingshan had a tranquil expression as he slowly gave his orders. Yu Xiang's expression distorted greatly. Never would he have expected that he actually indirectly caused harm to his own elder brother. The gaze he looked at Duanling Tian with became even more filled with malice. As far as he was concerned, all of this was because of Duanling Tian. If it wasn't for Duanling Tian, Wang Mang wouldn't be drawn over, and the matter wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Thank you, Vice Commander, sir. Wang Mang had a pleasantly surprised look on his face as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. You deserve it. Chao Qingshan nodded. Seeing all that was happening, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light, as a sense of admiration arose in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward. Duanling Tian, reporting to Vice Commander, sir. Duanling Tian saluted Chao Qingshan. Chao Qingshan was dazed for a moment before reacting to Duanling Tian's change of attitude, and he laughed. You, kid, you're really interesting. After a moment, Chao Qingshan turned his gaze over to Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, I should really reclaim the number card in your hand and abolish your qualification to participate in the Genius Camp test. But since your elder brother has already been punished now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Vice Commander, sir. Yu Xiang was anguished in his heart, but he could only express his gratitude. Okay, it's noon, so the Genius Camp test will officially begin. Chao Qingshan's thunderous voice that contained origin energy echoed out, transmitting out towards the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought along the two captains and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the previous years. This year's test is only about one word: slaughter. Chao Qingshan looked at the group of youths in front of him as he slowly spoke. Slaughter? Many of the youths had puzzled expressions. Interesting. The corners or Duanling Tian mouth curled into a light smile. Xiaoyu had a tranquil expression. Meng Quan's expression turned slightly pale as he asked, Duanling Tian, Xiaoyu, the slaughter can't be indicating killing someone, right? What, haven't killed someone before? Duanling Tian asked in a joking manner. Of course not. Meng Quan shook his head. Then you better learn properly today. Duanling Tian smiled. You've killed someone before? Meng Quan's eyes stared wide open. Is it that strange? Duanling Tian was dazed. I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiaoyu, have you killed someone before? After he rolled his eyes at Duanling Tian, Meng Quan looked eagerly at Xiaoyu. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. Damn. I probably won't get through the test. The test hasn't even started and you're already so sluggish. If you ask me, you should just give up and go home. Duanling Tian angrily scolded. No, I'm not going home. I will definitely pass the test. After hearing what Duanling Tian said, Meng Quan seemed to recall something as his gaze abruptly became firm, causing Duanling Tian and Xiaoyu to be caught off guard. It looked like Meng Quan was a person with a story as well. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Chao Qingshan, had already started announcing the test rules. This year's test stresses upon three main points: courage, strength, and teamwork. The participants of the test may participate in a solo fashion or team up with the companions that they trust. Duanling Tian and Xiaoyu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, Xiaoyu and I plan to participate together. Do you want to join us? Duan Ling Tian asked. Thanks. I know you two are trying to help me, but I want to rely on myself. You two can help me right now, but you can't help me my entire life. Meng Quan's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude as he saw through Duan Ling Tian's intentions. I believe that you will certainly pass the test. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Right, Duan Ling Tian, and I will take the test solo to encourage you, said Xiaoyu. This year's test will be conducted in a 1 versus 10 fashion. Your opponents will be the enemy kingdom soldiers that my Iron Blood army took as prisoners. Anyone who kills all 10 enemy kingdom soldiers will be considered to have passed the test. Qiao Qingshan paused briefly. Immediately, various changes of expressions occurred on the youths that were present. Are you kidding? We have to face 10 enemy kingdom soldiers by ourselves? Even if those soldiers are far from being comparable to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood army, they would still be at least at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. If there were some core formation stage martial artists mixed within, how could we possibly deal with it? Yeah, this is virtually a trial of death. The entire drill ground was in uproar. Silence. Qiao Qingshan's voice smothered out the voices of everyone present. Instantly, peace was restored to the drill grounds. Out of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that I've arranged for each and every one of you, 6 are at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people take the test jointly, then they will be assigned 12 9th level body tempering prisoners, 6 1st level core formation prisoners, and 2 2nd level core formation prisoners. If it is 3 people jointly taking the test, you can deduce it from the earlier allocations. If anyone among you doesn't dare to take the test, you may choose to withdraw right now and leave my Iron Blood army's drill grounds. As he finished speaking, Qiao Qingshan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you all 3 minutes to consider, Qiao Qingshan added. Immediately, the drill grounds was in chaos. After 3 minutes had passed, only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths still numbered at over 200 people. Only so few left. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. Only a few of the people standing here today are hoping to catch a lucky break after all. Most of the people have the determination to bet their lives, so how could they possibly withdraw from the test so easily? Duan Ling Tian saw through things thoroughly, and thus he pinpointed the truth behind the matter. These enemy kingdom soldiers will have martial skills that are far inferior to ours, but they have experienced the battlefield and fought countless battles and consider killing to be a game, so we can't look down on them. Xiao Yu's words were obviously spoken for Meng Quan. I understand. Meng Quan took a deep breath. His gaze was firm. He understood in his heart that these enemy kingdom soldiers that had experienced the baptism of the battlefield had long ago thrown away any hopes of living the moment they were captured, and as such they would attack without mercy. He felt pressured, but even more so, he felt the intent to do battle. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander looked towards the group of youths that stayed behind before saying, Very good. You've all not disappointed me. As such, I shall now declare that the Genius Camp test officially begins. As Qiao Qingshan's voice echoed out, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers walked over quickly, brought along with them a group of bound enemy kingdom soldiers, and stood at a side of the drill grounds. The army of soldiers moved like a large nimbus cloud that enveloped the lands. These enemy kingdom soldiers all had dull expressions without any trace of life. Today, I'll give you prisoners a chance at freedom. 6 9th level body tempering prisoners, 3 1st level core formation prisoners, and 1 2nd level core formation prisoner will join forces. If you can kill any one of them, I'll return your freedom to you. Qiao Qingshan pointed towards the group of youths, whereas his gaze instead descended upon the 2,000+ enemy kingdom soldiers. Instantly, these enemy kingdom soldiers, whose faces were white and lifeless, suddenly felt their spirits shake, and their eyes emitted a yearning desire to live, a yearning desire for freedom, following which, their gazes descended upon the group of youths on the drill grounds. Their eyes emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. Immediately, the expressions of many youths in the group went pale. When had they ever faced such fierce and ruthless people before? The gazes of these people were practically wishing to tear them to pieces. These enemy kingdom soldiers will definitely fight to the death for the sake of freedom and to continue living. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Yeah, we absolutely can't slack off. Xiao Yu agreed deeply. Number 1, Fallout. One of the captains behind Xiao Qingshan stood out and his gaze descended upon the group of youths. Immediately, a youth walked out in large strides. The youth's face was ghastly pale and his eyes emitted a trace of fear. Noticing the state of the youth, the captain frowned as he asked, "Are you taking the test alone or with your companions?" I'll be taking the test with my companions," the youth said in a slightly flustered manner. Meanwhile, 2 more youths with similarly ugly expressions fell out. "Report your numbers." Number 2. Number 3. The 2 youths took a deep breath and stood with the youth that walked out earlier after they had finished reporting their numbers. "Release 30 prisoners into the arena." The captain looked towards the group of enemy kingdom soldiers in the first row. After being untied, the 30 enemy kingdom soldiers stretched their limbs and walked quickly into the arena. Their faces emitted frenzied and savage smiles. Their gazes flickered with cold light as they looked at the 3 youths like a pack of dogs seeing 3 bones. "Begin!" As the captain's voice descended, the 30 enemy kingdom soldiers and the 3 youths all moved. "Kill!" The 30 enemy kingdom soldiers roared together, their voices like thunder. Hearing their voices caused the 3 youths' expressions to turn grim. Facing the 30 enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced at them like fierce beasts actually caused them to be stunned out of fear momentarily. So their legs seemed as heavy as lead, and they were unable to move an inch. In the blink of an eye, the 3 youths were torn to shreds. Blood and flesh flew about in the air as a bloody stench suffused into the entire drill grounds. At a side of the drill grounds, more than 90% of the youths were scared to the point that their expressions turned ghastly white. Some were even worse and puked out everything they had eaten that morning. For a time, the entire drill grounds was suffused with a weird smell. So smelly. The ghastly pale-faced Meng Quan pinched his nose. Xiao Yu frowned. Only Duan Ling Tian didn't have any reaction. As a mercenary in his previous life, he had stayed in even worse conditions than this. As far as he was concerned, this was nothing. "Send them out of the city," the captain ordered. Immediately, a group of Iron Blood army soldiers fell out. "Thank you, sir." The 30 enemy kingdom soldiers emitted a wildly joyous expression as they knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. Seeing 30 of their companions easily regaining their freedom caused the remaining enemy kingdom soldiers to emit a bright light from their eyes, as they yearned for themselves to be able to enter the arena as soon as possible. Presently, they looked at the group of youths in the distance as if they were looking at a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If you choose to join hands with a companion and undergo the test, the danger is even greater. When 3 people face 30 enemy kingdom soldiers who will cooperate with tacit understanding, even if your strength is formidable, it will still be difficult to go against their joint attacks. Some of the youths noticed some inklings. Some of the youths that originally intended to join hands with their companions now had all given up on this intention. "Looks like I have the ability of foresight." Meng Quan grinned widely. "These enemy kingdom soldiers are too savage and cruel. I really hope we can join hands." "Meng Quan, are you really confident?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. This past month's travel and interaction had long ago made him take Meng Quan as a friend. "I'll try my best." Meng Quan's eyes emitted an intent to battle. Number 4. Meanwhile, the captain spoke once again. This time, only 1 youth entered the arena. After the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers were untied, they glared fiercely at the youth while walking over. "Begin!" The captain's voice had only just sounded when, whoosh, the youth exploded forth with his entire strength, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Second-level core formation martial artist. It had to be noted that the youth's movement technique was extremely profound and his speed was extremely swift. Even the second-level core formation martial artist amongst the enemy kingdom soldiers could only eat dust behind him. Before long, the the second-level core formation enemy kingdom soldier decisively roared, "Box him in!" For a moment, the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers abruptly spread apart before surrounding the youth and causing him to have nowhere to dodge. The youth's expression turned grim as he targeted a 9th-level core formation enemy kingdom soldier. His body then jerked before pouncing towards the soldier. Bang! His origin energy exploded forth and his fist that carried with it the force of lightning smashed onto the soldier's head, directly smashing it into pieces. His face was splashed with brain juice as well. Nice! Many of the youths that were spectating cheered. But in the next moment, their voices stopped abruptly. The youth on the arena screeched after blasting apart the enemy kingdom soldier's head. Then a wave of violent vomiting followed. Obviously, it was his first time killing someone. In the next moment, however, he was killed by the other 9 enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced on him. The 9 enemy kingdom soldiers obtained their freedom. It is needless to say that the lesson drawn from another's mistakes were undoubtedly the best lesson. After numbers 1 to 13 were all killed, number 14, a second-level core formation youth, finally launched a counterattack. He killed the enemy kingdom soldiers one by one until finally completely annihilating them. Number 14 passes. The youth took a deep breath when he heard the captain's voice and walked out of the pile of corpses with a heavy expression. Following him was number 15. After killing 6 enemy kingdom soldiers, the youth was exhausted and thus killed by the remaining 4 soldiers. The slaughter continued on. One after another, the youths either passed the test or were killed. Later on, these young geniuses from every corner of Swallow Mountain County were numbed towards the slaughter and were able to freely exert their strengths. The number of youths who passes the test increased as time went by. Meanwhile, the expressions of the enemy kingdom soldiers weren't very good. Looks like it's beneficial to be at the back of the line. Meng Quan glanced at the number 139 card in his hand and grinned. Number 100. In the wake of the captain's call, a black figure flashed into the arena like a ghost. It was precisely Yu Xiang. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers eyed Yu Xiang with hostility in the beginning, but once they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, they were all terrified. 4th level of the core formation stage. These soldiers understood that if they didn't fight desperately with their lives on the line, they would undoubtedly die, so they pounced towards Yu Xiang like madmen. But unfortunately, Yu Xiang just stood there. They weren't even able to break through his defensive qi barrier. They were killed by Yu Xiang one after the other. Although arrogant, this Yu Xiang does have some strength. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Up until now, Yu Xiang was the young genius that passed the test in the most relaxed manner. Great work, brother Yu Xiang. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths couldn't help themselves from cheering. As Yu Xiang slowly walked back, his haughty gaze descended open the violet-clothed figure in the distance, and his eyes flickered with a malicious brilliance. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Yu Xiang's gaze. However, he paid no attention to it. No matter whether it was his previous lifetime or the current one, there were plenty of people who wanted him dead, but in the end he still lived well on. Besides that one time where he was sold out by the person he looked to as a brother. After Yu Xiang and before Duan Ling Tian, a few 3rd-level core formation young geniuses appeared, and one after the other they smoothly passed the genius camp test. Number 137. Finally, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn. Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides, attracting the attention of many. Many of the people present felt respect in their hearts towards this youth that dared to speak freely and frankly in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander. The serious expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that followed him up into the arena eased up when they noticed that Duan Ling Tian was much younger than the other youths, and their eyes emitted a sense of insanity. As far as they were concerned, a youth that looked to be not even 17 wouldn't be exceptionally strong. But when they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Ling Tian, they were utterly dumbstruck. Another 4th-level core formation martial artist. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's body moved as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, flashing straight towards the 10 soldiers that were still in a daze. He lifted his arm and swung out, like a huge python swinging out its tail, extremely ferocious. Bang! Instantly, 6 of the soldiers were blasted away by his arm swing, and 3 among them instantly died. The remaining 3 were barely breathing and had lost all means to continue battling. Fuck! Freak! Not even using a martial skill, only a casual swing of his arm, and it seemed to contain the force of lightning. This Duanling Tian is too terrifying. He's actually a 4th-level core formation martial artist? No wonder he dared to confront Wuxia. He seems to not even be 17 yet. Such natural talent is virtually against the heavens. The group of youths was dumbstruck, and as they returned to their senses, they repeatedly swore. What a kid! Xiao Qingshan's gaze shone brightly. The 2nd-level core formation soldier's expression distorted as he howled, "Disperse!" The remaining 4 enemy kingdom soldiers immediately dispersed, avoiding being taken out in one hit by Duanling Tian. But would dispersing be of any use? The answer was no. Duanling Tian stood on top, rooted to the ground like a mountain. Greater teleportation. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier that was suffused with the radiance of origin energy flickered on the surface of Duanling Tian's body. Bang! A 9th-level body-tempering soldier had a vicious expression as he fully exploded out with the strength of an ancient mammoth, smashing his fist onto Duanling Tian's defensive chi barrier. Ka! The sound of bones breaking sounded. Ah! The soldier emitted a shrill cry and was blasted away before grasping on to this broken arm and rolling around the floor in pain while pouring out cold sweat. Meanwhile, the other 3 enemy kingdom soldiers' attacks had arrived. Without exception, they all followed in the footsteps of the first soldier, especially the 2nd-level core formation martial artist. He had exploded forth with his full strength of 3 ancient mammoths and spared no effort when he smashed his palm onto Duanling Tian. As a result, all of the force was teleported in reverse, and his arm was directly broken from the impact before he was blasted away and blacked out on the ground. Star Shift. Slight shock appeared on Vice Commander Xiao Qingshan's face. He pondered for a moment before recalling an extremely valuable high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. The surrounding drill grounds was deathly silent. This scene was even more shocking than when Wuxia was in the arena. Wuxia only used his defensive martial skill to block the enemy kingdom soldiers' attacks. However, Duanling Tian not only blocked the attacks, but his defensive martial skill could even counterattack, returning nearly all of his opponent's force. What a terrifying defensive martial skill! Yeah, this defensive martial skill is really too strong. The crowd was in an uproar. Many of the youths couldn't help from emitting a sense of reverence when their gaze was on Duanling Tian. And there was even a small amount of youths whose eyes emitted a dense intent to battle. Humph! Wuxia grunted coldly. His limelight being seized by Duanling Tian caused the malicious intent in his eyes to grow even deeper. After Duanling Tian passed the test, he quickly walked back to where he was standing earlier. As for those remaining enemy kingdom soldiers that were on the brink of death, they were all killed one after the other by the Iron Blood Army soldiers, their blood splattering on the spot. The moment they lost the battle was the moment their fates were sealed. Number 138. After Duanling Tian exited the arena, it was Xiao Yu's turn. Xiao Yu and Duanling Tian brushed shoulders as they passed each other, and Xiao Yu's eyes emitted a trace of astonishment. As far as he knew, the defensive martial skill that Duanling Tian executed earlier was undoubtedly the defensive martial skill that he cultivated, Star Shift. He was slightly curious as to where Duanling Tian learned Star Shift from. Moreover, it seemed to be cultivated to the perfection stage. Duanling Tian, you know Star Shift as well? Meng Quan asked curiously. Half a year ago, he battled Xiao Yu during Aurora City's youth gathering and suffered a loss to Star Shift. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, Meng Quan, what I executed wasn't Star Shift. Only its characteristics are slightly similar. So that's how it is. And here I was feeling puzzled as to how you could know the Xiao clan's martial skill. Meng Quan nodded. Duanling Tian's gaze wandered off into the distance. As Xiao Yu stood there, his cold figure seemed to be still like a mountain, giving off an invisible suppressive feeling to others. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers all had fearful expressions as they entered the arena and dispersed to surround him. Star shift. A defensive chi barrier flickered on the surface of Xiao Yu's body, fully exploding forth with the strength of four ancient mammoths. Wanderer's flash. Xiao Yu moved out swiftly as he locked on to the second-level core formation soldier. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up to his target, and he jerked his sleeve that was suffused with origin energy. Sleeve dimension. His long sleeve swung out to intercept the enemy kingdom soldier's fist that contained the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The soldier's expression distorted greatly. He only felt that his fist had hit the youth's sleeve, but it seemed to have hit cotton. There was no place to exert his strength on. In the next moment, he noticed a terrifying force tremoring towards him. Ka! The enemy kingdom soldier's arm was directly twisted to the point of breaking by Xiao Yu's sleeve movement. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the enemy kingdom soldier was blasted away by Xiao Yu, his body trembling violently as he rolled all over on the floor. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 enemy kingdom soldiers' attacks had arrived to blast themselves onto Xiao Yu. Some attacked from behind, some attacked from the sides. However, ah! A string of shrill cries sounded at almost the same time as the 9 enemy kingdom soldiers, whose attacks descended onto Xiao Yu, were blasted away one after the other. Following which, Xiao Yu killed them all one by one. Number 139. Xiao Yu smoothly passed the test, and thus the captain continued to call upon the next number. Meng Quan, good luck. Xiao Yu nodded to Meng Quan as they brushed past each other. Don't worry. Meng Quan inhaled a deep breath. Meanwhile, only now did the young geniuses present react. Their gazes all switched between Xiao Yu and Duanling Tian. This number 138 seems to be together with Duanling Tian. Even his defensive martial skill seems similar. Yeah, I wonder what defensive martial skill it is. It's too terrifying. He only needs to activate his defensive chi barrier. When others attack him, it's like hitting a mirror. They are unable to injure him and instead injured themselves. This defensive martial skill is certainly extremely rare even in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Many of the youths present looked at Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu with gazes that emitted an envious and jealous luster. Duanling Tian, how do you know Star Shift? Xiao Yu couldn't stop himself from asking the moment he returned to Duanling Tian's side. Star Shift was an extremely valuable high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even their Xiao clan relied on their ancestors' bestowal in order to acquire this martial skill. This martial skill was something that neither the Li clan nor the Lin clan possessed. Even the large clans of Swallow Mountain County didn't have it, and even the county governor's estate might not have it. Thus, he was curious as to how Duanling Tian knew this martial skill. You've seen wrongly. The defensive martial skill I executed wasn't Star Shift. It was Greater Teleportation. Subsequently, Duanling Tian roughly recited the principles behind Greater Teleportation to Xiao Yu. It's indeed slightly different, but it achieves the same goal with different means. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Meng Quan had already drawn an iron rod from the weapons rack on a side of the drill grounds and was executing Thousand Shadow Rod as he fought with the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! With a swing of the rod, a 9th-level body tempering soldier was blasted away. Just at this moment, an unexpected event abruptly occurred. One of the 9th-level body tempering soldiers forcefully threw himself over and withstood a rod strike from Meng Quan before tightly grasping onto the iron rod. Don't worry about me. Kill him. The enemy kingdom soldier had a vicious expression as his fresh blood flowed out of his mouth and he howled in grief. The other 8 soldiers had tears in their eyes as they pounced like madmen towards Meng Quan, who couldn't use his rod anymore. Meng Quan! Duanling Tian's face turned grim. Ah! When Meng Quan realized the danger he was in, he roared and hoisted up the soldier along with the iron rod before dropping it down towards one of the soldiers that was pouncing towards him. Bang! 2 lives with a single rod strike. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. In the end, Meng Quan eventually passed the test with great hardships. Duanling Tian looked at the serious-faced Meng Quan and asked, Meng Quan, you've already passed the test. Why do you not seem happy at all? Duan Ling Tian, tell me, should I really have killed them? That enemy kingdom soldier was willing to die in order to restrain my weapon, just so that he could allow his companions to obtain freedom. Meng Quan had a complicated gaze as he heaved a sigh. That guy was indeed worthy of admiration. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. You killed him in order to protect yourself, and your battle with him would either end in his or your death, so you don't have to feel any guilt. Duan Ling Tian patted Meng Quan on the shoulder as he consoled him. The genius camp test continued on like a raging fire. Later on, there were still some youth geniuses who got killed, but overall it was much better than when it just started. Presently, all of the youths present could be considered to have experienced genuine slaughter and bloodshed. They didn't have any mental burdens anymore when they entered the arena to conduct a slaughter. Number 163. The youth that entered the arena this time was around the age of 18. He was wearing scarlet-red robes and holding a sheathed sword in his hand. The moment he attacked, he attracted the gazes of everyone present. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was a 4th-level core formation martial artist. And the 3rd 4th-level core formation stage martial artist that was participating in the genius camp test so far. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers had only entered the arena and had not even taken their positions when, whoosh, in the blink of an eye, a red stream of light flashed crisscross across the soldiers. Repeated sword cries could be vaguely heard falling and rising one after the other. Clang! The sound of a sword being sheathed echoed out. The youth's figure revealed itself after having moved from one side of the soldiers to the other. Bang! 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 The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers maintained their original postures before abruptly crashing to the ground. The warm, fresh blood that was spurting out of their throats was dazzling to the eye. Good! This scene caused Xiao Qingshan, the dignified vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, to be unable to control himself from cheering. His eyes shone and he was eager to know more about this youth. What's your name? Su Li. The red-robed youth nodded in a slightly courteous manner to Xiao Qingshan. As expected, the crowd of youths were once again in an uproar. Fuck! This Su Li is the real freak. I couldn't even see his movements clearly, but he killed all of the enemy kingdom soldiers. Too terrifying. I didn't even have time to see what his sword looked like. I think his strength is even more formidable than Duan Ling Tian's and Yu Xiang's. I think so too. Hearing the discussions from the surroundings caused Yu Xiang's expression to turn ugly, but his eyes emitted a trace of fear when he looked at the faraway red-robed Su Li. Although he wasn't willing to admit it, the red-robed youth's strength was indeed more formidable than his. No, not only more formidable. As far as he was concerned, even the first-ranked youth in the younger generation of County City, Tan Rui, was still far from being as terrifying as the red-robed youth. I didn't expect there to still be such a freak among the young geniuses that participated in this year's Genius Camp Test. Meng Quan exclaimed in a low voice. What a swift sword! Xiao Yu's expression was serious. Su Li. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the faraway red-robed youth, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Earlier, he vaguely caught Su Li's movements. Su Li's movement technique was undoubtedly a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Moreover, it was cultivated to the perfection stage. If he were to face Su Li, unless he went at it with everything he had and exploded forth with the strength comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist, he would be far inferior to Su Li. Besides being fast, Su Li's sword skill was extremely terrifying. Duan Ling Tian was sure of at least one thing. Su Li's sword skill was fast enough to compete with his sword-drawing arts. Sword-drawing arts was only able to manifest the might of a high-grade profound rank sword skill when attacking unexpectedly. Su Li's sword skill, however, was a genuine high-grade profound rank sword skill. Moreover, it was obviously one of the top sword skills among the high-grade profound rank sword skills. The synchronous shadow sword I passed on to Li Shishir is still slightly inferior to his sword skill. Perhaps only Ku Er's freezing sword can compare to it, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Ku Er's freezing sword was part of the top cultivation method Frost God's sword technique and was also the foundation for the succeeding profound sword skills within the Frost God's sword technique. So it was extremely extraordinary. Unless I exerted all my strength, or my spirit serpent movement technique breaks through to the perfection stage, it would be extremely difficult to defeat this Suli. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his eyes flashed with a trace of an intent to do battle. As time went by, dusk slowly approached. At this time, the genius camp tests were drawing to a close. After Suli, although there were many third-level core formation youth genius that were quite extraordinary, they were still inferior to Suli. Number 237. As the captain spoke, a youth so robust that he looked like a cow walked out quickly, his imposing manner piercing through the sky. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally slightly drowsy, suddenly jolted awake and looked towards the robust youth. This guy isn't simple. Xiao Yu had a serious expression. He obviously noticed as well. Meanwhile, the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers followed him into the arena and pounced towards the robust youth. Hua! The robust youth's body trembled. In the blink of an eye, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 4th level of the core formation stage. Another one at the 4th level of the core formation stage. Many of the youths in the crowd couldn't stop themselves from exclaiming. The expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that flew out all distorted greatly. Meanwhile, the robust youth had already closed the distance between him and the 2nd level core formation soldier. Clap! He slapped out his palm and knocked the soldier out cold. This was nothing. He proceeded to extend his hand and hoist up the soldier's body, hoisting it up as easily as lifting a feather. He treated the body as a weapon and swung it out towards the remaining 9 enemy kingdom soldiers. The 9 enemy kingdom soldiers were repeatedly blasted away, and they were all, without exception, killed from impact. The enemy kingdom soldier that the robust youth used as a weapon had long since become badly mutilated. Although the body seemed to have some slight movements, even God would find it difficult to save him. Suddenly, the robust youth lifted his hand and tossed up the soldier. Whoosh! His leg moved out like a bolt of lightning. Ka! The body of the enemy kingdom soldier dislocated at the waist and was kicked away, flying before crashing down onto the ground without any signs of life. The surrounding drill grounds fell into a deathly silence. Ha ha! Good, good! The Iron Blood Army's vice commander laughed heartily. The youths that participated in this year's Genius Camp test really gave him too huge of a pleasant surprise. Especially this youth in front of him. He was virtually a combat machine. If he were to enter the battlefield, he would certainly slaughter the enemies in all directions. What's your name? Chao Qingshan asked. The robust youth cupped his hand towards Chao Qingshan and respectfully said, Reporting to Vice Commander, sir. I'm known as Tian Hu. Tian Hu, well done. Chao Qingshan smiled as he nodded without sparing any commendations. Immediately, the 100+ youths present at the drill grounds looked at Tian Hu with envious and jealous gazes. This Tian Hu is extremely formidable. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. I didn't expect that this many freaks would appear for this year's Genius Camp test. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. At the same time that Meng Quan sighed, there were plenty of people who were similarly sighing. So many black horses actually appeared during this year's Genius Camp test. TSK. For youths at the 4th level of the core formation stage is truly shocking. Yeah, in any other year, if even one 4th level core formation youth appeared, it would be enough to cause surprise. But this time 4 people actually appeared. Especially that Duan Ling Tian. Although his current strength might not be on par with Su Li's and Tian Hu's, he's still young. Once grows to Su Li's and Tian Hu's age, he will certainly be even more terrifying. These words all entered Yu Xiang's ears. Yu Xiang's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light, revealing a killing intent. Once he grows up to the age of Yu Xiang and Tian Hu, then he will surely be even more terrifying? The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth curled into a sneer. Then he will at least need to be alive until then. It'll end soon. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as his gaze once again descended onto the drill grounds. In the later part of the test, over 10 youths died, but there were also over 10 youths that passed the test. At this moment, the genius camp test completely came to a close. The captain had returned to the side of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander and whispered something in his ear. Xianxia took a step forward and looked at the group of youths that seemed to have matured within a day as he slowly said, "First of all, congratulations on being able to pass the genius camp test. It's needless to say that this year's test was beyond my expectations. Besides the amount of people that passed being higher than the previous years, there were even a few peoples whose strength shocked even me. The people present all knew who Xianxia was talking about when he spoke about their shocking strength. For a moment, nearly everyone present had their gazes divided towards 4 places, respectively being Duanling Tian, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The 4 of them were absolute black horses. Tonight, all of you can enjoy yourselves, but starting from tomorrow, you will all become members of the genius camp, and for the next year, there won't be any luxuries for you to enjoy. Although all of you are extraordinary, based on our past experience, there won't be more than 10 of you alive in a year." Xianxia dispersed the crowd of youths after he finished speaking. After a year, no more than 10 would survive. None of the youths that left the Iron Blood Army drill grounds doubted what Xianxia had said. As the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xianxia had seen countless young geniuses die during the genius camp training over the years. What he said was something extremely worth believing, as it came from experience. TSK, no more than 10 people. I roughly counted earlier and there were 98 people who passed the genius camp test. Meng Quan couldn't help but be astounded. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed. "Let's have a feast tonight. We won't have the chance to enjoy ourselves for a year starting tomorrow," said Xiaoyu. "Right. Let's open up our stomachs tonight and fill them to the brim." Meng Quan grinned. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Duanling Tian took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. After eating their fill that night, Duanling Tian's group of 3 took a stroll around Iron Blood City before heading back to the inn. Duanling Tian cultivated until deep into the night before slowly falling asleep. He deeply anticipated the arrival of the genius camp's training. In a vast, brightly illuminated room of another inn. "Brother, I'm sorry." Yu Xiang lowered his head. Opposite Yu Xiang stood a 25-year-old young man. The young man was wearing casual clothes, and there was a similarity to Yu Xiang between his brows. However, at this moment, his eyes flickered with a ghastly brilliance, and mixed within was a trace of rage and killing intent. "It isn't your fault. You don't have to blame yourself." The young man was precisely Yu Hong, the elder brother of Yu Xiang. "Brother, it's all because of that Duanling Tian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had an argument that eventually attracted the vice commander over." Yu Xiang's eyes emitted killing intent as he spoke. "Don't worry. As long as he enters the genius camp, I have ways to kill him." Yu Hong tightly clenched his fist as his origin energy started raging and swept out. Under extreme rage, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 8th level of the core formation stage. "Brother, didn't that Wang Mang say that you have to avoid doing anything that would arouse suspicion?" Yu Xiang was dazed. "Yes, I do." Yu Hong's eye flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "But of the few centurions that are in charge of the genius camp, 2 of them are good friends of mine. When the time comes, all they will have to do is play a few underhanded tricks, and that Duanling Tian will undoubtedly be dead." "Great!" Yu Xiang's was wild with joy. In the largest tent of the Iron Blood Army's quarters. "Qing Shan, I heard there were a few good seedlings in this year's genius camp." A refined, middle-aged man sat at the head. He emitted a warm smile as he looked at the stalwart middle-aged man beside him. "Yes, Commander, sir." Qing Shan nodded with a face full of delight. "I'm really getting curious as to why you're still happy even until now. Tell me the details." The refined, middle-aged man lightly smiled. His interest had been aroused. Probably no one would have imagined that the cold-blooded Iron Blood Army's commander would be such an ordinary and refined scholar once he removed his armor. "Yes. Xiao Qingshan answered respectfully. Among the four of them, the only one I heard about before was Yuxiang, the younger brother of Decurion Yuhong. But, although this Yuxiang's strength isn't bad, he is a mediocre person and will not have any great achievements. Xiao Qingshan had an expression of disregard when he spoke of Yuxiang. Isn't Yu Hong a centurion? The refined, middle-aged man was dazed. After hearing Xiao Qingshan's explanation, he finally understood the whole story, and his expression sunk as he grunted. This Yu Hong is too presumptuous. How could the Iron Blood Army allow him to use his authority for personal gain? That's why, out of consideration of his previous merits, I gave him a chance. If he doesn't know how to change his ways, we can only discharge him from the Iron Blood Army, Xiao Qingshan said. You handled this matter well. That Duanling Tian is the second person that caught your attention? The refined middle-aged man asked curiously. Exactly. Xiao Qingshan nodded. This Duanling Tian isn't even 17 yet, but he isn't humble nor arrogant. He was even unfazed when faced with the murderous aura I released on purpose towards him. I suspect that although he is still young, but he's already killed quite a few people. Not even 17 but killed quite a few people? The refined middle-aged man was dazed. Yes. Later on, in order to prove my suspicions, I purposely observed him. As a result, I noticed that when faced with the brutal murderous scene in the drill grounds, unlike the other youths, he was unfazed and just watched coldly from the beginning till the end. It's hard to imagine how a youth that's only 16 years of age could be able to achieve such a feat. Xiao Qingshan continued. Early morning the next day at the Iron Blood Army campsite, the 98 youths from Swallow Mountain County gathered once again. After a night's rest, they were all brimming with vigor and vitality. Everything that happened yesterday was completely forgotten, and they started a new chapter in their lives. Before long, the captain that was in charge of presiding over the genius camp yesterday walked over quickly along with 5 young generals. The captain went straight to the point the moment he arrived. First of all, congratulations on passing the test and becoming members of the genius camp. I'm Yangda, a captain of the Iron Blood Army and the person in charge of this year's genius camp training. In ordinary times, the 5 centurions behind me will be your instructors and will bring you along for training. Now, I'll let you all freely form 5 groups, where each group may not have more than 20 people. Immediately, the group of youths on the drill grounds started getting into action. Most of the people moved over to 4 different directions. In each of these 4 directions stood a single person. Duanling Tian, Su Li Tian Hu Yuxiang. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, relying on them would be the most sensible choice. Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan stood on the spot. More than 20 people quickly gathered around them. In the end, with the help of the captain, Duanling Tian's group was left with 20 people. The same happened for Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang's groups. Only the remaining 18 people had bitter smiles as they stood at a side with slightly helpless expressions and with a sense of loss. Alright, now that the groups have been divided, next, I'll briefly introduce the rules during the training for the next year. The first round of training will last for 3 months. Each group will face different challenges, and survival of the fittest will occur until only half of the people remain. In other words, after 3 months, only half of the people in each group shall survive, Yangda said slowly. As Yangda finished speaking, the eyes of the isolated group of 18 young geniuses all shone brightly. Haha, so that's how it is. Looks like my luck isn't that bad. At least my group doesn't have any freaks. Yeah, but they are going to have a hard time, especially the groups with Duanling Tian and Yuxiang. Duanling Tian will surely help his 2 companions. In other words, in the first round of training, only 7 people will survive from the remaining 17 people. Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiang's group is even worse. Yu Xiang has 4 Yu clan members with him, which means only 5 people can survive from the remaining 15 people. Different from these youths' delight, the youths of the other 4 groups all had slightly unnatural expressions, especially Duanling Tian's and Yu Xian's groups. These youths had extremely ugly expressions. Fuck, is something wrong with us? Why did we choose this group with Duan Ling Tian? Forget it. Our luck is still good. The people who chose Yu Xiang's group have the worst luck. Damn it. Why did I choose Yu Xiang's group? What lousy luck. Yeah, even Duan Ling Tian's group is better than this one. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Yu Xing's face sank as he growled. If you all think Duan Ling Tian's group is better, then fuck off over to him. Instantly, the surrounding youths went silent. They didn't dare to offend Yu Xiang at this moment. If Yu Xiang had any qualms against them, they would most certainly die. The current 5 groups will be considered small squads. The squads will be led by a Centurion instructor and begin the 3-month-long first round of training. Yang Da's voice echoed out once again. Su Li's group was Squad 1. Tian Hu's group was Squad 2. Duan Ling Tian's group was Squad 3. Yu Xiang's group was Squad 4. The final group was Squad 5. The 5 Centurions each stood at the front of a group. A Centurion around the age of 30 with a medium stature stood in front of Duan Ling Tian's squad and said, in a loud voice, "From today onwards, I will be the instructor of Squad 3. Call me Fan Jian." Fan Jian. Some of the youths were stunned. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. This Centurion's name was really special. Instantly, someone couldn't hold back their laughter. Is it very funny? Fan Jian's face sunk as he reprimanded him. Instantly, the entire squad went silent. Follow me. We'll hike to the Dawnshroud mountain range. Fan Jian shouted in a low voice as he took the lead and started running out of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Meanwhile, the other 4 squads and their instructors followed from behind as well. The group of youths from the Genius Camp followed their 5 instructors out of Iron Blood City and headed towards the Dawnshroud mountain range. In the beginning, there was still chatting and laughter amongst the group of youths, but by the time noon arrived, no one had the strength to continue idle conversations. All of them were both hungry and thirsty. "Instructor, where are we having our lunch at?" One of the youths in Squad 3 couldn't help himself from inquiring. "Humph, there's no lunch. If you want food, then wait till we arrive at Dawnshroud mountain range, and you can make some yourself. Based on our current traveling speed, it will be at least dusk before we arrive at Dawnshroud mountain range. All of you, keep your spirits high for me." Fan Jian coldly grunted. "What? We need to run until dusk." The youths were stunned. They had only run for half a morning and they were already tired and hungry. If they were to run until dusk, wouldn't that mean being exhausted to the point of fainting? Behind the group of youths in Squad 3, 3 youths followed at a steady pace. Meng Quan wiped the sweat off his forehead as he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, aren't you tired?" Presently, even Xiaoyu was breathing heavily. Only Duan Ling Tian remained unfazed. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth contained a smile. Tired? Not to mention that this level of training would be nothing to him in his past lifetime. In this lifetime, his body was even stronger, so even if he had to run an entire day and night, he still might not even feel a bit tired. "Meng Quan, your breathing is too erratic. Inhale every 3 steps and exhale every 2 steps. Maintain a rhythm. Try it." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he passed on his secret technique to Meng Quan. Meng Quan did as he was told. After a short moment, he looked much better. He even stopped sweating, and his entire person seemed much more revitalized and full of energy. "It really works." Meng Quan's eyes shone. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. He couldn't help himself from trying it out. After doing the same, he noticed that he didn't feel so exhausted anymore. He glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He realized that the more deeply he got to know Duan Ling Tian, the more shocked he would be. "Duan Ling Tian, I really admire you." Meng Quan sighed. Before long, some of the others noticed that not only was Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 not slow, they were unfazed, causing them to all be stunned. Even the 5 instructors were slightly moved. Humph! Yu Xiang's breathing had started to become hurried as well, and his face sunk when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's current condition. Even Su Li and Tian, who both deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Presently, besides the 5 instructors, only Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 seemed to be on a casual stroll. It didn't even look like they had been running. As the sun set, besides Duanling Tian's group of 3, all of the youths including Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang couldn't help themselves from heaving a sigh of relief when a continuous mountain range appeared before them. "We've arrived so quickly? Heh, so not challenging," Meng Quan said sarcastically. Instantly, it attracted plenty of scornful gazes. Before long, the 5 instructors exchanged gazes before they simultaneously ordered, "Halt!" When the 5 squads of youths halted, some of them bended down and fiercely gasped for air. Finally, they could rest. After a short moment, they were all stunned on the spot, as the 5 instructors searched them one by one and confiscated all the fire pistons that the youths had brought along with them. Interesting. As Duanling Tian thought of something, a smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. The 5 instructors gathered all the fire pistons before burning them all together. "Instructor, this?" some of the youths questioned. "Now, the captain is already waiting for you all at the Dawnshroud Mountain Range's entrance. The first person amongst you to arrive at the entrance will obtain a fire piston from the captain. That will decide whether you'll be able to eat cooked meat or raw meat tonight," one of the instructors slowly said. After a short moment, the group of youths seemed as if they had awakened from a dream. They couldn't even be bothered to rest before they madly ran towards the entrance. In the air, a myriad of ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed across, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. Before long, only Duanling Tian's group of 3 remained as they slowly walked over. Duanling Tian had an unperturbed expression. However, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan beside him had puzzled expressions. "Duanling Tian, aren't we going to go fight for it?" asked Meng Quan. "If we don't have a fire piston, we'll have to eat raw meat for the remaining days in this mountain range." Xiao Yu had a bitter smile as he spoke. "Who said you must have a fire piston to start a fire?" Duanling Tian asked indifferently. Not to mention he had fire pistons in his spatial ring. Even without a fire piston, he still had many methods to easily start a fire. For out of the 5 instructors followed the group and ran off to the entrance. Only Duanling Tian's squad instructor, Fan Jian, glanced at Duanling Tian before frowning, but he didn't say a word. "How do you start a fire without a fire piston?" asked Meng Quan curiously. "Forget it, we probably can't catch up now anyway. At most, when we need a fire, we can borrow it from the person who has the fire piston." Xiao Yu shook his head. He didn't quite believe what Duanling Tian had said. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and eventually arrived at the entrance to the Dawnshroud Mountain Range. Upon arrival, they realized that only Captain Yangde and the other 4 captains were present, whereas the other youths had all vanished. "What's going on?" Yangde frowned as he glanced at Fan Jian, who was following behind Duanling Tian's group of 3. "Captain, sir, they seem to not care about the fire piston, so I didn't force them," Fan Jian said in a matter-of-fact tone. Yangde glanced at Duanling Tian's group of 3 before shaking his head. "Forget it. The 3 of you can now go hunt for some wild animals and prepare your own dinner." Duanling Tian nodded and entered the Dawnshroud Mountain Range with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. "They're probably thinking of borrowing the fire piston." Looking at Duanling Tian's group disappearing figures, Fan Jian grunted. "Then they're going to be out of luck." Yangde had a weird gaze. "Huh." Fan Jian looked at Yangde with a questioning gaze. "Captain, why do you say so?" "Ha. Fan Jian, do you know who got the fire piston?" another one of the centurions asked as he laughed. "Who?" Fan Jian asked curiously. "Yu Xiang." In the sky above Dawnshroud Mountain Range, the sun slowly set and concealed itself behind the other side of the mountain range. Duanling Tian looked at the scene in the sky and thought in his heart, maybe this Dawnshroud Mountain Range got its name from that. This Dawnshroud Mountain Range should be similar to Misty Forest, both having a myriad of wild animals and fierce beasts living within. "We must be careful once we enter it," Duanling Tian said to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan by his side. The 2 of them nodded in reply. "Let's go." Duanling Tian's figure flashed forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan executed their movement techniques as well as they followed Duanling Tian like shadows. After entering the Dawnshroud Mountain Range, What appeared before them were 3 forks in the road. But after Duanling Tian chose one of them, what appeared before them were 5 more forks in the road. It was virtually a maze. Aya Wu! An ear-splitting wolf howl tore through the sky. When Duanling Tian turned around to look, he saw a pitch-black colored wild wolf with eyes that flickered with bloodlust pouncing out of the bushes at the side. It opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Overconfident, Duanling Tian's brows knit as the muscles in his right arm slightly bulged. Whoosh! He swung out his right arm towards the wild wolf's chest, carrying with it a strong wind which swept towards the surroundings. A loud noise sounded, followed by a grievous howl from the wild wolf which abruptly ended in the next moment. The wild wolf's inner organs had been completely shattered from the impact of Duanling Tian's arm swing, and as such it only slightly struggled on the ground for a short moment before losing all signs of life. Dead. I didn't expect that our prey would come find us itself. Meng Quan laughed as he walked over and hoisted the wild wolf onto his shoulder. Duanling Tian inspected the surroundings for a moment before saying, "Let's return." The 3 of them left the Dawnshroud mountain range. On the way, they encountered some youths who were carrying their prey back as well. They were going to gather back at the Dawnshroud mountain range entrance. Many people had already begun cleaning the corpses of their prey. Some hunted tigers, some hunted eagles, and some hunted leopards. Duanling Tian's group of 3 found an empty space before putting the wolf corpse down. Meng Quan casually pulled out a dagger from his long boot and started cleaning up the wolf corpse. Before long, Meng Quan had already cleaned up the wolf's fur, and even thrown its internal organs aside. Meng Quan, you seem experienced. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Hee, I used to always sleep out in the misty forest, sometimes even for times up to a month, so I needed to get food somehow. Now the meat is ready. So where are we getting our fire from? Meng Quan laughed slyly, but as he finished speaking, he was slightly perplexed. Suddenly, Xiao Yu frowned as he looked into the distance. Both of you look? Duanling Tian and Meng Quan looked over. They saw that nearly all of the genius camp youths besides their squad's members had already made a fire. Yu Xiang, can you lend the fire piston to us for a moment? Someone from Squad 3 went over to borrow the fire piston. That Yu Xiang got the fire piston? Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expression were slightly ugly. If I'm not wrong, you're in the same squad as Duanling Tian, right? Yu Xiang asked the youth. Yes. The youth nodded. It's a small matter to lend the fire piston to everyone in your Squad 3, but let me be blunt. If anyone dares to lend the fire piston to Duanling Tian, don't ever think about having a fire ever again. Yu Xian's eyes narrowed into a line and a cold light could be indistinctly seen from within. It's hard on everyone, and we all have been hungry for the entire day. Yu Xiang, why don't you? The youth hesitated. Humph. Just based on what you said, I'm not going to lend it to anyone from Squad 3. Yu Xiang grunted coldly before looking at the youths of his squad and the other squads. The fires you're all using were borrowed from me. Let me be clear and tell you all that if anyone dares to lend their fire to anyone within Squad 3, don't ever think of using my fire piston again. At this moment, Yu Xiang had a complacent expression that said, I'm the boss. Yu Xiang, don't worry. We're not ungrateful people. Yeah, we guarantee that we won't lend our fire to Squad 3. Instantly, besides the members of Squad 3, all the remaining squads stated their position clearly. You. The youth that came to borrow the fire piston was angry to the extent that his face flushed. I what? Fuck OFF. Yu Xiang glared at the youth. The youth was intimidated to the point of taking 2 steps back before turning around and returning to Squad 3's area. At this moment, the members of Squad 3 looked fiercely at the youth. Luo Cheng, you still have the face to come back? You originally successfully borrowed the fire piston, but because you couldn't mind your own business and tried to care of that Duanling Tian. Now everyone in our Squad 3 doesn't have any fire to use. Duanling Tian is right over there. I'm curious though, would he be grateful to you for what you did? Luo Cheng felt muddle-headed. He didn't expect that he would be isolated because of this. For a moment, His eyes became red as the luster of tears moved within. What, you still want to cry? Take your prey and fuck off. One of the youths threw over a wild boar that had been cut up to Luo Cheng. You all, how could you all be so selfish? As Luo Cheng held on to the wild boar, his breathing became hurried. Before long, Luo Cheng noticed that the group of youths from Squad 3 that were originally planning to argue with him seemed to have seen something terrifying as they abruptly shut their mouths. Slap. Meanwhile, he noticed that a strong hand had been placed on his shoulder. He turned his head around and saw a smiling violet-clothed youth standing behind him. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he asked, You're called Luo Cheng? Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of this youth that was willing to strive to get the fire piston for a stranger like himself. Yes. Luo Cheng was slightly nervous and awkward. Relax. Since they don't welcome you, just follow me from now on. Duan Ling Tian said to Luo Cheng before walking back to where Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were. Xiao Yu. Meng Quan. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan nodded to Luo Cheng. Nice to meet you. I'm Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng's face was slightly red, seeming extremely similar to a little girl. Not far from them. This Luo Cheng really has good luck, actually getting acquainted with someone to rely on like Duan Ling Tian. So what? Doesn't he still have to eat raw meat? Damn it. We really got screwed over badly by that Luo Cheng. The youths of Squad 3 all had ugly expressions. On the other side, Captain Yang De watched this scene from afar. While roasting meat on the campfire, he asked the other 5 centurions who sat around the fire, How do you all think Duan Ling Tian will deal with his dinner? I heard he was even fearless in front of the vice commander, so he probably will just go seize the fire piston from Yuxiang. Humph! If he seizes it forcefully, he might not even be a match for Yuxiang. Exactly. Moreover, do you think the others won't help Yuxiang? Including Su Li and Tian who, they have all received Yuxiang's kindness. Otherwise, where would they have gotten their fire from? The 5 centurions discussed amongst themselves, and not one of them looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 sat around in a circle. Duan Ling Tian, now that the fire piston is in Yuxiang's hands and the others have stated their positions on not lending their fire to us, what are we going to do about our dinner tonight? I've been hungry for a long time after running the entire day. Meng Quan rubbed his dry stomach with a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Yu looked over to Duan Ling Tian as well. Why not? I go again. And plead to Yuxiang, Luo Cheng said with a red face. In the next moment, he noticed Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 sweep him with a burning gaze. I won't go, okay? Luo Cheng lowered his head. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian abruptly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng, Duan Ling Tian walked over to the other youths of Squad 3. The group of youths was on guard as if confronted with a formidable enemy. Relax. Duan Ling Tian smiled before his gaze focused on the pile of dried wood between the group of youths. You all probably don't need these pieces of dried wood anymore, right? The youths all exchanged glances, but nobody spoke a word. Since you all don't want them, I'll take them. Duan Ling Tian didn't bother to be polite. He grabbed the pile of dried wood and returned to Xiao Yu and the group side. We don't even have a fire piston. What do you want this dried wood for? Meng Quan had a puzzled expression. Who told you that you need a fire piston to start a fire? Duan Ling Tian raised his voice on purpose. For a moment, including Captain Yang De and the Centurions, everyone looked over at Duan Ling Tian in interest. Yuxiang grunted as he raised his voice and mocked, Humph! Bullshit. I really do want to see how you'll start a fire without a fire piston. Are you so sure? Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuxiang and abruptly started laughing. Of course, Yuxiang said in opposition. Then how about we make a bet? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered, and the smile on his face never faded. What do you want to bet? Yuxiang's brows knit slightly. Betting on other things aren't interesting, How about whoever loses needs to take off their clothes and run 10 rounds around the Dawnshroud Mountain Range entrance without a shred of clothes on their body? How about it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he spoke. What? Xiang was stunned. The others were dumbstruck as well. This gamble was really too ruthless. Duan Ling Tian, you? Meng Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbfounded expression. What, you don't dare? As Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiang, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If you're a coward, then keep a low profile and don't bark around like a dog. Fucking noisy. Xiang's face flushed red as he said in rage. Why would I not dare? Okay, I'll agree. Very good. I hope you don't go back on your word later. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. However, I'm worried you will go back on your word. Captain, sir. Xiang abruptly stood up as he spoke and looked towards the distance. Something the matter? Yangda brought along the 5 centurions as he walked over. He had heard of the gamble between Duan Ling Tian and Xiang. Captain, sir, this Duan Ling Tian wants to gamble with me. So I hope that you can bear witness so that he doesn't go against his word once he loses. Xiang looked towards Yangda as he spoke. Xiang is too ruthless, actually asking the captain to be the witness of this gamble. With the captain here, even if this Duan Ling Tian loses, he wouldn't dare go against his word. Duan Ling Tian really got himself into trouble this time. I'm really looking forward to the scene of Duan Ling Tian running around naked. Ha 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 ha. I'm looking forward to it as well, but this Duan Ling Tian is only 16. He probably hasn't even grown any hair yet, so there's nothing interesting about that. The group of youths started discussing animatedly, as if they were sure that Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose. Duan Ling Tian, what do you think? Captain Yangda looked towards Duan Ling Tian, seeking his opinion. After all, this gamble was something Duan Ling Tian started. Duan Ling Tian, you better not say you don't dare. Xiang's eyes narrowed as he cut off Duan Ling Tian's retreat. Captain, sir, I don't have any objections. Just as Xiang said, please bear witness to this gamble. Duan Ling Tian nodded while the corner of his mouth held a smile. This Xiang was such a considerate person. Xiang's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to so readily agree. Duan Ling Tian, you wouldn't have hidden a fire piston, right? If that's it, then this gamble will have no meaning. Xiang looked at Duan Ling Tian with a vigilant expression. Don't worry, if I use a fire piston, then you can consider it my loss. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Fire piston? Did he need it? Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Remember that this is something you agreed to. If the both of you have no objections, this gamble will now take effect. Yangda looked towards Duan Ling Tian and Xiang. The both of them shook their heads, showing that they did not object. Begin. Yangda looked with interest at Duan Ling Tian. The 5 centurions behind him also stared at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. They were all curious as to where Duan Ling Tian got his confidence from. Even they wouldn't dare say they could start a fire without a fire piston. Today, I'll teach everyone some general knowledge. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was seated on the floor after picking out a rounded piece of dried wood from the pile. Meanwhile, the group of youths from the genius camp had all surrounded him. They fixedly stared at Duan Ling Tian's movements. Duan Ling Tian looked over at Meng Quan and said, with a light smile, Meng Quan, give me your dagger. Meng Quan passed his dagger over. After receiving the dagger, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, cut off a stick from the end of the dried wood in his hand, and then sharpened it. At the same time, he dug a small hole in the rounded piece of dried wood. Wash! Small pieces of wood entered Duan Ling Tian's hand from the pile, followed by the origin energy that burst forth from within his hand. They transformed into wood filings, and finally dropped into the small hole in the rounded piece of dried wood. Subsequently, he stuck the stick that he had sharpened earlier into the small hole, and he started to spin the stick. If someone from Earth in Duan Ling Tian's previous life were to see this, they would certainly recognize what he was doing with just a glance. Duan Ling Tian's present movements were precisely the act of boring wood to make fire. Chi. Indulging in fantasies. You really think you can start a fire like this? Yuxiang sneered, but he was dumbstruck before long. Hiss. Duanling Tian spun the dried stick for a while before the wood filings started to smoke, and after a short moment, a small flame emerged. Meng Quan dried wood, Duanling Tian shouted in a low voice. Coming. Meng Quan had already gone to prepare the dried wood as soon as the wood filings started smoking. After hearing Duanling Tian call for him, he promptly placed a pile of dried wood in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian placed the burning wood filings into the dried wood. Instantly, a blazing flame erupted. No, impossible. It's impossible. Yuxiang watched this scene in disbelief, and he took a few steps back before shaking his head in a manner that seemed like he was slightly out of his senses, as he didn't dare believe all this was real. At this moment, the surrounding youths all looked at Yuxiang with gazes that emitted a trace of pity. This Yuxiang was in over his head. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths all had extremely ugly expressions. Yuxiang losing face would equal to the Yu clan losing face, and also they themselves losing face. Yang De deeply glanced at Duanling Tian before asking, Duanling Tian, how did you think of this? When I was playing as a kid, I accidentally stumbled upon it. I call it boring wood to make fire. Captain, what do you think? Duanling Tian rubbed his nose as he spoke. Good. Very good. Yang De laughed heartily. Yu Xiang, since you asked the captain to bear witness, I trust you will certainly abide by the bet, right? Duanling Tian looked towards Yu Xiang as he smiled in ridicule. Yu Xiang's expression grew even uglier. In next to no time, he looked towards 2 of the centurions behind Yang De with a pleading gaze. Captain, sir, Yu Xiang is a disciple of the county city's Yu clan. If he were to be subjected to such humiliation, the Yu clan would undoubtedly be humiliated as well. At that time, I'm afraid it would be difficult to wind the matter up. One of the centurions spoke out. Yeah, Captain, sir. Let's just take this matter as a joke and just laugh about it. Another centurion spoke out. Yang De frowned. Yu clan. He had to take them into consideration. However, this gamble was something that was obvious to everyone present. If he, the person who bore witness to the gamble, were to just drop the matter, his prestige would definitely be tarnished. And if the news were to be spread, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position within the Iron Blood Army. Ha 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 ha. A wave of loud laughter suddenly echoed out. Presumptuous. The centurion that spoke out at first to help Yu Xiang looked at Duanling Tian angrily, and his face went grim. How can you be presumptuous in the presence of the captain? Centurion, sir. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth held a smile. The gamble between Yu Xiang and I was not only witnessed by the captain, but also by everyone present here. When the gamble was just established, I wonder why you didn't speak out and stop it. Could it be that it was because you didn't think of the Yu clan at that time? Or maybe, I being able to win and Yu Xiang losing exceeded your expectations. Thus, you brought out the Yu clan to suppress the captain. As Duanling Tian finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a ghastly brilliance. Could it be that you think the captain would be afraid of the Yu clan and would be obliged to bow down in front of the Yu clan? When the centurion heard what Duanling Tian said, his expression instantly turned slightly pale and gloomy. After glaring at Duanling Tian with eyes filled with resentment, the centurion looked at Yang De with a terrified expression. Captain, sir, I've never once thought in this way. I really didn't mean it in that way. The other centurion sensibly shut his mouth when faced with such a situation. Even though he was a good friend of Yu Xiang's elder brother, Yu Hong, he still wouldn't dare to offend his superior officer. This gamble was something that was obvious to everyone present. I hope that Captain can handle the matter in a just manner. Xiao Yu spoke just at the right moment to help Duanling Tian. We hope Captain can handle the matter in a just manner. Instantly, many of the youths from every squad followed suit and expressed their support. Yu Xiang's expression became even uglier. His gaze swept past these youths. Most of these youth had all borrowed fire from him, but never would he have thought they were actually fence-sitters and were so realistic. This caused him to get so angry that even his lifeblood started boiling. Yang De looked towards Yuxiang as he indifferently said, "Enough. Since I acted as the witness for this gamble, I would naturally not side with any party. Yuxiang, make good on your side of the bet." Although he had to consider the county cities Yu clan, he wasn't afraid of them. Not to mention that the Iron Blood army was extremely far away and didn't have any restraints. Even if the Yu clan's patriarch came to Iron Blood City in person, he would be helpless against him. He was a member of the Iron Blood army, and the Iron Blood army was famous for protecting its own. Even the members of the county governor's estate would not dare to rashly offend the Iron Blood army. Yuxiang inhaled a deep breath as a sense of humiliation flashed within his eyes, and his body started to tremble unconsciously. Under the keen gazes of the surrounding youths, Yuxiang started to take off his clothes, piece by piece. Currently, Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luozheng had all returned to where they were sitting earlier and started roasting the wild wolf and wild boar. They roasted their food as they watched the performance Yuxiang put on. "Haha! I didn't notice that this Yuxiang would be even fairer than women." Meng Quan laughed heartily as he watched Yuxiang dashing around. Duanling Tian laughed as he said, "There's even a birthmark on his buttocks." Presently, it wasn't just Duanling Tian's group of 4, even the other youths were watching fixedly at Yuxiang's performance, deeply afraid that they would miss any brilliant scenes. As the wind blew past Yuxiang's stark-naked body every few steps he ran, his face would become even gloomier. His eyes even emitted a dense hatred and killing intent. "Duanling Tian, I swear to never stop until I get my revenge." "Ah!" Yuxiang abruptly howled after he ran half the distance. Whoosh! His legs moved as he executed his movement technique, quickly finishing the remaining rounds. "Brother Xiang." Yu Xiao passed over a set of clothes just at the right moment. After putting on his clothes, Yu Xiang took a deep breath before sitting in a corner. He was too ashamed to show his face in front of anyone. Meng Quan laughed as he said, "Haha, satisfying." Xiao Yu started laughing as well. Luo Cheng's eyes flickered and a smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. He noticed that a trace of delight had unexpectedly appeared in his heart. Duanling Tian smiled as he said, "Okay, hurry up and eat. Don't let it get burnt." Meanwhile, besides the Yu clan members, all the other youths of the genius camp were whispering amongst themselves. Their topic of discussion was precisely Yuxiang, who had just run 10 laps stark naked. The youths of Squad 3 currently had complacent and delighted expressions. That Yuxiang even said that he wouldn't lend his fire to our Squad 3. Humph! Why would we need to borrow fire from him? With Duanling Tian's method of boring wood to make fire, even if we don't have fire pistons, we can easily start a fire. Yes, Duanling Tian is really too outstanding to the extent that he's even able to create such a method. I really can't believe that Duanling Tian is only 16. When I was his age, I hadn't even stepped into the core formation stage, let alone being like him, capable of so many different skills. That Yuxiang probably doesn't have the face to meet anyone anymore. Talking about that, his bird looks really small. I wonder if it can even be used. Shoo! Speak softer, he's a member of the county city's Yu clan after all. Be careful, because if he targets you, then you'll have a really hard time. Yeah, let's talk softly. Actually, I think his bird is really small too, like a toothpick. At this moment, the youths of Squad 3 unsparingly praised Duanling Tian and ruthlessly trampled on Yuxiang at the same time. It was as if they had completely forgotten that just a while ago, they were extremely unsatisfied with Duanling Tian and even thought about putting down their pride to go borrow the fire piston from Yuxiang. Afar, Captain Yang De gnawed on his roasted meat, but his gaze never left Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, this youth was just too miraculous. He was absolutely a genius among geniuses. He was even able to think of such a way to start a fire. Among the 5 Centurions, the instructor of Squad 3, Fan Jian, had a surprised expression all over his face that still hadn't faded until now. He completely understood now. It turned out to be that the reason Duanling Tian took his time to walk towards the Dawnshroud mountain range earlier today and didn't fight for the fire piston was because he was already prepared since a long time ago. He truly didn't need the fire piston to start a fire. He deeply felt how terrifying this youth was. Among the remaining 4 centurions, 2 of them had indifferent expressions as if the matters of today were of no personal interest to them. The final 2 centurions glanced at each other before laughing helplessly. They were both Xianxia's elder brother's good friends, so they felt slightly guilty in their hearts because they weren't able to help Xianxia. But before long, a killing intent flashed within their eyes. So full. Duanling Tian burped and then let himself follow the force of gravity and lie down bare on his back before crossing his legs and glancing up into the night sky. An array of dazzling and resplendent stars floated in the sky. Luo Cheng, I've already finished 3 pieces of meat, but you've not even finished one. Learn from me. This is how a man should be. Meng Quan grunted. Xiaoyu laughed as he said, Meng Quan, what you're doing is gulping down without enjoying anything. Scram. Didn't you see Duanling Tian eat even faster than me? Meng Quan said. Meng Quan, you're even dragging my name through the mud with yours. Duanling Tian couldn't stop himself from deriding. It was a habit from his past lifetime that caused him to eat so quickly. Because when he was a mercenary, sometimes he wouldn't even have any time to eat during missions, and thus he could only gulp down his food. It was lucky of him that his digestion capabilities were strong and thus there were no side effects from all the fast eating. In his past lifetime, he cultivated form and will boxing and cultivated his internal energy, so his internal organs had been tempered to an extremely durable state that was far from anything an ordinary person could compare to. In this lifetime, his fleshly body and internal organs were even stronger. Presently, not mentioning origin energy, just the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Who else could possibly achieve such a feat? We won't have to sleep here tonight, right? Luo Cheng was slightly worried. If we can sleep here, it would be good enough. All I'm afraid of is we might need to sleep inside the Dawnshroud mountain range, said Meng Quan. Fuck. Meng Quan, you better hope you aren't right. Duanling Tian had only just sat up when he noticed Captain Yang De and the other 5 centurions walking over from afar. Yang Da's gaze swept past all the genius camp youths present before ordering, Rise, report for duty. Instantly, the youths divided into 5 squads and started to line up. Suddenly, Yang De frowned as he looked to a far-off spot and shouted, Xiang, what are you still doing there? Report for duty. People with birthmarks on their buttocks are really something, even daring to not listen to the captain. Meng Quan grinned. Immediately, besides the Yu clan members, all the youths present broke out in laughter. If you have the balls, say that one more time. Meanwhile, Xiang took his time and walked over. He arrived just in time to hear what Meng Quan said. His gaze went cold as he looked at Meng Quan with a face filled with killing intent. Humph! Meng Quan grunted and ignored Xiang. He didn't dare to go too far when he provoked Xiang. Heh! These days people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. It isn't a secret that you have a birthmark on your buttocks. Duanling Tian faked a sigh as he spoke. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, everyone present burst out in laughter once again. The youths present couldn't help themselves from recalling the scene of Xiang running stark, naked around the mountain range entrance. Duanling Tian. As he ragefully said Duanling Tian's name, Xian's eyes emitted a killing intent that seemed like it was capable of swallowing people up. Enough! Yang Da's face sunk as he reprimanded them. If the 2 of you want to argue, you'll have plenty of chances later on. Now, 5 squads of genius camp members. Follow your instructors and enter deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. Don't blame others if you can't catch up and get torn to shreds by the fierce beasts on the way. The 5 centurions moved as soon as Yang De finished speaking, transforming into 5 gusts of wind that blew into the Dawnshroud mountain range. The 5 squads of youths hurriedly pursued their instructors, and because the 5 instructors had intentionally decreased their speed, the youths were able to catch up. If they hadn't, there would only be few amongst these youths that were capable of following in their pace. Before long, the group reached the second fork in the road. By this time, all 5 squads had been separated. Duanling Tian, Xiaoyu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng took the lead and followed right behind their instructor, Fan Jian. Meng Quan, you jinx! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from glaring at Meng Quan. He could still remember what Meng Quan said earlier, and Meng Quan really hit it spot on. The good things don't happen, but the bad ones do, Meng Quan said with a bitter smile. Luo Cheng's face was slightly pale as he said, in a trembling voice, "No fierce beasts will sneak attack us while we sleep, right?" "Rubbish. Of course they will," Meng Quan said angrily. "Luo Cheng, you haven't stayed out in the wild before?" Duan Ling Tian asked while dashing like the wind, his breathing and expression calm as if it was nothing. "Never." Luo Cheng shook his head. "I really don't understand why a pretty boy like you, who leads a comfortable life, would come to the genius camp." Meng Quan was slightly puzzled. Hearing what Meng Quan said caused Luo Cheng's body to tremble. He clenched his fist and said, while glaring at Meng Quan, "I'm not a pretty boy. Heh, even throwing a tantrum. Wanna fight with me?" Meng Quan grinned and his eyes emitted an intent to do battle. "Enough. Meng Quan, why don't you save your strength to deal with fierce beasts?" Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Ling Tian gave Luo Cheng a deep glance. He noticed that earlier, when Meng Quan said that Luo Cheng was a pretty boy, Luo Cheng, who was usually meek, actually emitted a trace of killing intent from his eyes. He could guess that this Luo Cheng was someone who had a story. Before long, Squad 3 eventually entered the inner area of the Dawnshroud mountain range after countless battles with some weak fierce beasts along the way. The fierce beasts that appeared in their present surroundings were at least comparable to second-level core formation martial artists. In the surrounding bushes, pairs of eyes that flickered with a green luster were indistinctly noticeable. Obviously, there were wolves concealed within. These wolves weren't regular wild wolves, as every single one of them were formidable fierce beasts. "Tonight, we'll be sleeping here." Fan Jian's gaze swept past all the youths in Squad 3 as he spoke indifferently. "What? Sleep here? Are you kidding?" Instantly, the expressions of some of the youths went slightly pale. Luo Cheng was one of them. One of the youths gulped down some saliva before asking, "Instructor, you'll protect us, right?" For a moment, most of the youths looked towards Fan Jian with gazes filled with hope. Fan Jian coldly grunted, "You're all overthinking things. I'm only in charge of giving you training orders. Even if a fierce beast were to bite you to death, I would still not interfere. Don't you forget that entering the genius camp meant that there was only a thin chance of survival, and this is only the first and easiest round of the training camp." Hearing what Fan Jian said caused some of the youths to be unable to restrain their expressions from becoming pale. There were also some youths who were unperturbed, as they obviously had experienced similar circumstances, just like Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. "Sleep." Fan Jian swept his gaze across the youths before lying down on the floor. He was soundly asleep in next to no time, only leaving behind the group of youths who looked at each other. Duan Ling Tian was the first to lie down on the spot. "Duan Ling Tian, we're really going to sleep here?" Luo Cheng's legs were still shaking. "Luo Cheng, don't be a pussy and go to sleep." Meng Quan yawned before lying down as well. Xiao Yu followed suit. The youths in Squad 3 that were braver all followed suit and lied on the ground. In the end, only 7 youths remained standing. They didn't dare to lie down. "Luo Cheng, you're not planning on standing the entire night, right?" Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows slightly twitched as he asked. I don't dare sleep." Luo Chen laughed bitterly. "Then you can stand the entire night." Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Oh. Deep in the night, moonlight shone onto the ground as a pack of fierce wolves pounced towards the group of youths in Squad 3 from within the bushes. Instantly, the 7 youths who hadn't slept were as if facing a formidable opponent. Some of the youths who hadn't completely fallen asleep jumped up swiftly before entering into battle with the pack of fierce wolves. The commotion grew louder and louder. Even Xiao Yu and Meng Quan woke up to deal with the fierce wolves. When the 30 over fierce wolves were finally killed, the group of youths were exhausted, and some were even injured. Fuck! Duan Ling Tian actually didn't wake up. Meng Quan couldn't help himself from swearing when he noticed that Duanling Tian was still lying there on the spot and hadn't even moved an inch. The instructor didn't wake up either. Many of the youths were speechless. Weren't these two people afraid of being bitten to death by the fierce wolves? At dawn the next day, when the first light of dawn enveloped the land, Duanling Tian awoke full of spirit and vigor. Looking at the three youths who had dark circles around their eyes, Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Xiaoyu Meng Quan, Luo Cheng having dark circles isn't something strange. But the two of you, didn't the two of you sleep last night? Duanling Tian, if it wasn't for the three of us helping you deal with all the fierce wolves that pounced towards you, you would have died last night. Meng Quan glared as he angrily said. But you, however, slept all the way until dawn. Meng Quan, do you really believe that I would have died if the three of you didn't help me deal with those fierce wolves? Duanling Tian grinned. Meng Quan naturally didn't believe him. You ungrateful bastard. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. He knew that if he didn't say something, Meng Quan would really think that he profited at their expense. Meng Quan, if I'm not wrong, there was a total of 3 packs of wild wolves that attacked us last night. Among them, there was a total of 9 fierce wolves that pounced towards me, and you warded off 3 of them, Xiaoyu warded off 5 of them, and Luo Cheng only warded off 1. Am I right? You? Meng Quan was utterly dumbstruck. Weren't you sleeping? How did you know? If I'm not wrong, Duanling Tian was in a state between sleep and wake the entire night, but, according to my knowledge, besides those troop officers that have been fighting wars for years, and assassins that live on the edge of a blade, only Origin Core martial artists and above are able to achieve this feat. Xiaoyu glanced deeply at Duanling Tian, as he felt that it was getting more and more difficult to see through Duanling Tian. Freak! Meng Quan couldn't help himself from exclaiming. The gaze which Luo Cheng looked at Duanling Tian with flashed with a trace of adoration. Instructor, do you have any grade 7 gold injury pills? He can't hold on much longer. He's already consumed 2 grade 8 gold injury pills back to back, but it was still difficult to suppress his injuries. Suddenly, a youth with bloodshot eyes looked at Fan Jian, who had just awoken. Grade 7 gold injury pill? How could I possibly have one? Fan Jian frowned and coldly swept his gaze at the youth that was lying there on the ground on the verge of death. Fate decides who lives and dies. The first elimination round of the training has only just begun. Before long, the youth passed away. For a moment, the scene was filled with a mourning atmosphere. On the second day of the 3-month-long training, someone had died already. Presently, besides Duanling Tian and Xiaoyu, who were still able to keep their composure, the other youths within Squad 3 all more or less had a sense of a lingering fear. Just at this moment, Fan Jian shouted, "Gather!" in a low voice. After the members of Squad 3 lined up, Fan Jian gave the orders for the training. Before dusk tonight, no matter what method you use, I hope that every single one of you is able to hunt a cloud leopard. Those who are unable to complete the mission will be thrown into the gathering place of fierce beasts, who are at the 4th level of the core formation stage or above. Fan Jian's voice was filled with a trace of mercilessness. Cloud leopard? 3rd level core formation fierce beast. The expression of some of the youths in Squad 3 went grim. These youths were all only 2nd level core formation martial artists. Just at this moment, for figures had already left at the first moment, attracting the attention of the remaining youths. It's Duanling Tian's group. That Luo Cheng really has good luck. Now that he's become Duanling Tian's friend, this mission will be extremely simple for him with Duanling Tian's help. Enough. There's no use mentioning this. Let's discuss how we're going to cooperate. While the group of youths from Squad 3 were still in discussion, Duanling Tian's group of 4 had already entered deep into the inner area of the Dawnshroud mountain range. Luo Cheng, your luck isn't bad since you're able to rely on Duanling Tian with us. Meng Quan patted Luo Cheng's shoulder as he grinned. Luo Cheng paid no attention to Meng Quan and instead looked towards Duanling Tian with a serious expression. Duanling Tian, if we encounter a cloud leopard, I hope you don't help me right away. I want to try myself, and I only want you to help me only if I encounter danger. Is that okay? Duanling Tian glanced at Luo Cheng with slight surprise before nodding. He really didn't notice that the Luo Cheng who was usually like a girl would have such a staunch and resolute side. Luo Cheng, you're really asking for extra trouble. With Duanling Tian here, we really don't have any need to do anything. Meng Quan shook his head and laughed. Duanling Tian abruptly laughed and said, Meng Quan, just based on what you said, you're going to hunt your cloud panther yourself? Or you can ask Xiaoyu to help you, because I won't. Fuck. Duanling Tian, that joke isn't funny at all. Meng Quan was dumbstruck. After saying that, he looked towards Xiaoyu only to see Xiaoyu turn his head away, acting as if he didn't notice his gaze. He suddenly felt that he had fallen into a pit he had dug himself. Duanling Tian. Suddenly, Xiaoyu looked towards Duanling Tian and asked, How did you achieve the state between asleep and awake? 1. You're not a soldier that experienced hundreds of battles and is accustomed to camping outside. 2. You're no an assassin. 3. You're not an origin core stage powerhouse. Do you have some sort of secret technique? Obviously, Xiaoyu was interested in Duanling Tian's method of achieving the state between asleep and awake. As far as he could guess, Duanling Tian surely had some sort of secret technique. No matter whether it was the breathing rhythm when running, or the boring of wood to make fire, they were all things that made him realize how miraculous Duanling Tian was. Xiaoyu, this time I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I really don't have a secret technique for this. Duanling Tian shook his head. Experiencing hundreds of battles and accustomed to camping outside? Didn't this exactly portray his previous life as a mercenary? Moreover, even if he didn't have this experience, relying on his soul, which was comparable to an origin core martial artist's soul, he would be able to do many things that only origin core martial artists could, including the means of entering into the state between asleep and awake. Then, next time I sleep, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. Remember to wake me up when a fierce beast attacks. I can finally sleep properly tonight. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a cunning smile. Me too. Meng Quan's eyes shone. I want it too, Luo Cheng said bashfully. Want your sister? If you want it, ask Meng Quan. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched as he glared at Luo Cheng. Don't you know that I don't swing that way? In next to no time, Duanling Tian's group of 4 encountered their first cloud leopard, which was dealt with by Luo Cheng. Although Luo Cheng's martial skills were all cultivated to a good level, he was only a second-level core formation martial artist after all, and thus he was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position by the Cloud Panther. Whoosh! Xiaoyu's figure jerked and was about to flash over to help Luo Cheng. Clap! Duanling Tian moved his hand to press onto Xiaoyu's shoulder, and he lightly shook his head. Not yet. Xiaoyu looked at Luo Cheng with an uncertain expression. Before long, Xiaoyu seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth held a hint of a smile. Die! Just at this moment, Luo Cheng roared, and the origin energy on his fist exploded forth. Above him, besides the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, one more ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. 3rd level of the core formation stage. Bang! Luo Cheng shattered the skull of the cloud leopard with a single punch. Then the cloud leopard struggled for a few moments before crashing to the ground. Huff huff! Luo Cheng bent his waist as he breathed out heavily. A smile appeared on his face when he gazed at the cloud leopard's corpse. What the heck? Meng Quan was stupefied. Luo Cheng breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage would also mean that among their group of 4, he was the bottom feeder. Meng Quan, didn't you say you wanted to spar a few rounds with me? Luo Cheng looked towards Meng Quan and grinned. Fuck off! Meng Quan glared at Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng, don't be too complacent. Once I break through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, I'll surely beat you to a pulp. Lucky bastard. Being able to break through just like that. Meng Quan felt extremely speechless. Meng Quan, why don't I help you deal with your cloud leopard? I won't trouble you to do anything. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed as he smiled. No, I still need to rely on it to help me break through. Meng Quan hurriedly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, since Luo Chang could break through while battling a cloud leopard, he could as well. However, he was bound to be disappointed. In the end, Xiao Yu still helped him, and only then was he able to successfully kill the cloud leopard. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 spent the entire morning searching for their 4 cloud leopards. It's already noon. Let's go hunt some fierce beasts for lunch. After finishing the mission, Meng Quan's mood was elated. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 all agreed to his suggestion. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a wave of ear-splitting roars sounded from afar. These roars were accompanied by the quaking of the ground. Looks like some fierce beasts know that we're hungry and decided to send themselves over. Meng Quan rubbed his palms together as he waited for his prey to arrive. However, his expression quickly turned grim. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 of their group also had grim expressions. Scorching Tiger, a level 4 core formation stage fierce beast. Oh my god! There's 7. Luo Chang exhaled a breath of cold air. All of you, take the cloud leopards and leave first, Duan Ling Tian decisively said. What about you? Meng Quan's expression distorted. I'll bait them away. If I don't, once they pounce at us together, I won't be able to take care of all of you. Hurry up and go, Duan Ling Tian said with a serious expression. How could it be possible for 4th level core formation stage fierce beasts to appear here? Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with a slightly puzzled expression. It isn't the time to talk about this. Just hurry up and leave, Duan Ling Tian urged once more. Duan Ling Tian, be careful. Let's go. Xiao Yu nodded as he realized the severity of the matter. He then received the cloud leopard Duan Ling Tian passed over to him before beckoning Meng Quan and Luo Chang to follow him and leave. If he stayed behind, he would only be a burden. Duan Ling Tian, we'll be waiting for you to return. Meng Quan and Luo Chang glanced at Duan Ling Tian's figure before gritting their teeth and following Xiao Yu to leave. Looks like I need to go all out today. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he looked at the 7 enormous tigers, whose bodies seemed to be burning ablaze and silently awaited their arrival. If he was an ordinary 4th level core formation martial artist, he would only be able to bait the scorching tigers away. But he wasn't. If he were to exert his full strength, his entire strength was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. The scorching tiger was a 4th level core formation stage fierce beast with a body of crimson red fur. When it moved, it seemed like a ball of fire blazing, and this was how it got its name. The 7 scorching tigers arrived not far away from Duan Ling Tian in but a blink of an eye before howling and pouncing towards him. The sound of air exploding could be heard as the 7 scorching tigers approached in full fury. Above them, each one appeared 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A total of 42 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed onwards. Bring it on! Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a bright light as an excited smile appeared on his face. Ever since he gained the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, he hadn't had the chance to exert his strength to his heart's content. Today was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Although he was only using a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, relying on the strength of an extra ancient mammoth compared to these scorching tigers allowed Duan Ling Tian's speed to completely overcome the scorching tigers. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he brushed past one of the approaching scorching tigers and appeared on its back before sitting down on it. Roar! The scorching tiger was enraged as it shook its body, trying to throw Duan Ling Tian off. However, Duan Ling Tian straddled himself onto the scorching tiger's back and was stable like a mountain, not moving a single inch. Don't worry, even if you don't want to let me get down, I will get down on my own soon. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold and his hand pressed upon the sword hilt on his waist, drawing his violet myrtle flexible sword. Whoosh! His sword flashed out, exploding forth with his entire strength of 7 ancient mammoths. He didn't use any martial skills. The sword directly pierced into the enormous head of the scorching tiger. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The scorching tiger let out a sad and shrill growl before its body dropped down to the ground. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian used the back of the Scorching Tiger as a stepping point and jumped onto the back of the other 6 Scorching Tigers, relying on his extraordinary speed and strength to kill the Scorching Tigers one by one. The 7 Scorching Tigers all fell to his sword. Clang! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as he sheathed the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered, and then the violet myrtle flexible sword was once again drawn. He forcefully tore off the skin and fur of the Scorching Tigers, as well as some of their body parts, and then stored them all inside his spatial ring. Presently, the spatial ring on Duan Ling Tian's hand was the spatial ring that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had left behind. This spatial ring was much better than the spatial ring he obtained from the Aqua Mist City's He Clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao, as its space was a few times larger. It was a spatial ring that was a grade 6 spirit weapon. As for He Zhu Dao's spatial ring, he had left it to Ku Er. After all, during the time he left, Ku Er would need to replace him and continue the 6 Treasures body-tempering liquid collaboration with Tang Yin, and thus it would be more convenient for her to put away the silver if she had a spatial ring. Humph! Consider yourselves unlucky. Duan Ling Tian took one last look at the badly mutilated bodies of the 7 Scorching Tigers before preparing to return. Spatial ring. Just at this moment, a voice abruptly sounded. Duan Ling Tian's expression instantly distorted. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the other side of a nearby hill and descended in front of Duan Ling Tian. It's him! Duan Ling Tian's expression sunk. The person who was currently standing in front of him was none other than one of the 2 centurions that spoke for Yu Xiang after he had lost the gamble yesterday. But why would he be here? At this moment, the centurion's eyes flickered with a greedy brilliance, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel that this turn of events was far from good. Centurion, sir, why are you here? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he coolly asked. What do you think? The centurion's gaze was slightly cold as he replied rhetorically. Could it be that those 7 Scorching Tigers were drawn here by Centurion? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Normally, it was impossible for fierce beasts at or above the 4th level of the core formation stage to appear in the area he was currently in. Even if one really did appear, it would at most be 1 or 2 fierce beasts. But earlier there were 7 Scorching Tigers at the 4th level of the core formation stage, and they appeared together. Combined with the Centurion's timely appearance, it was extremely difficult for him not to link the 2 matters together. You're very intelligent. The Centurion looked at Duan Ling Tian. I originally thought that the 7 Scorching Tigers would be enough to tear you to shreds, but I never expected that you had actually concealed your strength during the Genius Camp test. You're actually a 5th level core formation martial artist. 5th level core formation martial artist. It wasn't anything noteworthy. But if you added on the fact that the person with this cultivation level was a youth that wasn't even 17 yet, then it would be terrifying. A 5th level core formation martial artist that wasn't even 17 yet. There hadn't been an appearance of such a monster across the Crimson Sky Kingdom's hundreds of years of history. Centurion, sir, I don't think there are any grievances between us, but I wonder why you want to cause harm to me? Duan Ling Tian inhaled a deep breath and his eyes flickered. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. Haha, Duan Ling Tian, if you want to blame something, then blame yourself for failing to show restraint. If it wasn't for you casing Yu Hong to lose his position as Centurion, Yu Hong wouldn't have targeted you, and he wouldn't have entrusted me with taking care of you during the Genius Camp training. As far as the Centurion was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man, and as such he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Yu Hong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. So it really was him, Yu Xiang's elder brother, Yu Hong. Needless to say, your natural talent really shocked me. Maybe if you're given another 2 years, even I won't be a match for you. But unfortunately, you're going to lose your life here today. The Centurion's eyes flashed with killing intent. Origin energy suffused between his hands, and then 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, their imposing manner piercing through the sky. This Centurion was an 8th level core formation martial artist. Wait! Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he shouted in a low voice. What, you have some dying words? The centurion asked indifferently. If you let me go, I'll give you 1,000,000 silver. How about it? Duan Tian's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked. 1,000,000 silver? Needless to say, that's really enticing. However, if I'm not wrong, the 1,000,000 silver you spoke of is kept inside your spatial ring, right? As long as I kill you, everything inside your spatial ring will be mine, including that silver. A smile appeared on the face of the centurion. It was as if Duan Tian's spatial ring was already inside his pocket. I originally was only doing you Hong a favor by driving those 7 scorching tigers over here to let them kill you, but never would I have expected that you actually concealed your strength and would be able to deal with all 7 of the scorching tigers. And what is even more unexpected was that you actually possess a valuable item like a spatial ring. As he finished speaking, the centurion's face was covered with killing intent. As far as he was concerned, as long as he killed Duan Tian, everything Duan Tian owned would be his. So you got greedy, right? Duan Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked in an indifferent manner. So what? The centurion sneered. I don't feel like wasting my breath on you anymore. I'll kill you right now and take your spatial ring. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Duan Tian started laughing. Hearing what he said, the centurion's heart jerked, and he started inspecting the surroundings. When he noticed that there wasn't anything amiss, he sneered and said, Duan Tian, cut the crap. You will undoubtedly die today, unless you have a strength that surpasses mine, that is. However, that's impossible. The centurion moved the second he finished speaking. Whoosh! His figure dragged out a string of after images as it flew out and flashed straight towards Duan Tian. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed like the wind. Duan Tian's eyes went cold as he moved to intercept. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His body moved as if it had transformed into a nimble and agile spirit serpent. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet sword light was like a poisonous snake's tongue as it flashed towards the centurion that was menacingly approaching. Instantly, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Tian. You actually still concealed some strength. The centurion's figure jerked and he easily avoided Duan Tian's sword strike before flashing to a side and staring at Duan Tian in disbelief. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Something was not right. Before long, his gaze fell upon the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Tian's hand, and he exclaimed, Spirit weapon. You actually have a spirit weapon. It's able to give you an extra 1 mammoth worth of strengths, meaning it should be a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? The greedy brilliance in the centurion's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He didn't expect that Duan Tian would give him so many pleasant surprises. First it was the spatial ring, now it was the grade 8 spirit weapon. If he could obtain the grade 8 spirit weapon, even a 9th-level core formation martial artist wouldn't be his match. This Duan Tian was virtually a treasure trove. Your gaze isn't bad. Duan Tian sneered. Duan Tian, your strength is comparable to a 6th-level core formation martial artist by relying on that spirit weapon. But in front of me, it isn't enough. Die! The centurion's body jerked before he started moving once more. He wanted to kill Duan Tian and seize everything Duan Tian had. Bang! The centurion attacked with the speed of lightning as he slapped out a palm strike towards Duan Tian. The gusts of wind from the palm strike caused Duan Tian's violet clothes to flutter. Really? A cold light flashed within Duan Tian's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his origin energy poured into the blade of the violet myrtle flexible sword, activating the blood crescent inscription within. OM. A crimson-red crescent accompanied Duan Tian's violet myrtle flexible sword as it flashed out with a speed like lightning. It seemed as if it had eyes, accurately intercepting the centurion's palm strike. Chi! Fresh blood splattered all across the air as the centurion's palm was sliced in half by the crescent. Ah! The centurion's shrill and sad cry sounded before abruptly ceasing in the blink of an eye. It stopped because after the crescent cut his hand in half, Its momentum didn't slow down a shred as it directly penetrated his chest. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian's body flashed by as he dodged the Centurion's body, which was flying over from inertia. The Centurion's eyes were wide open as he flew along with the force of momentum, and his eyes flickered with a luster of disbelief. Maybe even until death, he never thought that Duanling Tian would actually still have such a terrifying move. Bang! Blood poured all over as the Centurion's corpse fell to the ground. Humph! I was kind enough to give you 1 million silver, but you didn't want it. You really think I'm afraid of you? If it wasn't for me not wanting to waste a blood crescent inscription, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Duanling Tian coldly swept the Centurion's corpse with his gaze before searching his body, only to find a few thousand silver. What a pauper! Duanling Tian mocked before placing the silver in his spatial ring. A wisp of pill fire ignited on his palm before he tossed it onto the Centurion's corpse. Sizzle! The Centurion's corpse was burnt to ashes in the blink of an eye. Not even tiny bits remained. There are only enough materials in my spatial ring to inscribe 2 more blood crescent inscriptions. I didn't think that a lousy Centurion would waste one of my blood crescent inscriptions. Duanling Tian slightly frowned. Recalling what happened earlier caused him to feel annoyed. He thought about it like this. The materials to inscribe the blood crescent inscription were worth at least 500,000 silver, but he only obtained a few thousand silver from killing that Centurion. This was undoubtedly a transaction that was done at a loss. With his current circumstances, even if he had gained more silver, it would still be extremely difficult to obtain the materials needed to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. At present, he only had a limited amount of blood crescent inscriptions. This was also the reason why he would rather give the Centurion 1 million silver than wasting a blood crescent inscription on him. Never mind. I'll just let nature take its course. I'll inscribe another blood crescent inscription on my violet myrtle flexible sword before I return. What's done is done, so Duanling Tian didn't continue thinking about it. Duanling Tian walked forward a short distance and found a secluded area before sitting down cross-legged. He then withdrew some materials and started inscribing the blood crescent inscription, as the sun set in the west and dusk enveloped the land. In the resting area of the Genius Camp Squad 3. Why hasn't Duanling Tian returned yet? After waiting half a day with no news, Xiao Yu's expressions was slightly ugly. Yeah, it's been so long. Logically speaking, he should have already drawn those scorching tigers away and returned by now. Meng Quan frowned and was extremely puzzled. Nothing would have happened to him, right? Luo Cheng had a worried expression. Don't be a jinx. Meng Quan and Xiao Yu both glared at Luo Cheng. However, their eyes still had worry within them. If anything were to happen to Duanling Tian, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. After all, Duanling Tian did it all just to save them. If they weren't there, with Duanling Tian's strength, wanting to escape from those 7 scorching tigers wasn't a difficult matter. Before long, the other members of Squad 3 had returned. With 15 youths joining hands, they managed to hunt a sufficient amount of cloud leopards to pass their mission after sweeping through the mountain range for the entire day. Is everyone here? Fan Jian's expression was cold as ice. Where's Duanling Tian? Fan Jian's gaze swept past the 18 people present before finally fixing his gaze on Meng Quan, Xiao Yu, and Luo Cheng. Instructor, we encountered 7 scorching tigers while hunting cloud leopards with Duanling Tian. He asked us to bring the cloud leopards back first while he drew away those 7 scorching tigers. Luo Cheng slowly said. Scorching tigers? Fan Jian's pupils constricted. You all are really too brave, actually daring to go so deep into the Dawn Shroud mountain range. We didn't enter deep into the mountain range. We were only going around the area that the fierce beasts at the 3rd level of the core formation stage roamed. Who knew that 7 scorching tigers would abruptly appear? Xiao Yu frowned. Impossible, Fan Jian said with certainty. The scorching tigers have a very strong sense of territory and would not easily leave it. Maybe someone disturbed the scorching tigers. Meng Quan's expression was unsightly as he voiced his guess. Enough. Since Duanling Tian's cloud leopard is here, it's considered as having completed the mission. Tonight, these cloud leopards will be your food. After giving out his orders, Fan Jian sat at a side and roasted his own prey. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng hadn't eaten the entire day and had long since been hungry, but at this moment, they didn't move a muscle, because they didn't have the appetite. In their hearts, all they could think about was Duan Ling Tian's safety. Not far away, the youths of Squad 3 gathered around as they bore wood for fire. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, we would probably only have raw meat to eat. Unfortunately, I'm afraid the odds are against him this time. Scorching tigers are 4th-level core formation stage fierce beasts, so any one of them had strength that wasn't inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Some of the youths didn't regard Duan Ling Tian as being able to return. They all believed that Duan Ling Tian was killed by the scorching tigers. You're all using the method of starting fire that Duan Ling Tian taught you, yet you're cursing him behind his back. Aren't you all afraid of being struck by lightning? Hearing the discussions of the group of youths caused Meng Quan's expression to sink, and he reprimanded them. We're just speaking of the truth. What are you getting so agitated for? Since you're so agitated, why did you abandon Duan Ling Tian and flee by yourself earlier today? Pussy, one of the youths sneered. What did you say? Meng Quan's eyes were bloodshot as he abruptly stood up and was about to go teach the youth a lesson. Just at this moment. Meng Quan, what are you doing? So agitated. The first thing Duan Ling Tian saw when he returned was the scene of Meng Quan getting angry for him. A warm feeling ran through his heart when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian, you're back. Luo Cheng had an excited expression. What? Could it be that you were hoping I'd be eaten by those scorching tigers? Duan Ling Tian joked. Of course not. Luo Cheng hurriedly shook his head. As long as you're back. Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's return. Luo Cheng, go get some dried wood. Xiao Yu, come help me clean up these cloud leopards. Duan Ling Tian, you've been occupied the entire day, so rest more and just wait for food. Meng Quan divided the work. Then I'll properly enjoy this special treatment. Duan Ling Tian laughed. As it so happened, Duan Ling Tian was exhausted from the spiritual force he expended to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. Now he could finally rest. With Xiao Yu and the others bustling about working together, a campfire was quickly set ablaze and the fragrance of meat suffused the air. Meng Quan roasted the meat as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, were those scorching tigers really hard to deal with? To think that they actually chase you around the entire afternoon and exhausted you to such a state. Xiao Yu and Luo Cheng looked over at Duan Ling Tian with curious expressions as well. Duan Ling Tian lied on the floor and comfortably shut his eyes before crossing his legs and speaking. Don't remind me. I drew those scorching tigers away not long after the 3 of you left, and it so happened to be my unlucky day. The direction I drew those scorching tigers away to was precisely even deeper into the Dawnshroud mountain range, and as a result, I was chased by a spiked mink the entire afternoon. I nearly wasn't able to return. He naturally wouldn't speak of the truth, and thus casually made up an excuse. Spiked mink. Xiao Yu's and the others' expressions were all slightly pale. The group of youths nearby went pale-faced as well. Even the instructor of Squad 3, Fan Jian, couldn't help himself from being moved. The spiked monk was a 5th-level core formation stage fierce beast, and it was advantaged due to its small size, making it one of the top fierce beasts in the 5th level of the core formation stage, especially since the speed of a spiked mink was swift like a bolt of lightning. Even to the extent of being comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist who had cultivated a high-grade profound rank movement technique to the perfection stage. You actually were able to flee from a spiked mink? Meng Quan fiercely swallowed his saliva. Including instructor Fan Jian. Every one of the other 15 youths present pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Obviously, they all wanted to know how Duan Ling Tian fled from a spiked mink. As far as they were concerned, this was truly an unbelievable feat. Wasn't Duan Ling Tian a 4th-level core formation martial artist? My luck was good. That spiked mink's leg was injured, so its speed was only comparable to mine. If it wasn't for that, my life would probably have been thrown away in the Dawnshroud mountain range. Duanling Tian said, with an expression that seemed to show he had a lingering fear. That really is good luck. Xiao Yu's group of 3 heaved a sigh of relief. They were happy for Duanling Tian. So that's what happened. Hearing his story allowed the Squad 3 youths to finally understand clearly. Like this, everything could be explained. Compared to the tranquility of Squad 3, Squad 1 was in chaos. Why? The instructor of Squad 1 had disappeared into thin air. Where's the instructor? The group of youths looked at each other. Could it be part of the training as well? Some people guessed. Su Li, what do you think? Some of the youths looked towards the red-robed youth that stood to the side. Su Li's expression was cold as he embraced his sheathed sword. When he heard what the group of youths asked, he coldly shook his head. I don't know. Looks like this is one of the genius camp training routines. The instructor's sudden disappearance means that our training has officially started. A green-clothed youth complacently perked his head up. He had an expression that said, I've guessed it long ago. Why do you say so? The other youths were puzzled. Don't you get it? The instructor didn't go missing. He is purposefully concealing himself. He's purposefully leaving us by ourselves to see if we can live alone in the wild. The green-clothed youth spoke with logic as if it were true. Che, this is just your guess. Some of the youths disregarded his guess. The green-clothed youth grunted and retorted, Humph! What, don't agree? Could it be that you thought that someone as strong as our instructor would go missing in this area of the Dawnshroud mountain range? It's impossible for the instructor to go missing. Just at this moment, Su Li spoke. The Centurions of the Iron Blood Army are all martial artists of at least the 8th level of the core formation stage. Did you hear what Su Li said? If we didn't go missing, how could an 8th level core formation martial artist go missing? What a joke! The green-clothed youth laughed complacently. Looks like the instructor leaving could really be the content of the next part of our training. I hope he returns soon. I feel nervous when the instructor isn't here. One of the youths said with a slightly fearful expression. While the members of Squad 1 were terrified, Duanling Tian was gulping down big chunks of meat. He had completely tossed aside the fact that he had killed the instructor of Squad 1. In the following 2 months, the group of youths in Squad 3 would need to face waves of fierce beasts every night, and in the day they would go into the mountain range to complete their missions. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. There were only 3 days remaining in the entire 3-month training. Currently, including Duanling Tian's group of 4, there were only 11 people remaining in Squad 3. Only one more person needed to be eliminated. Duanling Tian's group of 4 got along with each other the same as always. The other 7 youths, however, even though they still cooperated with each other, they had already started to be suspicious of each other. They all knew that the person who was going to be eliminated next would most certainly be one of them. It's probably going to turn into a dog-eat-dog situation. Meng Quan glanced at the nearby 7 youths and laughed. Meng Quan, you sound like you're slightly taking pleasure in their misfortune. Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed. Of course, once they eliminate one of the people among them, we can finally leave this damned place, Meng Quan said in a matter-of-fact way. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's expression turned grim. His extremely strong soul seemed to have vaguely perceived something. Xiao Yu frowned as well. His intuition perceived danger. What's wrong? Luo Chang and Meng Quan looked questioningly at Duanling Tian. Bang! Bang! Duanling Tian didn't even have the chance to speak, because in the next moment, the ground started shaking. The quaking of the ground was accompanied by strange beast roars which echoed out from deep within the Dawnshroud mountain range. Before long, a group of fierce beasts appeared before everyone's eyes. Not good. It's a beast tide. Fan Jian's expression distorted. Then his body flashed out, transforming into a gust of wind that rushed out of the Dawnshroud mountain range. As he did so, he roared, Flee! Even the instructor had fled, and thus Duanling Tian and the other youths naturally wouldn't dally. Let's go! Duanling Tian's expression focused. Then his origin energy exploded forth and his legs moved like the wind. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian took the lead and followed behind Fan Jian. However, Fan Jian dashed at full speed and quickly left Duanling Tian far behind. Xiaoyu, Meng Quan, and Luo Cheng followed closely behind Duanling Tian and fled out of the Dawnshroud mountain range while in an alarmed state. They weren't hurt. Huff huff huff. Besides Duanling Tian, who was still tranquil, and Xiaoyu, whose breathing was slightly hurried. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng both bent down as they fiercely and heavily breathed. Luckily, I broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage half a month ago. If I hadn't, I might not have been able to keep my life. Recalling the scene from before, Meng Quan had a lingering fear. Meanwhile, another 4 youths from Squad 3 arrived. The 4 youths all had a similar trait. They were all 3rd-level core formation martial artists. As for the other 3 youths, they were only 2nd-level core formation martial artists, and they would remain inside the Dawnshroud mountain range forever. Only 8 youths remained from the final 11 youths in Squad 3. If we were any slower, we would all have to remain there forever. Supposedly, in these beast tides, the fierce beasts that lead the charge are of comparatively lower strength, whereas all the formidable fierce beasts follow behind. Therefore, there is no lack of origin core stage existences among them. Xiaoyu had a fearful expression. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures dashed out of the Dawnshroud mountain range. The 3 people in the lead were precisely the other 3 centurions, and a group of youths in a sorry state followed behind them. Yu Xiang and Tian, who were both among the group of youths. There weren't many youths remaining in Squad 2, Squad 4, and Squad 5. Every squad only had less than 10 members that survived. Squad 5 was the worst off as only 4 members remained. Where's Squad 1? After the 4 centurions gathered together, they noticed that there wasn't any movement from within the Dawnshroud mountain range for a period of time. They looked at each other questioningly. Squad 1. Duanling Tian had a strange expression. The entire Squad 1 couldn't have remained within the Dawnshroud mountain range, right? Didn't their instructor go missing 3 months ago? In the Dawnshroud mountain range at the resting area of Squad 1. Facing the beast tide that was menacingly approaching. Not good. It's a beast tide. The expression of the group of youths all distorted. The end of the first round of the training will end in 3 days, but having a beast tide at this time is slightly weird. Could it be that the instructor that concealed himself for 3 months drew the beast tide over? And wants us to eliminate 3 people from our remaining group of 13. Probably. Then should we flee or not? Since it's a beast tide drawn over by the instructor, it shouldn't have any formidable fierce beasts. We can just kill them all. Yeah, if we flee, then we probably will be eliminated. Charge. The group of youths from Squad 1 were filled with bravery as they charged towards the beast tide that approached menacingly, and a battle unfolded. Su Li entered the fray as well, killing a fierce beast with each sword strike. Extremely easily. Roar. Suddenly, a strange beast roar entered Su Li's ears, causing his expression to instantly turn extremely grim. Whoosh! Su Li didn't dare hesitate as his body jerked before flashing towards the outside of the Dawnshroud mountain range. At the same time, he caught his breath and warned, "Hurry up and flee." It's a 7th-level core formation stage Thunder Lion, at the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range. The remaining youths that survived and their instructors awaited there. Someone's coming out. It was unknown who actually spoke, but everyone's gazes instantly looked towards the distance. Su Li. Duanling Tian recognized the red-robed youth that dashed out with a sword in hand. It was precisely the strongest youth in Squad 1, Su Li. The members of Squad 1 really never left the Dawnshroud mountain range. Didn't they notice that their instructor had gone missing? Duanling Tian was stupefied. It was hard for him to wrap his head around the matter. He imagined that after the instructor of Squad 1 died by his hands due to greed, the Squad 1 members would be like a host of dragons without a leader and would surely leave the Dawnshroud mountain range at the first possible moment to notify Captain Yangda about their instructor going missing. However, based on the current circumstances, It seemed like things had gone completely different from how he had imagined it. Huff huff huff. After exiting the Dawn Shroud mountain range, Su Li breathed heavily and his expression was extremely unsightly. Fan Jian and the other 3 Centurions walked over and asked, Su Li, what happened? Where's the instructor of Squad 1 and the other members? Instructor. Su Li's face sank and his eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. We haven't seen him in around 3 months. I have no idea where he went. As for the other people, not one of them were able to make it out alive due to the negligence of that lousy instructor. Lousy instructor? Hearing what Su Li said caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to twitch. If that centurion knew that he would still be insulted even after death, he would probably spit blood out of anger. What actually happened? The 4 centurions' expressions went slightly grim. On our second day at Dawnshroud Mountain Range, the instructor ordered us to hunt fierce beasts to complete our missions. At dusk, when everyone in Squad 1 had returned, our instructor was the only one missing. As Su Li spoke up to hear, his expression filled with hatred. Why didn't you all leave the Dawnshroud Mountain Range when you couldn't find the instructor? Fan Jian was slightly puzzled. Leave the Dawnshroud Mountain Range? Do we dare? At that time, everyone thought that the instructor's disappearance was only him concealing himself on purpose. So everyone thought that it was a part of the training, and thus the group of us remained there for nearly 3 months. Up until this morning, only 7 had died and 13 members remained. Su Li took a deep breath after he finished. The expressions of the 4 centurions were slightly heavy, as they realized the unusualness of the matter. Duan Ling Tian stood afar, and his expression was slightly unnatural when he heard what Su Li said. Just now, when the beast tide arrived, our Squad 1 even thought that it was a beast tide driven over by our instructor, and as such everyone spared no effort in going against the beast tide. Until the 7th level core formation stage Thunder Lion appeared. I've heard a Thunder Lion's roar once before, so I was able to react at the first possible moment. If I hadn't, it would be impossible for me to be standing here right now. As Su Li finished speaking, the coldness in his eyes grew even deeper. All of this was because of the instructor of our Squad 1, Bai Feng. Hua. Su Li's voice wasn't soft, so all the youths present heard it clearly, and they burst into an uproar. What the heck? Squad 1 was obviously screwed over by their instructor. What bullshit? Luckily, I didn't motherfucking choose to join Squad 1. Otherwise, I would be dead right now. Fuck. I was actually standing in Su Li's group that day. But in the end, I was pushed away by the others and could only go join Tian Hu's group. Thinking about it now, I really should thank those brothers for saving my life. Brothers, if I'm still alive when the genius camp training ends, I'll certainly burn some paper money for all of you. It was because I saw that there were many people already standing around Su Li that I went over to Yu Xiang's group. Now that I think about it, that was really a close call. Some of the youths had a lingering fear as they wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. Duan Ling Tian, looks like our luck isn't bad. Even though our Squad 3's instructor's name is slightly unique, at least he isn't unreliable like Squad 1's instructor, Meng Quan said to Duan Ling Tian, as a way of expressing the rejoice he felt in his heart. Perhaps. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. If Bai Feng really was the instructor of their Squad 3, and they were to encounter a beast tide, he would definitely flee at the first possible moment. After all, Bai Feng died by his hand, and thus he knew that it was impossible for the beast tide to be driven over by Bai Feng. How could a dead man drive over a beast tide? He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The youths of Squad 1 were really too naive. Although he was the cause of the incident, he didn't have a trace of remorse. At that time, it was Bai Feng who was determined to kill him. If he hadn't killed Bai Feng, then the one who died would have been him. It was impossible for him to tell anyone that he had killed Bai Feng. If he did, he would be faced with unending troubles and might have even drawn a calamity onto himself. As far as he was concerned, he didn't do anything wrong in the entire matter. His conscience was clear. Since when did I become so sentimental? Duan Ling Tian laughed in self-ridicule. Maybe even he didn't realize that he wasn't the slaughter machine he used to be anymore and had become much more human. The expressions of the 4 centurions were extremely unsightly. After a discussion amongst themselves, they decided to take the remaining youths back to Iron Blood City first. This matter needed to be reported to the captain, or even the vice commander at the earliest possible moment. On the way, Meng Quan was bored and started counting. In the 5 squads, only 8 people remain in our Squad 3, 1 person in Squad 1, 7 people in Squad 2, 9 people in Squad 4, and 4 people in Squad 5. It's only the first round of the training, and there are only 29 people remaining from the initial 98 youths. When Meng Quan finally arrived at this conclusion, he couldn't help but sigh. Of these 29 people, there should only be less than 10 remaining 9 months from now. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted as he spoke. I wonder what our training will be like after the turn of events that happened today. Duanling Tian was slightly curious. He was certain that following the incident of today, the original training regime will surely be altered. After all, in the original plan, there would be a total of 50 people who would remain after the first round. But now there were only 29 people remaining. Suddenly, Duanling Tian frowned. He raised his head and looked towards the centurion in the distance. The centurion hurriedly turned his head away, obviously afraid of being found out. This centurion was precisely the other centurion that spoke up for Yu Xiang after he had lost the gamble. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. When he looked at me earlier, his gaze seemed to contain an air of question and puzzlement. Looks like he probably knows about the matter of Bai Feng taking action to kill me. I hope you behave yourself, because I don't mind taking care of you as well. Thinking up to this point, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He wasn't worried about anyone witnessing him kill Bai Feng. After all, if this matter were to be spread out, the one who would get into trouble wouldn't be him. Moreover, no one would believe he had the ability to kill Bai Feng. The Yu clan members actually all survived. Meng Quan muttered to himself. After taking a glance at the Yu clan's members, he was slightly disappointed. Before long, Duanling Tian and the other 28 youths from the Genius Camp followed the 4 centurions and arrived back at the Iron Blood Army campsite. I'll go notify the captain. On the drill grounds, Fan Jian notified the other 3 centurions before leaving swiftly. After a few short moments, Fan Jian returned once more. The captain ordered that the remaining 29 youths be temporarily placed in the reserve tents. The reserve tents couldn't be considered to be spacious. Each one had a total of 4 simple wooden beds within. Duanling Tian's group of 4 was placed in the same tent. Finally, I can have a good night's sleep. Meng Quan's eyes shone when he laid his eyes upon the beds. Then he flew over and dropped his entire body onto one. Duanling Tian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Bang! Meng Quan's body descended and the bed shattered with a bang. Fuck! Meng Quan stood up and patted of the dust off his body. He was stupefied as he looked at the bed board that was reduced to pieces. Ha 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 ha! Duanling Tian and the others couldn't help themselves from laughing out loud. Meng Quan's gaze focused onto Luo Cheng. Luo Chen, we're both good friends. You won't deny this, right? Of course I won't deny it, Luo Cheng said in all seriousness. When a good friend's in trouble, you should be duty-bound to help him out, right? Meng Quan continued. Naturally. However, if you're thinking of asking me to sleep on that broken bed of yours, dream on. Luo Cheng lightly lied on his bed as he spoke, heaving a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to irritate Meng Quan though. So comfortable. You. Meng Quan was flustered and exasperated. Next, his gaze moved on towards Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu. Just right to take a short rest. Before lying down on the bed, Duanling Tian yawned and acted as if he didn't notice Meng Quan's gaze. What, Meng Quan? Don't tell me you're thinking of snatching mine? Xiao Yu smirked as he looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was close to tears. He'd already been sleeping on the ground for nearly 3 months in the Dawn Shroud mountain range. And now, when he finally got a decent bed to sleep on, it was spoiled by him in a spur of excitement. Could it be that he was born fated to sleep on the ground? in an inconspicuous corner of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Fang Chun, what actually happened? Why did Bai Feng suddenly go missing? Yu Hong looked towards the young man in front of him and frowned. This Fang Chun was precisely the other centurion that spoke out for Yu Xiang after he lost the gamble the other day. I don't know either. However, I have a feeling that this matter is related to that Duan Ling Tian. Fang Chun shook his head and added, Duan Ling Tian? He's only a 4th-level core formation martial artist. Could it be that he has the strength to kill Bai Feng? Yu Hong frowned. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that during the process of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian, Bai Feng encountered a formidable fierce beast and was killed by it. After all, the beast tied during this trip to the Dawnshroud mountain range was obviously planned since a long time ago, and maybe Bai Feng was unfortunate and was affected by this. Fang Chun shared the guess that he had in his heart. If it really is like this, then that Duan Ling Tian really got lucky. Yu Hong's face sank. We missed the opportunity during the first round of the training, and it will be difficult to find an opportunity after this. Yu Hong. Fang Chun looked at Yu Hong and was slightly hesitant to speak. What, you still have something to say? Yu Hong questioned. Fang Chun. When did you become so hesitant to speak? Based on our friendship, you can go ahead and speak your mind. Yu Hong, 3 months ago, that Duan Ling Tian and your younger brother made a gamble. Fang Chun told Yu Hong of what happened between Duan Ling Tian and Yu Hong during the gamble. At that time, Duan Ling Tian forced the captain into a tight spot with just a few words, and he could only make your younger brother make good on his wager. He made my younger brother take off all his clothes and run 10 laps in front of over 100 people? Yu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly, as he was extremely furious. Duan Ling Tian. You humiliated my younger brother. You've humiliated a Yu clan member. I, Yu Hong, will never rest until I kill you. When Duan Ling Tian woke up at dawn the next day, he glanced at Meng Quan, who was soundly sleeping on the ground, before shaking his head and smiling. He then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Concentrating his spirit and calming the energy within his body, Duan Ling Tian started circulating the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. Last night, he felt his cultivation bottlenecks slightly loosening, and now was the perfect time to strike the iron when it was hot and charge past his bottleneck in one go. Duan Ling Tian completely forgot about the passage of time as he cultivated. After an unknown amount of time, bang! Finally, Duan Ling Tian broke through the last profound gateway within his meridians. And in next to no time, the origin energy inside his dantian underwent a metamorphosis. He broke through. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes in delight, and a bright light flashed within. Breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage would mean that he could once again further temper his fleshly body. Presently, even without the use of a spirit weapon, he could exert the strength of 8 ancient mammoths, which is a strength he previously required a spirit weapon to exert. If he were to use a spirit weapon, he would be able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Once he completes the tempering of his fleshly body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, his strength will be even more formidable. At that time, he will be able to easily exert the strength of 10 ancient mammoths when relying on a spirit weapon. Moreover, it was at a level that was nearing the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, completely surpassing the 7th level of the core formation stage and slightly inferior to the 8th level of the core formation stage. Of course, the precondition would be that the opponent didn't possess a spirit weapon. Now, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, my strength is sufficient to be comparable to Duan Ling Xing's at that time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, that was the Duan Ling Xing of a year ago. Duan Ling Xing's current strength is surely even more formidable now, even to the extent that he might have broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. As a disciple of the Duan clan, spirit weapons aren't anything rare to him. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, my strength should be slightly superior to his, or at least be comparable to his. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. I must break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage before I enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll vent the hatred in my heart by making Duan Ling Xing regret what he did that day. Then I'll let him go repent in hell. Duan Ling Tian's body emitted a bloody killing intent in an unrestrained manner. Duan Ling Tian. Just at this moment, a hurried voice sounded as a flustered Luo Cheng rushed in. Instantly, Luo Cheng's face froze as he was affected by Duan Ling Tian's killing intent, causing his entire body to tremble and his face to turn ghastly pale. Only after Duan Ling Tian withdrew his killing intent did Luo Cheng catch his breath. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that both Xiao Yu and Meng Quan weren't present, and he realized that quite some time had passed since he started cultivating. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were walled up by Yu Xiang and his Yu clan members. I noticed the situation wasn't good, so I hurriedly came back to get you. Luo Cheng had an anxious expression as he hastily spoke. What? Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Did that Yu Xiang really think that he was someone so easy to bully? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian brought Luo Cheng along as he swiftly left the tent. At an empty space on a side of the Iron Blood Army's drill grounds, many youths surrounded this area and watched the scene. In the crowd, Meng Quan was on the floor with heavy injuries and in an extremely sorry state. Besides him was a few steamed buns that were tainted in mud and grass. This was the breakfast he was bringing back for Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiang. A cold and indifferent voice sounded as Xiao Yu, who had a gloomy expression, flashed out, exploding forth with his entire strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Shadowless drifting light. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning with unparalleled speed as he flashed towards Yu Xiang in full fury. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, the difference between our strengths is the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. You aren't my match. Yu Xiao scornfully glanced at Xiao Yu. In the next moment, Yu Xiang's body moved as well as 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiang's body jerked and his speed far exceeded Xiao Yu's, so he passed Xiao Yu and arrived behind him. Bang! He struck out with his fist and seemed to have not even used a martial skill out of disdain, directly blasting Xiao Yu away. Even though Yu Xiang didn't use a martial skill, his fist contained the strength of 6 ancient mammoths after all, and thus it easily shattered Xiao Yu's defensive chi barrier and blasted him away. Xiao Yu dropped to the ground with a crash before fainting. Not even worth a single blow. Yu Xiang had an expression of disdain. The core formation stage was divided into 9 levels, and it had 2 phases. The first phase was from the 3rd level of the core formation stage to the 4th level of the core formation stage, and the second phase was from the 6th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage. There was a difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths between these phases. As for the other levels of cultivation in the core formation stage, every increase in level would grant an extra ancient mammoth worth of strength. Only these 2 phases were comparatively special. Xiao Yu's offensive martial skill and movement technique are both high-grade profound rank martial skills, and are both cultivated to the perfection stage. His comprehension ability is truly shocking. But unfortunately, his cultivation is inferior to Yu Xiang's by too much. Yeah, the difference between a 3rd-level core formation martial artist and a 4th-level core formation martial artist is truly too great, and they're in entirely different realms. If Xiao Yu was also at the 4th level of the core formation stage, with the might of his offensive martial skill and movement technique, Xiao Yu wouldn't necessarily be his match. The spectating youths all sighed, as they felt pity for Xiao Yu. What do you want? Meng Quan consumed a gold injury pill and had just slightly recovered his injuries when he noticed Yu Xiang walking over, causing his expression to unconsciously turn grim. Stomp! Yu Xiang stomped his foot on the steamed bun, causing it to become flat and be imprinted with his shoe print. Eat it! A malicious smile appeared on Yu Xiang's face as he looked at Meng Quan. You better not go too far. Meng Quan's face distorted. He didn't expect Yu Xiang would humiliate him in such a way. Some of the surrounding youths couldn't stand to watch any longer, but no one dared to speak out, as they were too afraid of Yu Xiang. What's wrong, Meng Quan? My brother, Yu Xiang, is entertaining you with a steamed bun? But you're fucking pushing your luck? Do you want us to feed you? Yu Xiao walked in large strides and brought along the other 3 Yu clan disciples before clinging onto Yu Xiang's strength to bully Meng Quan. Brother Xiang, you just have to say the word and I'll get him to eat all these steamed buns. The Yu clan youths walked forward 2 steps before they stomped all the other steamed buns flat and imprinted their shoe prints on them. Okay. Yu Xiang started laughing. However, his smile froze in next to no time. Okay, my ass. An explosive roar accompanied by an incomparably swift figure howled through the air and approached like a tempest. The crowd hastily opened up a path before gazing slack-jawed at the space above the figure, as there were 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed on in tow. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. 5th level of the core formation stage. Many youths exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiang looked at the violet-clothed youth that was flying towards him. His expression went pale when he noticed the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the youth. The first thought that he had was that Duan Ling Tian had broken through. Duan Ling Tian's skills were something he had knowledge of, and thus he knew that he wasn't a match for him, who now had an extra mammoth worth of strength. Yu Xiang's legs jerked before flashing out. He wanted to flee. Want to flee? Can you? Duan Ling Tian sneered. This Yu Xiang wanted to flee? Before long, Yu Xiang noticed that Duan Ling Tian's incomparably swift figure had actually made a strange circle and seemed like a spirit serpent as he directly flashed over to block his path. Yu Xiang's face sank as he shouted, in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, my elder brother is a member of the Iron Blood Army and is an 8th level core formation martial artist. If you dare to do anything to me, he won't let you off. Even if the person behind you was the Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to save you today. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. He seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew out. Whoosh! Attacking out of rage, his arm ruthlessly swung out like a raging python swinging its tail. As far back as when he noticed the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, fear had arisen in Yu Xiang's heart. Currently, he only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill. Bang! Instantly, his defensive chi barrier was shattered from the force of Duan Ling Tian's arm, and he was blasted away over 10 meters before finally falling flat on his face. Yu Xiang only caught his breath after spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Go get my brother, he roared. What he said was obviously directed towards Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan disciples. After seeing Duan Ling Tian exert the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, Yu Xiang's group were all scared shitless, and they were just watching Duan Ling Tian heavily injured Yu Xiang. At this moment, they heard Yu Xiang's orders. Let's go, Yu Xiao shouted in a low voice. He wanted to take his fellow clan disciples and sneak off. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's body moved at the first possible moment and blocked their path. The expressions of Yu Zhao's group of 4 instantly went pale. Bang! Duan Ling Tian horizontally swept out his arm that carried the might to sweep away anything before him, blasting away Yu Zhao's group of 4 and causing them all heavy injuries that made it difficult for them to even stand. From the moment Duan Ling Tian made his first move until the 5 Yu clan youths were on the floor, it was only about 10 breaths of time. Meanwhile, the surrounding youths finally reacted. Fuck! The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian actually broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Freak! How old is he? A monstrous martial artist like him has never appeared before in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? That Yu Xiang really is misfortunate to have offended Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan are both Duan Ling Tian's friends, so Duan Ling Tian probably won't let the matter go that easily. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiao Yu was shaken awake by Luo Chang before consuming a gold injury pill. Duan Ling Tian seized all of the medicinal pills in the possession of the 5 Yu clan youths, causing them to be unable to consume gold injury pills to recover their injuries. Are you all right? Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and pulled Meng Quan up. Luckily, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been humiliated by them. Meng Quan had a slight lingering fear. Since they like those steamed buns so much, you can return the favor to them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. Haha, I nearly forgot. Meng Quan laughed as he picked up the steamed buns that had been stomped flat. Then he walked over to the 4 Yu clan youths and stuffed the buns into their mouths one by one. At this moment he was fearless. He had thrown the term County City Yu clan to the back of his head. When he noticed that the 4 Yu clan youths weren't cooperating, Duan Ling Tian said, in a cold voice, "If you dare to spit it out, I'll shatter all your teeth." Instantly, their bodies trembled and they swallowed down the steamed buns that they stomped on earlier. Their faces had expressions full of humiliation and resentment. The youths that were spectating the scene were all dumbstruck. Suddenly, a youth that was slightly thin turned around and left. If I go notify Yu Xiang's elder brother now, it would be considered as doing a favor to the Yu clan. Gaining the favor of the Yu clan will provide me with countless benefits. Meng Quan, there's one more steamed bun. Don't waste it. Duan Ling Tian looked at the steamed bun that had been stomped on until it looked like mud and lightly smiled. Let me. Before Meng Quan could even react, Xiaoyu, who had woken up and slightly recovered, picked up the steamed bun that looked like mud and walked over to Yu Xiang. Xiaoyu, don't you dare. I'll make you die without a grave. Yu Xiang's pupils constricted as he howled. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiaoyu sneered as he extended his hand and grabbed Yu Xiang's hair before pulling him upwards. You're courting death. Yu Xiang lifted his hand and was about to attack Xiaoyu. Slap. Duan Ling Tian had been watching Yu Xiang since the beginning. When he noticed him wanting to attack, Duan Ling Tian's body flashed forward and grabbed his hand. Yu Xiang, if you don't cooperate, I'll twist off your arm right now. You probably won't be able to pass the genius camp test if you lose this arm. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiang gnashed his teeth as he spoke Duan Ling Tian's name word for word with an enraged expression. Even though he was enraged, he didn't dare to make any further movements, as he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Ling Tian would dare do what he said. What a joke. How could the person who dared to be presumptuous in front of the vice commander be a cowardly person? He forcefully swallowed the flames of rage burning within him, and in his heart he swore that he would make Duan Ling Tian pay 1,000-fold. Eat it. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he held up Yu Xiang's hair with one hand and stuffed the steamed bun that was stained with mud and shoe prints into Yu Xiang's mouth with his other hand. Slap. Xiaoyu lifted his hand and struck his palm onto Yu Xiang's back. Instantly, Yu Xiang swallowed the entire steamed bun. Blarg. Yu Xiang felt a wave of disgust. Then his face turned extremely unsightly when he couldn't spit it out. Xiaoyu stood up and looked down at Yu Xian with eyes that emitted a cold gaze. This was the first time in his lifetime that he lost face in front of so many people, and if it wasn't for his fear of the county city's Yu clan, he would have already killed Yu Xiang. Slap, 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 slap. Meng Quan imitated what Xiaoyu did and slapped his palm on the backs of each of the 4 Yu clan youths, causing them to swallow down the steamed buns they stomped flat themselves. The surrounding group of youths were deathly silent, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 was truly too domineering. However, they had the means to be domineering. Duan Ling Tian. A furious, cold shout approached from the distance. Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked. What he saw was a young general that he hadn't seen before flying over here from afar with a speed that was swift as a bolt of lightning. When the general flashed past the crowd and arrived in front of him, Duan Ling Tian guessed the identity of this person. This person's appearance was slightly similar to Yu Xiang, and thus his identity was extremely obvious. Yu Hong. Yu Hong had an expression full of rage as he swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze. And only after he gave Yu Hong and the others some gold injury pills did he once again appear before Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with a dense killing intent. Brother, Duan Ling Tian made us all eat steamed buns that were tainted with mud, grass, and had been stomped flat. Yu Xiang howled in rage. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that it was they themselves who stomped on those steamed buns. What? Yu Hong's face distorted and he fiercely glared at Duan Ling Tian while angrily saying, Duan Ling Tian. You actually humiliated my Yu clan members and humiliated my Yu clan in such a way. Today, I, Yu Hong, am bound to kill you to uphold my clan's honor. Whoosh! Yu Hong moved like a tempest with terrifying speed. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. This Yu Hong was obviously planning to pin a label saying that Duan Ling Tian humiliated the Yu clan before killing him. In this way, he would have a logical reason to avoid the Iron Blood Army's punishment. This Yu Hong's motives were wicked, even malicious. The sky trembled above Yu Hong, who was dashing towards Duan Ling Tian, as 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, this Yu Hong had a cultivation level similar to Centurion Bai Feng's, the one who died by Duan Ling Tian's hand 3 months ago. They were both 8th level core formation martial artists. An enraged attack from an 8th level core formation martial artist brought great pressure to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that he would suffocate soon. With the speed of an 8th level core formation martial artist, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to dodge. Yu Hong, since you're courting death, then you can't blame me. Duan Ling Tian's voice was icy cold, as if it were coming out of a pit of ice. His body moved. He was using the Spirit Serpent movement technique to intercept Yu Hong. Sword drawing arts. In an instant, his hand brushed past his waist and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled as it swept out. He didn't use the strength of the spirit weapon, only his origin energy to activate the Blood Crescent inscription. Bullshit. Seeing Duan Ling Tian actually daring to come intercept him, Yu Hong had a sneer on his face and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring killing intent. He had long ago heard of Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, and at the moment the killing intent in his heart was incomparable. Now that he had found an opportunity and transformed into the protector of the Yu clan's honor, he attacked with full force, as he desired to completely annihilate Duan Ling Tian and avoid any future troubles. In his mind, even if Duan Ling Tian were to be killed by him at this moment, the Iron Blood Army wouldn't be able to blame him, as he did it for the sake of the Yu clan. At this moment, he wasn't a general of the Iron Blood Army, but a Yu clan disciple that was upholding the honor of the clan. The people present nearly suffocated as they watched the scene unfold fixedly. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu's, Meng Quan's, and Luo Cheng's expressions turned grim with a trace of paleness, as they didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand Yu Hong. In the sky, the difference between 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes was dazzling to the eyes. What a pity! The surrounding youths who were spectating sighed in their hearts. The heavens envy the gifted. No one thought that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive. However, in the next moment they were all dumbstruck. Spirit Serpent movement technique. Just at the instant Duan Ling Tian was about to intercept Yu Hong, his legs trembled and his body slanted to a degree. He brushed past Yu Hong's sleeves and narrowly dodged in a slightly sorry state. OM. And just at this exact instant, the Blood Crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword flickered and transformed into a blood crescent. The blood crescent flashed out like a shadow. No! Yu Hong's expression turned ghastly pale when he perceived the terrifying strength that the blood crescent contained, and he shouted out in fright. He hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill, Qi. However, the blood crescent easily sliced through his defensive Qi barrier and entered his chest before penetrating through to the other side, creating a fountain of blood. Bang! Yu Hong's forward-charging body fiercely smashed into a high platform on the side of the drill grounds. His eyes were open wide and were unmoving. There were no signs of life on his body anymore. Dead. Brother! Yu Xiang's face turned ghastly pale as he howled in grief before charging forward and unceasingly shaking Yu Hong's corpse, as he was unwilling to believe that everything was real. The other 4 Yu clan youths now looked at Duan Ling Tian, as if they were looking at a terrifying demon, and their bodies unconsciously trembled. As Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Hong's corpse, his eyes didn't have a trace of emotion. They were incomparably cold. He had never once held back against anyone that wanted his life. Ha! Duan Ling Tian. Nice work. Meng Quan laughed heartily. The worried expression on his face had vanished. Xiao Yu and Luo Cheng heaved a sigh of relief as well. The surrounding youths that were spectating, however, were utterly dumbstruck to the point of not being able to come back to their senses after a long period of time. Oh my God! What did I just see? Yu Hong is dead. I'm not dreaming, right? Ah, that hurts. Why did you pinch me? So I really am not dreaming. Fuck. If you want to know if you're dreaming or not, then pinch yourself. What did you pinch me for? Right? I nearly forgot I can pinch myself. The thing that dealt the killing blow to Yu Hong wasn't origin energy. It seemed to be a bloody light that flashed out of Duanling Tian's sword. It seemed like an inscription. If it really was an inscription, then Yu Hong was really misfortunate. Even until death, he probably never imagined that Duanling Tian would possess an offensive inscription capable of killing him. He wanted to kill Duanling Tian but didn't do his homework. It would be strange if he didn't die when he was so reckless. The group of youths discussed animatedly. No one felt pity for Yu Hong. Everyone. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief and recovered his composure before sheathing the violet myrtle flexible sword and directing his gaze towards the group of youths. Instantly, the scene returned to peace, and everyone looked towards Duanling Tian. Everyone, you all saw what happened today with your own two eyes. It was Yu Xiang who provoked me, and I only slightly punished him in response. As for Yu Hong, he desired to kill me and had unleashed his killing intent upon me. For the sake of self-preservation, I could only use an offensive inscription to kill him. I hope that everyone can bear witness for me. Duanling Tian expresses his thanks. Duanling Tian clasped his hands towards the group of youths. Today's matters could turn out to be either big or small, so he had to set up a path to extricate himself. Or else, killing a decurion of the Iron Blood Army would cause him to carry the greatest charge. At that time, not to mention being unable to participate in the Genius Camp test and obtaining the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy, whether or not could even survive would be hard to say for certain. Duanling Tian, you can be at ease. What you said was the truth and nothing but the truth, and we all saw it with our own two eyes, so we would surely not mislead the public. Yeah, it was just Yu Xiang using his clan and brother status to bully others today, and thus Yu Hong's death was warranted. Since we saw this with our own two eyes, it absolutely can't be a lie. The surrounding youths clarified their positions one by one. Thank you, everyone. A light smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. He had successfully controlled everything with his own two hands. Duanling Tian, you killed my brother. Even if you're in the right today and the Iron Blood Army doesn't punish you, my Yu clan won't let the matter go so easily. You will undoubtedly die. Yu Xiang had a face full of grievance as they stared angrily at Duanling Tian. There's myriad of people who want me dead, but what I really want to know is if your Yu clan has the ability. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly and a sneer appeared on his face. It only took the afternoon for the news of Duanling Tian killing Yu Hong to be spread across the entire Iron Blood Army campsite. Everyone was made aware of the matter. In a reserve tent, Duanling Tian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage and killed Yu Hong by relying on an offense inscription. As a red-robed youth held a sword in his embrace, battle intent emitted from his eyes. In a month's time, I will surely step into the 5th level of the core formation stage as well, and at that time I will certainly find a chance to spar with Duanling Tian. In another tent, Duanling Tian? Tian Hu will catch up to you. A robust youth concentrated and calmed himself before starting his painstaking cultivation. At this moment, Duanling Tian was comfortably lying down on his bed with his legs crossed and lightly rocking them. Duanling Tian, when did you break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan, who didn't have a bed to lie on, sat on the floor as he looked at Duanling Tian with a curious gaze. Duanling Tian noticed that even Xiao Yu and Meng Quan had glanced over. He was just about to reply. Duanling Tian, the vice commander is summoning you. A deep voice sounded from outside the tent. Hearing this caused Duanling Tian to frown. It wasn't unexpected to him that Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan would summon him. After all, he did kill a member of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Ling Tian. We'll go together and bear witness for you. Xiao Yu and the others stood up. There's no need for that. Since the vice commander sent someone to summon me and not detain me, it means that he has definitely found out the ins and outs of the matter. I'll be back in a short while. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. You have a point. Xiao Yu nodded. He wasn't a rash person and was just slightly disordered from worry. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the tent and greeted the soldier outside. Big brother. I'm Duan Ling Tian. The Iron Blood Army soldier gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance. The shock in his heart was unparalleled. This youth around the age of 17 was the Duan Ling Tian that killed Yu Hong? He heard that the youth that killed Yu Hong had a cultivation at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Not even 17, but at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Just the thought caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Ling Tian was led by the soldier and walked into Vice Commander Chao Qingshan's tent before long. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the tent was empty after entering it. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian asked the Iron Blood Army soldier that led him over. The vice commander might have left at the last moment. You'll have to wait for a bit. After getting a reply to his question, Duan Ling Tian started looking around and sizing up Chao Qingshan's tent as he waited. As expected of the vice commander's tent, it was an entire 3 times larger than the tent he stayed in. Presently, only half of the space in the tent was before his eyes, as the other half was blocked out by a screen. That other half was probably the resting area. After 10 minutes, Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. That vice commander sent someone to summon me but then vanished. What's going on? Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's ears lightly twitched as he perceived movement from outside. 2 steady and deep sets of footsteps were walking over towards the tent he was in. The sound of the footsteps on the left has a deeper and steadier sound than the other. The one on the left should be the vice commander. Could the one on the right be a captain? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Swish! The tent's door curtain was lifted upon by the person on the right. Vice Commander, sir. Duan Ling Tian looked at the one who lifted the door curtain and couldn't help but be stunned. Never would he have imagined that among the 2 people standing before him, the one with weaker strength in comparison would actually be Chao Qingshan. Then the other person was... Ha! Duan Ling Tian. Sorry for the wait. Chao Qingshan laughed heartily as he walked in before raising the door curtain to allow the other person to enter. The person that entered was a refined middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar had a light smile on his face which felt like a spring breeze washing over anyone who saw it. Commander, sir. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly saluted. The middle-aged scholar was stunned, and so was Chao Qingshan, who had just let down the door curtain. How did you know? The middle-aged man, also known as the Iron Blood Army's commander Tang Yunhai, looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. Isn't it obvious? Who else could make the vice commander personally raise the tent's door curtain and emit such a respectful posture? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. In his heart, however, he was slightly surprised, as he originally thought that based on Vice Commander Chao Qingshan, the commander of the Iron Blood Army would most definitely be a burly man. Never would he have imagined that he would be a refined scholar with an extraordinary temperament. It was impossible to discern based on his appearance that he was the Iron Blood Army's commander, a man who galloped across the battlefield and bathed in the blood of his enemies. It probably shouldn't only be this that allowed you to guess my identity, right? Tang Yunhai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. His wise gaze seemed as if it could discern everything. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly. Looks like I can't conceal it from the commander. You're right. I got an inkling from the sound of your footsteps. I originally thought that the one walking on the left would be the vice commander, and the one on the right would be a captain. Chao Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. Tang Yunhai nodded with a smile. You were able to discern the difference in our cultivations based solely upon the sound of our footsteps. I have to say, kid, you're really extraordinary. Commander, sir, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian moved aside and welcomed the 2 commanders in. Tang Yunhai and Chao Qingshan sat down one after the other. Xiao Qingshan looked at Duanling Tian as he asked, with a smile, Duanling Tian, since you're so good at guessing, then can you guess why I summoned you here? All I know is that Vice Commander didn't summon me here to denounce my crimes. Duanling Tian smiled confidently. Haha. Interesting. Xiao Qingshan laughed heartily before looking over to Teng Yunhai. Commander, what do you think? Not bad. Teng Yunhai nodded in satisfaction. Ha! Duanling Tian was dazed and had a feeling that he was being played. As he expected, Xiao Qingshan once again directed his gaze at Duanling Tian before slowly saying, Duanling Tian, many people witnessed the scene of you killing Yu Hong, and since it was he who was the one who struck with an intent to kill first, his death was warranted. Vice Commander probably hasn't finished saying what you want to say, right? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. You really are a Grinch. Our Iron Blood army won't make it hard on you in terms of the matter of killing Yu Hong. But Yu Hong is a disciple of the Yu clan after all. The Yu clan's status isn't the greatest, but it isn't low either. If you're willing to join our Iron Blood army and follow by the side of the commander will be able to protect you and your family from any harm, while also being able to foster you into the next commander of the 10,000 elite soldiers of the Iron Blood army. Xiao Qingshan had an expression of complete control over Duanling Tian as he spoke. Teng Yunhai, on the other hand, noticed that Duanling Tian's expression didn't change from start to finish, and his heart twitched. Vice Commander, sir. Duanling Tian smiled at Xiao Qingshan. First of all, I thank you and the commander for thinking so highly of me. Secondly, a mere Yu clan is nothing to me. Finally, what I want to say is, my aspirations are not within the Iron Blood army, nor are they within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Qingshan was stunned before saying with a frown, Duanling Tian, don't look down on the Yu clan. The Yu clan is a large clan of the Swallow Mountain County after all. Their ability isn't something you can imagine. Duanling Tian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. However, I've made up my mind. A man's aspirations should be far and great. I believe you will definitely be able to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and walk towards a stage of your own. Meanwhile, Teng Yunhai spoke as if he wasn't one bit angry that Duanling Tian had rejected to remain within the Iron Blood army. Thank you, Commander, sir. Duanling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Okay, you can return now and have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander will announce the training regime for the next period of the Genius Camp. Your true training is about to begin. Teng Yunhai waved his hand in dismissal. Commander, Vice Commander, I'll be taking my leave now. Duanling Tian directly left. Inside the tent, Xiao Qingshan looked at Teng Yunhai with a puzzled expression. Commander, I've investigated that Duanling Tian, and his records are clean. With his natural talent and ability, he would absolutely be the best candidate for being the future commander of the Iron Blood army. You're really letting him go like that? Qingshan, do you think that with his reaction from earlier, he would remain if we continued to waste our breath? Teng Yunhai asked. Xiao Qingshan went silent. Duanling Tian's attitude earlier was extremely obvious. He wasn't willing to remain in the Iron Blood army. If he doesn't remain in our Iron Blood army, even if he really obtains the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy, he will probably be dealt with by the Yu clan before he even enters Paladin Academy. I really can't bear to see such a talent go to waste. Xiao Qingshan sighed, as what he said came from the heart. Didn't he say earlier that he thought nothing of the Yu clan? Teng Yunhai shook his head. Commander, don't tell me you didn't notice that that was just something he said to evade from accepting our offer. What? Commander can't really have believed what he said, right? Xiao Qingshan had an astounded expression. Teng Yunhai lightly smiled. I can tell that he was completely confident. A person can speak lies, but their eyes would absolutely be unable to lie. When he mentioned the Yu clan, that gaze of contempt told me that he was really confident and not just talking rubbish. Commander, how could this be possible? I've already investigated his background. He's a member of Aurora City's Li clan, and he is originally from the Li clan's branch family in Fresh Breeze Town. Xiao Qingshan didn't believe him. Then do you know who his father is? Tang Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he asked. His father? I wasn't able to investigate anything about this. Could it be that his father is someone extraordinary? Qiao Qingshan's finally got his head around the matter. I have an old friend with an appearance 60% or 70% similar to Duanling Tian's. If I'm not wrong, that old friend of mine married a woman from a remote small clan. That woman was also surnamed Li. Tang Yunhai said slowly. Who is it? Qiao Qingshan was curious, as he had followed the commander for a very long time. If it was an old friend of the commander, he should know of him. Do you remember the person from the Imperial City's Duan clan that went missing 15 years ago? Tang Yunhai's eyes flickered as he spoke. Commander, are you talking about Duan Rufeng? Qiao Qingshan's pupils constricted, and in an instant his expression emitted a sense of heartfelt reverence. Duan Rufeng, a peerless genius that shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, a figure that people from their generation had to look up to. After leaving the vice commander's tent, Duanling Tian didn't dally around and directly returned to his own tent. Duanling Tian, what did the vice commander summon you for? Meng Quan's eyes emitted a sense of curiosity when he saw Duanling Tian return. Nothing much. He just wanted to tell me that the real training of the genius camp will begin tomorrow. Duanling Tian shook his head as he spoke in a slow manner. What? Meng Quan was shocked. Shu, softly, Luo Chang said in a low voice. Ha! Meanwhile, Duanling Tian noticed Xiao Yu sitting cross-legged on his bed. He was cultivating. It's so early in the day. Why is Xiao Yu already cultivating? Definitely because of being provoked by Yu Xiang. Meng Quan shook his head and sighed. In Aurora City, Xiao Yu was a figure his peers needed to look up to after all. Being humiliated by a peer like Yu Xiang caused him to be unable to bear it. Working hard because of this isn't strange. Meng Quan, I noticed that you have a lot to say. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes opened, and his cold gaze descended upon Meng Quan. Think of it as if I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Meng Quan waved his hand embarrassedly, like a child who was caught stealing candy. Xiao Yu paid no attention to Meng Quan after glaring at him. He then glanced at Duanling Tian and asked, Do you know what the following training regime is? Not yet. Duanling Tian shook his head. Xiao Yu nodded before closing his eyes once again and started to cultivate. Duanling Tian pupils constricted. Looks like being knocked out in public was a real blow to Xiao Yu. He wouldn't be making such an effort otherwise. However, he was confident that Xiao Yu would be able to trample on Yu Xiang sooner or later. So you two aren't seizing the opportunity to cultivate? Be careful, you might not be able to pass the test. Duanling Tian glanced at Luo Chang and Meng Quan as he spoke with a smile. I'm not afraid. Don't I still have you? Meng Quan laughed. Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at them. How do you know that the training that starts tomorrow won't be done individually? If everyone undergoes the training separately, how would I help you too? Jinx! Meng Quan and Luo Chang cried out in unison. It was a rare occasion that they had such tacit understanding. At dawn the next day, the remaining 29 youths in the genius camp gathered on the drill grounds. Duanling Tian had only just arrived when he noticed two sets of gazes that were filled with battle intent. He looked over only to notice that it was Su Li and Tian Hu. It looked like what he did yesterday had aroused the competitive spirit within the two of them. Of course, besides the gazes of Su Li and Tian Hu, Duanling Tian noticed a gloomy and cold gaze that was filled with hatred staring at him. Yu Xiang. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth as he glanced at Su Yang. He made nothing of the hatred in Yu Xiang's gaze. Duanling Tian. However, to Yu Xiang, the light smile on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth was like a move to further provoke him, causing his face to flush in extreme rage. The other youths of the genius camp had gazes of slight reverence when they looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's strength was something that they could only look up to. Before long, Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan appeared, and behind him were another 4 captains and 25 centurions. The formidable array of men emitted a faint aura of slaughter from their bodies, causing the expressions of the youths to turn slightly pale. Duanling Tian stood unfazed on the spot. This degree of slaughter aura was nothing to him. However, he was slightly surprised and curious at this moment. For captains and 25 centurions, what a parade! What on earth is the next training? Reporting to Vice Commander, sir. The group of youths from the genius camp respectfully saluted Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan nodded before saying, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the genius camp's test. Although the amount of you that survived is fewer than expected, I believe that those of you who were able to survive are surely the elites of the elites. To accommodate the unexpected turn of events during the first round, our Iron Blood Army has temporarily altered the training regime. The following training, instead of calling it training, it's more suited to be called a test. Anyone who passes this test and survives will be able to obtain the qualifications to study in Paladin Academy." What Xiao Qingshan said was like a fuse that ignited the atmosphere of the scene. What the vice commander means is that the training we are about to face is the last round of the training? I imagine that the so-called final test will certainly be extremely difficult. No matter what, I've already come this far and will surely go all the way. Yeah, go all the way. Gamble for a chance to soar into the heavens. The youths of the genius camp felt their blood boil. As Xiao Qingshan waved his hand, the clamorous drill grounds went silent. The final test will no longer be carried out in groups. Everyone will complete a mission assigned by the Iron Blood Army, and only those who successfully complete their mission will be considered to have passed the test. Xiao Qingshan continued. As soon as Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, most of the youths had shining gazes. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths frowned. Jinx! Meng Quan and Luo Cheng looked at Duanling Tian before once again crying out in unison. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth slightly twitched. He didn't think that what he said would really came true. Before long, Xiao Qingshan started recounting the rules of the test. In order to prohibit you all from borrowing external forces to complete the mission, our Iron Blood Army has dispatched 29 officers to supervise your progress on a 1-to-1 basis. During the course of completing the mission, even if you face a life-threatening danger, they will still not lend a hand. Don't have any hopes of trying to bribe the officers of my Iron Blood Army, as they have the authority to execute anyone who wishes to bribe them on the spot. As Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, his tone was icy cold. The youths on the scene felt as if they had fallen into a pit of ice, and their expressions became heavy. They realized that the mission they would be facing wasn't so simple. 29 officers? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his gaze swept the group of people behind Xiao Qingshan one by one. The 4 captains couldn't have been prepared for me. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang, right? Duanling Tian guessed in his heart. Clap, clap. Abruptly, Xiao Qingshan clapped twice. Instantly, a wave of clamorous noise sounded from outside the drill grounds. Duanling Tian glanced over. What he saw was a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers carrying over simple tables and chairs before distributing them to him and the other 28 youths of the genius camp. A set of table and chairs for each of them. Why distribute tables and chairs to us? He couldn't get his head around the matter. Sit down. Following Xiao Qingshan's order, the 29 youths, including Duanling Tian, sat down in front of their tables. Now, everyone will be given 2 papers and a brush. As soon as Xiao Qingshan's voice sounded, Iron Blood Army soldiers distributed papers and brushes to the group of youths. What's this all for? Most of the youths were dumbfounded. Could it be that, before the final test of the training, there would be a written test? Vice Commander, I haven't studied much and I'm only capable of writing a few words. If it's a written test, then I probably can't do it. Just at this moment, a muddle-headed youth flushed as he spoke. Instantly, many people roared in laughter. Who told you I'm giving you a written test? In Cloud Continent, only the strong are respected. Even if you have the top score in a written test, what good is that? Xiao Qingshan slightly frowned. Not a written test? Then what was it? Besides Duanling Tian, all of the youths gazed at Xiao Qingshan. Only Duan Ling Tian propped his chin as if he had thought of something. Today, I distributed these papers and brushes to you not for a written test, but for you to write a letter. Or to be straightforward, I want you to write a will, Chao Qingshan said in a loud and clear voice. Will? Write a will? Immediately, the expressions of some of the youths went pale. Some, however, didn't have much change in their expressions, as they weren't so surprised. Enough. Now I'll give all of you an hour to write your wills. Can be 1 or 2 wills. After you've finished, fold it up and write the recipient's general information. If you're misfortunate and lose your life, our Iron Blood Army will send your will back home at the first possible moment. Xiao Qingshan indifferently said, with a carefree expression. The breathing of some of the youths became hurried. They picked up their brushes but couldn't write anything for a long time. Some of the youths, however, had already started wielding their brushes energetically. A will? A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Is there any need for this? In the end, Duan Ling Tian simply lied on the table and took a nap. Xiao Qingshan was constantly paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. When he Duan Ling Tian lying there and taking a nap instead of writing a will, the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitched. This kid, is he really confident or is he arrogant? After all, the mission arranged for Duan Ling Tian could be considered the most difficult among the 29 missions. These missions were divided into 3 grades, and the most difficult was Duan Ling Tian's without a doubt. It was something that was only decided on last night at the last minute. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a 5th-level core formation martial artist, so if the mission was too easy, he could probably finish it with his eyes closed. Just below Duan Ling Tian's mission, there were 3 that were comparatively difficult. These were for the other 3 youths who were at the 4th level of the core formation stage, Su Li, Tian Hu and Yu Xiang. The remaining 25 missions were very easy for Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 youths, but for the remaining 25 youths, the difficulty was quite high and could threaten their lives at any moment. After an hour passed, the Iron Blood Army soldiers collected the wills of the 28 youths. Only Duan Ling Tian crumpled up his 2 pieces of paper into a ball and tossed them aside. Meanwhile, the youths present noticed that Duan Ling Tian actually hadn't written a will. Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you write one? Meng Quan, who sat behind Duan Ling Tian, couldn't help himself from asking. Why do I need to write it? Duan Ling Tian asked in return. Meng Quan was stunned. Yeah, with Duan Ling Tian's ability, even Yu Hong, who was at the 8th level of the core formation stage, was killed by him. Why would he care about the following mission? Duan Ling Tian disdained to write the letter because he is confident. When can I be so confident and even have the ability to be so arrogant? Meng Quan sighed in his heart. Now that you've all finished writing your wills, the mission is about to begin. After this, you will all follow your respective Iron Blood Army officers and leave Iron Blood City. Due to the long journey, they will brief you on your missions on the way. Xiao Qingshan's voice sounded once more. Instantly, the 4 captains and 25 centurions behind Xiao Qingshan walked out. Just as Duan Ling Tian guessed, the 4 captains respectively walked over to him, Su Li, Tian Hu and Yu Xiang. The captain that arrived before Duan Ling Tian was a familiar face, Captain Yen De. Captain, sir. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he saluted. Let's go. Yang De returned a smile as he nodded before walking away swiftly. Come back alive and let's have a drink together. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiao Yu and the others with a serious expression. It's a promise. The 3 of them nodded. The 29 Iron Blood Army officers took the youth out of Iron Blood City in batches. Duan Ling Tian galloped behind Yang De and left Iron Blood City. However, the direction in which he left was the Eastern Road. All the way towards the east. Captain, sir, this way leads to the regions of the Crow Summit Kingdom, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask. You're right. Your mission this time will precisely be carried out in the Crow Summit Kingdom. Yang De nodded. Duan Ling Tian pupils constricted. Carry out a mission in the Crow Summit Kingdom? Could it be they wanted him to assassinate someone? Captain, what's my mission? After they were a decent distance away from Iron Blood City, Duanling Tian couldn't help himself from asking. Your mission is to cause the Crow Summit Kingdom's Black Armor Army and the Lien clan to have a falling out and completely hate each other forever. Yang Da's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. In his heart, however, Yang Da couldn't help but sigh. In these years, their Iron Blood army had left no means untried but still came back empty-handed. Even he didn't know why the commander would give such a mission to Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to complete this mission. Black Armor Army? Lien Clan. Duanling Tian slightly frowned. Captain, can you brief me about them? Of course. Yang Da nodded and slowly said, by following this road, we will be able to arrive at the Crow Summit Kingdom's Black Armor City. The Black Armor City is similar to our Iron Blood City, and the Black Armor Army is similar to our Iron Blood Army. As for the Lien clan, it's the strongest clan in Black Armor City, and they have always had good relations with the Black Armor Army. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. Yang Da continued, the Black Armor Army is the sworn enemy of our Iron Blood Army, and they once suffered defeat at the hands of our Iron Blood Army. As he spoke up to this point, Yang Da's face slightly sank. Once, Duanling Tian was dazed. Ever since the Lien clan interfered with the conflict of our two armies, our Iron Blood Army and the Black Armor Army have always been in an evenly matched situation, and it is difficult to demoralize the Black Armor Army once again like before. Yang Da was obviously furious as he spoke. Normally, powers like a clan would not interfere in the conflict between two armies. However, due to the good relations between the Lien clan and the Black Iron Army, although they didn't openly interfere, they had secretly asked the masters of their family to sneak into the Black Iron Army, thus causing its strength to increase drastically. This was precisely the thing that caused the Iron Blood Army to have the biggest headache. Duanling Tian frowned. Since the Lien clan went out of their way to help the Black Armor Army, the relationship between them isn't that simple, right? Yang Da nodded. Of course, the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armor Army's commander are sworn brothers. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked, Captain, if I'm not wrong, the Iron Blood Army has tried to break up the Lien clan and the Black Armor Army but have constantly failed, right? You're right. Yang Da nodded. Fuck. Duanling Tian couldn't help himself from swearing. What kind of mission are you giving me? You're asking me to do something your Iron Blood Army can't accomplish. Captain, tell me the truth. Do you think I can accomplish the mission? In my personal opinion, the chances of you completing the mission are very slim. However, the commander said that maybe you will bring a favorable turn for us. Yang Da gave Duanling Tian a deep glance. He couldn't wrap his head around why the commander would think so highly of this youth. The commander? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. The first thing that came to mind was that Commander Tung Yunhai was taking revenge on him, as he bore a grudge against him for rejecting his offer to remain in the Iron Blood Army and become his successor. Can I refuse this mission? Duanling Tian asked. The commander specially notified me that due to the special circumstances of this mission, you may refuse it. However, you would then lose your chance of obtaining the qualifications to study at Paladin Academy because of this, Yang Da said. Can't I change to a different mission? Duanling Tian frowned. No. Yang Da spoke decisively. This is the commander's wish. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, we can turn around and return right now and you can return home directly, Yang Da asked. Let's go look at the circumstances first. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. If he sees that there's no hope in completing the mission once he arrives at Black Armor City, he will refuse it. There was no reason to waste his life just for the qualification to study at Paladin Academy. In any case, he would only be 17 in a few more years, so there would be plenty of chances in the future. Yang Da nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Duanling Tian before asking, Duanling Tian, I heard that you relied on an inscription on your sword to kill Yu Hong. You know, an inscription master. You can say that. When I was young, I met a shitty geezer who was dressed up like a beggar on a street. I tossed over a steamed bun for him to eat and he left this inscription to me. Unfortunately, it wasn't until later on that I figured out that he was an inscription master, or else I would have taken him as my master. Duan Ling Tian talked nonsense with a sigh. You really have good luck. The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched. However, he didn't doubt what Duan Ling Tian said. He had heard before about how inscription masters' tempers and hobbies were extremely weird. Duan Ling Tian and Yang Da spurred on their horses at top speed from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City until the Crow Summit Kingdom's Black Armor City. But even then it took them 3 entire months to get there. Black Armor City was a city that covered an area similarly vast to Iron Blood City. Looking at it from afar, it seemed like a formidable fierce beast that was hibernating there, and a grim atmosphere blew into his face. After entering Black Armor City, Duan Ling Tian's group of 2 found an inn. You can only rely on yourself for the following matters. If you feel you're unable to complete it, you may give up on this mission and directly return. After leaving Duan Ling Tian this last speech, Yang Da entered his room. For the next few days, not even a shadow of Yang Da could be found. During these few days, Duan Ling Tian moved about the various restaurants to try to find out about news of the Black Armor Army and the Lien clan. Only then did he know that it wasn't only the patriarch of the Lien clan and the Black Armor Army's commander that were sworn brothers, even their sons were best friends. They were very close with each other, to the point that they usually called each other brother. What bullshit mission is this? Duan Ling Tian frowned and prepared to pay his bill before leaving the restaurant to go find Yang Da to give up on the mission. In the next moment, however, his movements stopped, as he was attracted by the discussion from the table to his side. The concubine that the Lien clan's young patriarch admitted has a really bright and beautiful appearance. I nearly lost my soul from only just a glance. I heard about it as well. Allegedly, he now runs over to that concubine's room every night and doesn't even bother with his wife. The true epitome of the saying, if my body should perish, girls I'll still cherish. The person who spoke didn't have any intention when he spoke, but the person who heard it inserted his own intention into it. Maybe this is an opportunity. A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as a plan emerged in his heart. In these past few days, he had heard of the Black Armor Army's commander's son, Tong Lin, who could not be satisfied without a woman every night and would head to the city's Spring Breeze house to have some fun every other day. Tong Lin was 19 this year and with ordinary natural talent, but his cultivation was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He could imagine how high of an expectation his father, the Black Armor Army's commander, would have placed on him. Deep in the night, 2 drunk figures walked out of a restaurant. Lien Ko, you've been entrapped by that concubine of yours lately, and it's been so long since you went to the Spring Breeze house with me. How about this brother of yours invites you to have some fun in the Spring Breeze house tonight? Would you do me the favor? Tong Lin's body wobbled as he spoke. Of course. Who asked you to be my brother? I'll let that little succubus be alone for tonight. Let's go. Lien Ku, also known as the Lien clan's young patriarch, went off to the Spring Breeze house with Tong Lin. In the distance, in 2 corners, a figure hid within each corner. They were hidden in the darkness of the night before vanishing. Duan Ling Tian stood on the balcony of a penthouse in the Spring Breeze house as he looked from afar at the 2 figures that were leaving, and thought in his heart, looks like the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armor Army's commander both truly value their sons. Well, one is the only child and the other the only son. Young master, I've been waiting so long for you. Why haven't you come yet? A charming and beautiful prostitute hugged Duan Ling Tian from behind and blew a breath of air on the side of his ears. If he was teased by a woman with a good appearance like this at any other time, Duan Ling Tian would surely have punished her right away, but now he had more important matters to deal with. Duan Ling Tian tossed 100 silver to the woman. I'm not interested tonight. Take it and buy some makeup. Thank you, young master. The woman burst into a smile of joy and sensibly withdrew herself. Then I won't disturb the young master. Before long, Duan Ling Tian snuck into another room and concealed himself above the bed. A short while later, the room door opened, and a man and woman walked in. Young Master Tong, it's been so long since you've played with me. The woman's lustful voice slowly sounded. My good little Red, I'll properly play with you right now. Sounds of clothes being taken off sounded, and mixed in it was the sound of hurried breathing. Before long, Tong Lin embraced the prostitute onto the bed. Ah! The prostitute noticed Duan Ling Tian, who had crawled onto the top of the bed like a spider, with but just a glance, and she was scared to the extent that her face went pale and she screamed. Little Red, I haven't even started. What are you screaming for? Tong Lin still hadn't realized the danger that was descending upon him and continued to feel up the prostitute. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian made his move and directly knocked Tong Lin out. Sir, spare me, spare me. The prostitute's face was pale as she hurriedly pleaded. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and tossed a stack of silver onto the prostitute before indifferently saying, You're an intelligent person. Take this silver and redeem yourself before leaving the city tonight. Or else you'll probably lose your life. Duan Ling Tian hoisted up Tong Lin after he finished speaking and disappeared before the prostitute. The prostitute's face flushed as she counted the silver in her hand before exclaiming, 100,000 silver! Even if she worked in the Spring Breeze house her entire life, she still wouldn't be able to earn so much money. She took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and made up her mind. She would redeem herself and leave Black Armor City tonight. And it was because of this that she was able to conceal her identity and live a peaceful life. Eventually, she even married an honest man. Years later, after she had groups of children, she would still be unable to help herself from recalling the violet-clothed youth that changed her entire life that night. After Duan Ling Tian took Tong Ling, he snuck into the Lien clan estate. Duan Ling Tian knocked Lien Ke's concubine out without difficulty before tossing Tong Lin onto the bed and removing the clothes off both their bodies. She really is a beauty. You don't deserve to get her. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lien Ke's concubine before moving his gaze onto Tong Ling for a moment. Only then did he leave. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, Tong Lin awoke in a dizzy state. What's going on? Before he could even make sense of what happened, he felt the smooth, jade-like body beneath him, and his breathing instantly became heavy as he pressed himself onto her. Little Red, I'm coming. Spring Breeze House. In a secluded room, the heavy breathing of a man and woman sounded from within. Suddenly, roar! Lien Ke emitted a low roar like a wild beast before falling onto the prostitute's body in exhaustion. Lien Ke. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly entered into the room. Who? Lien Ke was scared to the point that his body froze, and the prostitute that was under him was shivering as well. Duan Ling Tian leaned outside the window as he lazily said, Lien Ke, you probably still don't know that you've been betrayed by your brother, right? Who are you? What do you mean? Lien Ke's face slightly distorted as he slowly got off the bed and walked towards the window. Won't you know if you rush back home and go take a look now? Tiske tiske. Tong Lin fooled you to come to the Spring Breeze house, and then he himself went to have a good time with your concubine. Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence and immediately left. He still had an important matter to take care of. Lien Ke opened up the window, but all he saw was a figure disappearing in the distance, causing him to unconsciously frown. Lien Ke took a deep breath and put on his clothes before going to the room next door to look for Tong Lin. But he noticed that Tong Lin wasn't there at all and had vanished without a trace. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Tong Lin. Lien Ke's face slightly sank. Although he had a good relationship with Tong Lin, it wasn't to the extent of wearing the same clothes or sharing the same woman. The sky was clear and starless above the Lien clan estate. Lien Ke galloped into the estate, going straight for the courtyard his concubine lived in. Lien Ke had only been here for a short while before 3 war horses galloped swiftly and approached the main door of the Lien clan estate. A bearded man who wore light armor and was being followed by 2 generals got off his horse and walked into the Lien clan estate. Commander, sir! The Lien clan members hurriedly saluted when they saw the bearded man. This man was the commander of the Black Armor Army, an existence similar to the local tyrant of Black Armor City, and he was even the sworn brother of the Lien clan's patriarch. Where does the concubine your young patriarch recently admitted stay at? The bearded man's voice was like thunder as he looked at one of the Lien clan disciples. The Lien clan disciple's face went ghastly pale. Then he pointed towards the north. Lead the way. The bearded man glared, and his breathing was slightly hurried. He had only just received news that his son was plotted against by someone and that there would be a threat to his life. And as such, he didn't dare hesitate and brought along 2 vice commanders before rushing over. At this moment, outside the pitch-black room, a figure entered the courtyard before kicking the door open and entering the room. Bang! The room's door being kicked open startled awake the man and woman inside the room. Who's so daring as to actually disturb my sleep? A familiar voice sounded, causing the person who kicked open the door, in other words, the Lien clan's young patriarchs, Lien Ku's, body to tremble as if struck by lightning. When he lit a candle and saw the naked pair on the bed, his eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted in a fierce voice, "Tong Lin, you despicable scum!" When Tong Ling noticed Lien Ku's appearance, he was slightly muddle-headed. Only now did he notice that he wasn't at the Spring Breeze house anymore. He lowered his head to look, and the beautiful young girl who hid shivering at the corner of the bed and looked at him in fear, wasn't she precisely the concubine Lien Ku had just recently admitted? He just now was expressing himself on top of this concubine? He felt his scalp go slightly numb. What's going on? Tong Lin looked at Lien Ku in panic. Brother, it isn't what you think it is. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Even I don't know how I got into your concubine's room. Misunderstanding. Lien Ku's face sank as he walked up 2 steps and directly pulled Tong Lin off the bed. Bang! Lien Ku struck out his fist, causing Tong Lin to spit out a mouthful of blood on floor. There were even some shattered teeth mixed within. Tong Lin got angry as well. He smashed his fist out and blasted Lien Ku away. Lien Ku, you actually dare to strike me? Not to mention this is a misunderstanding. Even if it isn't, I fucked your woman and you should be honored. If it wasn't for our Black Armor army, could your Lien clan be the #1 clan in Black Armor City? Tong Lin's voice was cold and indifferent, and mixed within was an awe-inducing coldness. Good. Tong Lin, I'll kill you today. Lien Ku rushed forward once again and started battling Tong Lin with his raging origin energy. However, the both of them were on par and could not discern superiority in a short amount of time. Young master. Just at this moment, when Lien Ku was forced to retreat by Tong Lin, a voice sounded. An attendant that wore the Lien clan's servant's clothes walked in quickly and respectfully passed the broom in his hand to Lien Ku. Lien Ku didn't think anything of it and took the broom in his hand. Then he poured his origin energy into it and smashed it towards Tong Lin. Ift. Lien Ku, could it be that you think that you can use a broom to defeat? Tong Lin stuck his fist towards the broom. However, he hadn't finished his sentence when a strand of dusky gray force was emitted from the broom. It was like a 1,000-pound hammer as it smashed down towards him. The force knocked away his fist and the terrifying strength within continued on and smashed directly on his head. Splash! Brain matter splattered all over Lien Ku's face, causing him to be dumbstruck. He looked at the broom in his hand as if he was looking at a monster. That was an offense inscription? Who the heck are you? In this instant, Lien Ku seemed to understand something as he turned around. But what he noticed was that the fellow that passed him the broom had vanished. He realized that he had been schemed against and this was all just a trap. Ah! Just at this moment, Lien Ku's concubine saw Tong Lin's mangled corpse and was scared to the point of screaming before fainting. Lien Ku took a deep breath. He knew that no matter what happened here couldn't spread. If word of this got out, his Lien clan would surely suffer the rage of the Black Armor army, which could even injure the vitality of the clan. If the Black Armor army really were to roll out towards the Lien clan, that was no laughing matter. Just when he calmed himself down and was about to secretly deal with Tong Lin's corpse. Lin! A roar of rage that sounded like explosive thunder caused Lien Ku's expression to turn ghastly pale. This voice was a voice Lien Ku was extremely familiar with. Why would he come here? For a moment, Lien Ke felt a wave of helplessness surge in his heart, as he realized that the person who devised this trap had purposely forced him on this road to ruin. Uncle Lei, hear me out. Lien Ke tossed away the broom that was tainted full of blood and looked at the bearded man in front of him in panic. Lien Ke, all my son did was play with your concubine. You actually killed my son for a woman? Die! In a state of explosive rage, the bearded man, or in other words, the Black Armor Army's commander, struck out his fist which carried with it the force of a tempest. Brother Lei, show mercy. Just at this moment, a figure flashed over like a gust of wind but was stopped by the two Black Armor Army vice commanders. Bang! The bearded man's attack, which contained his rage, blasted open Lien Ke's head. My son! The person who had just arrived was none other than the Lien clan's patriarch. Seeing his son being killed with his own two eyes caused him to be enraged. He blasted away the two Black Armor Army vice commanders and started battling the bearded man. Before long, the entire Lien clan was alarmed, and no one noticed that while the Lien clan estate was in chaos, a clan servant had silently left. Done! After taking off the servant's outfit, Duan Ling Tian's body flashed like a spirit serpent and disappeared at the end of the road. He knew that his mission had been smoothly completed. After returning to the inn and taking a bath, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and started tempering his fleshly body with origin energy. Suddenly, crackle crackle. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the muscles and bones in his body undergoing a metamorphosis. Similarly, his fleshly body and lifeblood completed the final tempering. Duan Ling Tian had a pleasantly surprised expression, as he didn't expect that he would complete the third level of core formation stage fleshly body tempering at this time. Duan Ling Tian lightly clenched his fists. Whoosh! Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and this was only the strength of Duan Ling Tian's fleshly body. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian exerted his origin energy as well, 3 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Presently, he was able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. What an unexpected pleasant surprise. First I completed the mission, and now my strength broke through. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian fell asleep. The next day, the sound of the door being knocked disturbed Duan Ling Tian's sweet dreams. He opened the door only to have the Captain Yang De walk in bluntly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was still drowsy, with a weird expression. You? How did you do it? Early this morning, Yang De heard about what happened in the Lien clan last night, the major event that caused the entire Black Armor City to quake. The 3 great commanders of the Black Armor Army were all heavily injured by the Lien clan elders, whereas the Lien clan patriarch was nearly killed. After countless inquiries, he finally found out the ins and outs of the matter. Everything that happened stemmed from the conflict between the son of the Black Armor Army's commander and the Lien clan's patriarch's son. As far as he was concerned, it was filled with questionable points, and thus at the first moment he thought of Duan Ling Tian. What? How did I do what? Duan Ling Tian asked while yawning. Don't act stupid. What happened at the Lien clan last night? Don't tell me you don't know. Yang De derided. So it was that matter. Duan Ling Tian cleared his head before shaking it. It's only a small matter and it's not even worthy of being mentioned. Small matter? The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched, as he wondered if the youth in front of him had said that on purpose. Their Iron Blood army had schemed for years but were unable to cause the Lien clan and Black Armor army to fall out and become enemies. But now it was completed by this youth in front of him in but just a night. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang De as he asked, Right. My mission is considered complete, right? It's completed. Yang De nodded. Then his eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. How did you actually do it? Duan Ling Tian roughly explained the whole course of the incident. After hearing the entire story, Yang De couldn't help but be moved, as he didn't think that this youth would have such scheming ability. He was able to create so much trouble by only using Lien Ke's concubine. More importantly, the entire matter was conducted perfectly and could also be said to be flawless. Maybe Lian Ke had some suspicions, but he didn't even have the chance to explain before being annihilated by the Black Armor Army's commander, who was in grief of the loss of his son. There's something I can't get wrap head around. Even if Lian Ke was any angrier, he probably wouldn't go so far as to kill Tong Lin for a concubine, right? Yang De looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Indeed, although he was enraged at the time, he didn't have any killing intent on him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How did you do it? Yang De had a face full of anticipation. Secret. Duan Ling Tian shrugged before going to bathe and change his clothes. You. Yang De was slightly irritated, but it just so happened that he couldn't take any action against Duan Ling Tian, and thus he could only laugh bitterly. While Duan Ling Tian and Yang De were on their way out of Black Armor City, they saw the soldiers of the Black Armor Army parading towards the Lien clan estate with a bearing that seemed like a dark cloud bearing down on the city and threatening to overwhelm it. Feels like I went a bit too far. Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse forward and rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Yang De rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Isn't this all you're doing, kid? If you want to talk about the initiator of all this, it definitely wasn't me, right? I have no grievances with the Black Armor Army nor the Lien clan, and thus have no reason to entrap them. Wasn't it your Iron Blood Army that asked me to complete this bullshit mission? Such a hard but thankless job. Duan Ling Tian grunted. Let's go. Since the matter's settled, the commander will presumably be relieved. Yang Da's voice had only just finished echoing out when Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse forward, leaving behind a face full of dust for Yang De. This kid. Yang De glared before catching up to him. On the way over, the two of them spurred their horses forward and embarked on a 3-month-long journey. Presently, since the mission was complete, Duan Ling Tian and Yang De slowed down their speed and leisurely traveled towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. Along the way, they stayed in the inns of some of the small towns and experienced various local customs and practices. Only after 5 months did they arrive at a small town near Iron Blood City. We'll rest here for the night, and we'll arrive tomorrow after a day's travel, Yang De said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as the two of them galloped into the small town. Every time he entered these small towns, Duan Ling Tian would have the feeling as if he'd returned to Fresh Breeze Town, as these small towns were of similar scale to Fresh Breeze Town. Captain, there were a few inns earlier that seemed pretty good. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yang De had brought him all the way into the small town and disregarded all the inns on the way. We're not staying in an inn tonight. Yang De smiled. Now staying in an inn? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. This is Solitary Goose Town, and is also my hometown. Yang Da's eyes flashed with a trace of warmth. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Just at this moment, a fleet of wagons were like a swimming dragon as the formidable array entered into the town. These wagons had some cages placed upon them, but there weren't fierce beasts or wild beasts locked inside. They were occupied by humans. These people were dressed like beggars but were extremely ferocious. They emitted a sense of ruthlessness from between their brows and were obviously not ordinary people. There were obvious brands on the faces of these people. This is. Duan Ling Tian stopped his horse and looked on. These are the slaves the Kai clan gathered from outside. They usually sell some in the Solitary Goose Town before heading to the county city. The Kai clan has good relations with the county city's county governor's estate, Yang De slowly said. Just at this moment, Yang De, the man at the lead of the fleet of wagons, galloped over before stopping his horse in front of Yang De. Instantly, the entire fleet of wagons stopped. Kai Hai, you actually took charge personally. Yang De smiled back in a familiar manner. Yang De, you haven't come back for some time. Your cultivation has advanced, right? Once I'm done with sending these slaves over, I'll come to your Yang clan to visit you, and I cannot do without some sparring with you. Kai Hai laughed. Then you have to use your time wisely. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Yang De laughed as well. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He noticed that a slightly robust figure inside one of the cages was gazing upon the spatial ring on his hand. This was a middle-aged man, and his gaze emitted an uncontrollable agitation. He recognized this spatial ring? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. It was hard for him to imagine how the middle-aged man could have recognized the spatial ring, which was the possession of the young sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's boundless sect. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that there was an obvious black pattern on the middle-aged man's neck. This pattern, the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. Origin sealing parasite. Duan Ling Tian pupils constricted, as he knew the meaning that this pattern represented. However, it was logically impossible for a parasitic poison that required such high skill to create to appear in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The origin-sealing parasite was a parasitic poison that would seal a person's origin energy. Even a void stage powerhouse would be infected by it if caught off guard, and once infected, the entire body's origin energy would be sealed, only leaving the victim with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Boundless sect. Noticing the unkempt middle-aged man's fierce gaze sweeping towards him, Duan Ling Tian mouthed these two words. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body trembled and his eyes emitted a sense of excitement. He's really from the boundless sect. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. Yang De, who's this? Meanwhile, Kai Hai's gaze had descended upon Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. He's a member of this year's Genius Camp. He's already passed the final test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, so he will become a Paladin Academy student soon. Yang De smiled as he spoke. Kai Hai was visually moved and an amiable smile appeared on his face. Brother Ling Tian, I'm Kai Hai. How should I address you? Duan Ling Tian returned a smile but was unaware as to how he should address Kai Hai. Kai Hai laughed heartily. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't mind, then call me Big Brother Kai. How about it? Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian greeted before asking, Big Brother Kai, where did you get all these slaves you're transporting? Kai Hai said with a smile, Our merchandise is purchased from other kingdoms. They're mostly war prisoners and wanderers. Purchased their stock? Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of grief for these slaves. They were obviously human but were taken as merchandise. Big Brother Kai, I've always wanted to buy a slave but didn't have the connections. I wonder if I can buy one from you. Duan Ling Tian probed. Brother Ling Tian, you're treating me like a stranger. Not to mention the friendship between me and your captain as we grew up. We've become friends at our first meeting, and it makes me feel considerably warm. Just take any one of these slaves as a meeting gift from your big brother Kai. Kai Hai generously said. As far as he could see, since Duan Ling Tian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his extraordinary natural talent was evident from his young age of 17. Once he graduates from Paladin Academy, his future will certainly be boundless. He would never have a chance to be on friendly terms with such a person in the future. Now, however, it was precisely the best time to do Duan Ling Tian a favor, and maybe in the future it would grant him an even larger favor. Thank you, Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse it and purposely spurred his horse closer to the cages. The slaves all looked at Duan Ling Tian with cold and indifferent gazes, seeming to wish nothing more than to tear him to shreds. I'll take him. Duan Ling Tian eventually pointing towards the middle-aged man that might be from the boundless sect. Kai Hai's brows slightly twitched as he reminded, Brother Ling Tian, that slave is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and is the cheapest among this group of slaves. Why don't you pick another? How about that slave that's at the 5th level of the core formation stage? It's one of the high-quality merchandise among this batch of slaves. Big Brother Kai, this one is fine. You're giving me a meeting gift. How could I take advantage of you? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Haha, Brother Ling Tian, you're straightforward as expected. Once I finish arranging a place for these slaves, I'll bring him over to the Yang clan. Kai Hai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, as his feeling that this youth wasn't simple grew even deeper. Kai Hai said his farewells to Yang De before leaving. Duan Ling Tian, is there something special about that slave? Yang De looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly suspicious expression. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Captain, what do you think could be special about that slave? Isn't it just a 9th-level body-tempering slave? Haha, I just think it's strange that you would be so sensible. Yangda laughed loudly. Do I seem like the type of person that covets small gains? Duan Lingtian was speechless. You don't seem like one. That's more like it. You were always one. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed at the Yang clan. Only then did Duan Lingtian know that the Yang clan that Yangda originated from was actually one of the 3 great clans of Solitary Goose Town. The Kai clan which Kai Hai was from was also one of the 3 great clans of Solitary Goose Town. Besides this, Duan Lingtian found out of another matter. The wife of Swallow Mountain County's county governor was actually the Kai clan's patriarch's elder sister. And Pei San, whose arm was cut off, was precisely the nephew of the Kai clan's patriarch. Kai Hai, on the other hand, was the Kai clan's patriarch's younger brother, and Pei San's uncle. One really can't avoid their enemies. After finding out about all this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. If that Pei San knew that not only was his uncle extremely courteous to me but even gifted a slave to me, I wonder what he would feel. He probably would spit blood out of anger. Duan Lingtian's heart flashed with a wicked thought. Young Master Lingtian, the second master requests your company. Just at this moment, the voice of the servant girl entered the room. Looks like Kai Hai's arrived, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The second master that the servant girl spoke of was precisely the Captain Yangda, who was also the younger brother of the Yang clan patriarch. In the Yang clan's audience hall, Duan Lingtian saw Kai Hai once again, and with him was the middle-aged man that Duan Lingtian chose earlier. After cleaning up and changing clothes, the middle-aged man seemed refreshed. However, the brand on his face undoubtedly proclaimed his low status as a slave. Big Brother Kai. Duan Lingtian smiled to Kai Hai. Brother Lingtian, you really have a good eye. Although this slave's cultivation is slightly low, his appearance and bearings are quite extraordinary. Kai Hai smiled. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Duan Lingtian bid his farewell and brought along the middle-aged man as he left. In a quiet room, Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man stood staring at each other. The middle-aged man's expression was calm without a trace of change as he grabbed Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked, in an agitated manner, "Why do you have the young sect master's spatial ring? What did you do to him?" Bang! Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his hand moved like a bolt of lightning and knocked the middle-aged man a distance away. The middle-aged man's face turned grim as he growled. If it wasn't for me being poisoned, even if 1,000 of babies like you were to attack me, I would be able to annihilate them with a flip of my palm. Even you yourself said that you're poisoned. All I know is that you're currently a 9th-level body-tempering piece of trash. So behave yourself. Duan Lingtian moved forward 2 steps and gave the middle-aged man a slap. You! The middle-aged man's face distorted as he moved to attack Duan Lingtian. It seemed you've forgotten that I'm your liege now. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his hand and swung it out like a raging python swinging its tail, blasting the middle-aged man away once again. Thump! Duan Lingtian put his foot on the middle-aged man's chest as he looked down at him and coldly said, "Remember that from today onwards, I'm your liege that you're not allowed to disobey." The middle-aged man's face flushed as if he wanted to struggle, but he was unable to do so. What, you're unwilling to submit? Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he applied pressure with his leg. The middle-aged man's face went pale and slowly became ghastly pale. Then his body started to tremble. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew his leg. The middle-aged man took deep and heavy breaths for a long time before finally recovering. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this as he indifferently said, "If you acknowledge me as your liege, I can help remove the origin-sealing parasite within you." You know of the origin-sealing parasite? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted and astonishment filled his face. As far as he knew, the origin-sealing parasite was something that was absolutely impossible to be known by anyone in a small kingdom like this. But the violet-clothed youth in front of him seemed to be well-versed on the origin-sealing parasite, and most importantly, He had the boundless sect's young sect master's spatial ring on his hand. "You're really able to remove the origin-sealing parasite within me?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath as his eyes flickered. "What, you doubt me?" Duan Ling Tian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze as he spoke. "Now tell me all about why you're infected with the origin-sealing parasite and why you're here in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." The middle-aged man caught his breath. "I'm Xiong Quan, the guardian of the Boundless Sect. I and the young sect leader successfully fled the scene when the Boundless Sect tragically met with the calamity of annihilation. In an effort to save ourselves, we each led away some of our pursuers. Although I was lucky and managed to flee my pursuers later on, the origin-sealing parasite that I was infected with finally took effect, and I was only able to walk for a while in my sorry state before finally losing my strength and falling unconscious. When I next came to my senses, I noticed that I was locked up and branded with the mark of a slave." As he finished speaking, Xiong Quan gnashed his teeth. The dignified guardian of the Boundless Sect had actually become a slave. In the beginning, he even thought of dying. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He believed that he would someday be able to remove the origin-sealing parasite and recover his strength. At that time, he would annihilate the group of people that gave him this slave brand. "So that's what happened. Your spatial ring actually wasn't taken by them." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiong Quan's right hand. On Xiong Quan's right middle finger was a rust-stained ring which no one would take a second look at, but Duan Ling Tian, however, was able to discern that it was a spatial ring, and maybe it was precisely because Xiong Quan's spatial ring was so inconspicuous that it wasn't taken away. Xiong Quan had a vigilant expression as he put away his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian stared blankly for a moment before ordering, "Remove the ownership and give it to me." Xiong Quan's face distorted before turning into a face full of bitterness as he helplessly removed his spatial ring's ownership and passed it over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian dripped his blood and established ownership before looking within. What he saw, however, was that it only contained some grade 7 medicinal pills and a narrow saber which was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Just this pile of trash? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he casually removed his ownership of the spatial ring and tossed it back to Xiong Quan. Trash? The corners of Xiong Quan's mouth twitched. Who the heck is this youth? Even grade 7 spirit weapons and grade 7 medicinal pills are considered trash to him. Little brother. Xiong Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. However, he couldn't even finish what he wanted to say before being interrupted by Duan Ling Tian with a frown. "Who's your little brother? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't acknowledge me as your liege, then I won't let you live, let alone remove the poison within you." As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his body emitted a dense killing intent. Xiong Quan let out a deep breath of cold air before speaking in a composed manner. "I want to know what happened to the young sect leader. If the young sect leader was killed by you, then I would rather die than acknowledge you as my liege." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiong Quan with a slightly surprised gaze. "I didn't notice earlier that you were a man of such integrity." Xiong Quan grunted in reply. "When I found your young sect leader, he was already on the verge of death and left a voice transmission jade slip to me. He requested that I pass another voice transmission jade slip to an old man called Shang Guanyan. I'll give you the voice transmission jade slip to discern its authenticity once I've removed your poison and helped you recover your origin energy," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. "Young sect leader." Xiong Quan cried out in grief and his aged face was drowned in tears. In the end, he stopped his tears before bowing to Duan Ling Tian. "My liege." Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Xiong Quan. "I will spare no effort in removing the poison within you, but I'll have to leave a contingency. I'll have you consume another type of highly toxic poison." Xiong Quan's face instantly went ghastly pale. "Don't worry, the effects of the poison I'll give you will only recur every 6 months. So as long as I give you the antidote, you'll be able to live without worry for 6 months. This is also my method of preventing you from going back on your word once you recover your origin energy," Duan Ling Tian added. Xiong Quan's eyes flashed with a bright light and his face was filled with bitterness. He never imagined that this youth would think so far ahead, as he really had such thoughts earlier. Don't have any hopes of getting lucky. I'm an alchemist. Duanling Tian withdrew his Alchemist Guild Grade 9 Alchemist crest and shook it at Xianxia's face before putting it away. Grade 9 Alchemist. Xianxia's face froze. This youth that looks to be around the age of 17 is actually a Grade 9 Alchemist? There was never such a young Grade 9 Alchemist even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Follow me back to Iron Blood City tomorrow and I'll refine the medicinal pill to remove your origin-sealing parasite. However, my current cultivation is limited, so I'm only able to refine a medicinal pill capable of removing 1/3 of the origin-sealing parasite's poison within you at most. What was your cultivation level when you were at your prime? Duanling Tian asked Xianxia as he briefed him. 6th level of the void prying stage, Xianxia said respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duanling Tian's brows raised before he rubbed his chin. Your cultivation should be able to recover to the nascent soul stage after 1/3 of the poison is removed. As for what level of the nascent soul stage, that would depend on your own fortune. I can't completely recover? Xianxia's expression froze and he was slightly disappointed. I'm only a Grade 9 alchemist right now, so the strength of my pill fire is limited. Once I step into the origin core stage, I can become a Grade 8 alchemist, and at that time I can remove another 1/3 of the poison within you. Once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage and become a Grade 7 alchemist, it will be sufficient to help you completely remove the poison within your body. In other words, once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage, your cultivation will recover to its prime. Duanling Tian swept Xianxia with a cold and indifferent gaze. What, can't wait? I'm very satisfied with that. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. It was more than enough to him that he would be able to recover his strength in this lifetime, and he was just momentarily blinded by his desire earlier. At dawn the next day, Duanling Tian brought Xianxia along as he followed Yangda back to Iron Blood City. At this moment, Xianxia was wearing a mask that covered half his face, and with it the slave brand on his face. Upon arrival at Iron Blood City, Duanling Tian gave Xianxia some silver to stay at a predetermined inn before following Yangda back to the Iron Blood Army campsite. Only now did Duanling Tian find out that he was the first Genius Camp member to complete the mission and return. Only another month remains from the 1-year deadline, but none the other 28 youths have completed their missions and returned. Looks like the places they went were extremely far as well, Duanling Tian guessed in his heart. As expected, Duanling Tian was once again summoned by the Iron Blood Army's commander, Tang Yunhai, and this summon was a banquet that the commander specially held in honor of Duanling Tian's return. During the banquet, besides Commander Tang Yunhai and Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan, another 7 captains, including Yang De, were present. And thus, the high-ranking generals that were garrisoned at the Iron Blood Army campsite were all present. Duanling Tian, on behalf of the Iron Blood Army, we raise this cup of wine in your honor. From today onwards, the Black Armor Army is nothing to be afraid of. Tang Yunhai laughed heartily as he raised his cup. The others raised their cups as well. As far as the Iron Blood Army was concerned, the Black Armor Army losing the assistance of the Lien clan was comparable to losing its wings. Cheers! Duanling Tian raised his cup as well before draining the cup with one gulp. Satisfying. They do say that heroes get their start when they are youngsters. This has been really eye-opening to me. A captain looked at Duanling Tian as he led the praise. Subsequently, the remaining captains weren't stingy with their praise to Duanling Tian. After the banquet ended, Duanling Tian followed Tang Yunhai into the largest tent in the Iron Blood Army's campsite, or in other words, Tang Yunhai's tent. Duanling Tian, I didn't think that you would really be able to complete that mission. Tang Yunhai sighed. Duanling Tian's gaze flickered. What? Commander, if you weren't confident, then why did you give me that mission? Tang Yunhai smiled as he spoke. By your tone, it seems you have some slight resentment? Commander, sir, where's my proof of qualification? Duanling Tian didn't reply to Tang Yunhai but instead spread out his hand, obviously not interested in staying at this place for long. Tung Yunhai raised his hand and passed a document of proof to Duan Ling Tian. The time to head to Paladin Academy and register starts half a year from now and ends a year from that time. You can prepare to start your journey as soon as you return home. If you bring your family along in a wagon, it would require around a year's time to travel from Aurora City to the Imperial City. You investigated me? Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly displeased. Don't worry, I had no ill intentions. The smile on Tung Yunhai's face never faded. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian put away the proof of qualification and turned around before leaving. He's still young but already has a mild temper. Duan Rufeng, you have a good son. Tung Yunhai's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. Since Duan Ling Tian was currently considered to have passed the Genius Camp training, the rules he had to follow as a member of the Genius Camp were abolished and he could freely enter and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. After leaving the Iron Blood Army's campsite, he found a few medicine stores and obtained sufficient medicinal materials before heading to the inn to look for Xiongquan. My liege. Xiongquan knew how to behave now and displayed respect and reverence in front of Duan Ling Tian. Stand guard for me as I refine the poison removal pill for you. Duan Ling Tian flicked his sleeve before directly entering the room. Hearing what he said caused Xiongquan to reply in excitement before respectfully standing guard outside the door like a guardian deity. In the room, Duan Ling Tian separated the medicinal materials into categories before picking them up one by one and placing them into the cauldron. A pill fire appeared on his hand before he pushed it into the cauldron. Chi! Tongues of flames shot out of the cauldron and then the cauldron started trembling. 2 hours later, Duan Ling Tian finished up and retrieved the 3 medicinal pills that flickered with a green stream of light which shot out of the cauldron. Spirit Cleansing Pill. The medicinal pill that was currently Duan Ling Tian refining was a poison removal pill the Rebirth Martial Emperor invented after researching a myriad of different poisons. This pill was divided into 9 grades. Duan Ling Tian was only a grade 9 alchemist at present, so he was only able to refine a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling Tian pushed open the room door and instantly saw Xiongquan, who gazed at him with a face full of agitation. Duan Ling Tian casually tossed the 3 spirit cleansing pills to Xiongquan before indifferently saying, "Consume 1 pill first. The medicinal effect will probably require a month to completely manifest. After a month, consume the 2nd pill, and after 2 months, consume the 3rd pill. After 3 months, you will be able to recover 1/3 of the strength you had at your prime." Thank you, my liege. Xiongquan didn't hesitate to pop the spirit cleansing pill into his mouth and swallow it. As for the other 2 pills, he put them away inside his spatial ring as if he would a treasure. Keep in mind that I've mixed a highly toxic poison within the medicinal pill, and if you don't behave yourself, then only death awaits you, Duan Ling Tian added. Yes, my liege. Xiongquan had long ago been mentally prepared for this. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the inn, as the living conditions of the Iron Blood Army campsite were too inferior to the inn. Duan Ling Tian had already started to charge towards the 4th level core formation stage threshold. Once I step into the 4th level of the core formation stage, my origin energy will undergo a qualitative change and directly increase my strength by 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian's eyes abruptly started shining brightly. At that time, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, I can still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths with just my bare hands. That's comparable to an 8th level core formation martial artist. As expected of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, which is at the same level as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated. Once I break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the future, and complete the final fleshly body tempering of the Raging Python form, I will be able to possess the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. Without the assistance of external forces such as spirit weapons, an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist only possesses the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. I, however, will have an extra 11 ancient mammoths compared to them due to my fleshly body being far stronger than an ordinary person's. Even a 1st level origin core martial artist only possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Thus, at the 9th level of the core formation stage, I can firmly defeat a 1st level core formation martial artist. However, A second-level origin core martial artist would possess the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, and thus only when I step into the first level of the origin core stage will I be able to battle with such a martial artist. Duanling Tian's surging state of mind quickly returned to a calm state. Cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. Origin energy continuously circulated within Duanling Tian's body in an effort to break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Although Duanling Tian had currently obtained the proof of qualification to enter Paladin Academy and thus could return home directly, he didn't return because he wanted to know the results of Xiao Yu's, Meng Quan's, and Luo Cheng's missions. 10 days later, another person finally returned. It was Su Li. He completed his mission and obtained the proof of qualification. Duanling Tian, I want to challenge you. Su Li's gaze stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. Su Li, you've broken through? Duanling Tian smiled as he asked. Hua. Su Li's body lightly trembled as 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes flickered above him. Su Li, are you sure you want to battle me? Duanling Tian had a face full of smiles as he took a step forward. Hua. The energy of heaven and earth trembled above Duanling Tian as 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. You. Su Li had a lifeless expression as a sense of loss arose in his heart, but he recovered before long. I understand now. Su Li took a deep breath and looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze that had a battle intent as it did before. Duanling Tian, I'm inferior to you now, but I'll work hard to catch up to you. See you at Paladin Academy 1 year from now. After he finished speaking, Su Li left the Iron Blood Army campsite as if he had transformed into a gust of wind. This Su Li is interesting as well. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. In the following days, both Tian Hu and Yuxiang returned. Duanling Tian, my Yu clan will absolutely not let you off. Yuxiang threatened Duanling Tian just when he was about to leave. What, you aren't afraid I'll take care of you on your journey back? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed and killing intent flashed within them. Yuxiang's face went ghastly pale, as he was truly shaken by what Duanling Tian said. Although he had obtained the proof of qualification to enter Paladin Academy, he temporarily was too afraid to leave. He went to look for one of his brother's former best friends, Centurion Fang Chun, as he wanted him to send him away from Iron Blood City to prevent Duanling Tian from trying to kill him. Yuxiang, I've been quite busy lately, and I'm afraid I won't have the time to send you home. Unexpected to him, however, Fang Chun refused his request. What a joke! Since the moment Duanling Tian killed Yu Hong, he had long ago sworn in his heart that he would absolutely not offend a malefic existence like Duanling Tian. Presently, he even suspected that Centurion Bai Feng had died by Duanling Tian's hand the other day. Or else, with his strength, how could Bai Feng have vanished into thin air? Yuxiang's face slightly sank. Yuxiang, how about this? Since you're worried about Duanling Tian coming after you, why don't you temporarily stay at our Iron Blood Army's campsite and wait for Duanling Tian to leave? When he's gone, you can take a detour and leave under the cover of the night. How about it? Fang Chun pondered for a moment. He was good friends with Yu Hong after all, and thus he made this suggestion to Yuxiang out of that friendship. Yuxiang's expression was as unsightly as it could possibly be. He was the dignified genius disciple of County City's Yu clan, and he had even obtained the proof of qualification to enter Paladin Academy, but he actually had to leave in such a cowardly manner. Nevertheless, he knew that he had no choice. Duanling Tian naturally wasn't aware that a single threat from him had actually caused Yuxiang to be so distressed as to only dare leave after he leaves Iron Blood City. A few days passed by before Duanling Tian finally met Xiao Yu, who had returned after completing his mission. Xiao Yu, you broke through? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiao Yu once again. How did you notice? Xiao Yu was stunned. It isn't hard to guess when you're in such high spirits. Duanling Tian laughed. Accompany me for a while. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. What? Duanling Tian was dazed. I want to go challenge Yuxiang. There was a trace of icy coldness mixed within Xiao Yu's voice. Yu Xiang was afraid of Duanling Tian but not of Xiaoyu, and thus he naturally agreed upon being challenged by Xiaoyu. In the end, Xiaoyu relied upon his sleeve dimension and gained a slight advantage to take the victory. Xiaoyu recalled the enmity from before and flicked his sleeve, blasting Yu Xiang away and causing him to be heavily injured to the point of fainting. Duanling Tian laughed as he asked, "Finished venting?" Xiaoyu nodded as a wide grin appeared on his face. Before long, as the one-year deadline approached, all of the remaining centurions returned one after the other, whereby most of them returned alone and only a few of them brought with them a genius camp youth. In the end, the centurions that left with Luo Chang and Meng Quan had returned. However, Meng Quan and Luo Chang were nowhere to be found. Duanling Tian's and Xiao Yu's hearts sank, and they eventually got an answer. Meng Quan and Luo Chang had lost their lives. Meanwhile, all of the centurions had returned, and the number of youths who passed the test were only 7 including Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu. Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu. Just after Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu had received news, Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan appeared before them, and in his hands were 2 letters. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng's wills. Meng Quan and Luo Chang both prepared 2 wills when they were still amongst the living. Among Meng Quan's 2 wills, one was addressed to Xiao Yu, and one of Luo Cheng's wills, on the other hand, was addressed to Duanling Tian. Qiao Qingshan passed the 2 wills to Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu. "You have my condolences," Qiao Qingshan sighed before turning around and leaving. He had seen too many partings in his life, and thus knew how Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu were feeling at this moment. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and opened up Luo Cheng's will. Luo Cheng's writing was beautiful. It seemed like it was written by a young girl. "Duanling Tian, when you receive this letter, it means I probably didn't pass the final test. So I still failed in the end. However, I don't regret it because I've tried my best. Being able to meet you, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu was the happiest thing in my life. It was all of you that let me realize how to be a true man. So thank you. Help send my regards to Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. That's if they're still alive when you read this letter. Besides that, I still have a matter I can't let go of. This matter was the drive that urged me to come to the genius camp. If possible, I hope that you can help me." Luo Cheng signing off. Crush. Duanling Tian's hand trembled as he crushed the letter in his hand into a ball. Although he'd only been acquainted with Luo Cheng for 3 months, but in his heart he had already taken Luo Cheng as a friend. Now, this friend of his had parted with him forever. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as he solemnly said in his heart, "Luo Cheng, don't worry. I'll surely help you on that matter." Meng Quan, Xiao Yu, who was standing to the side, had also finished reading Meng Quan's will, and his ice-cold face emitted a trace of melancholy. Meng Quan. Duanling Tian's eyes flickered as he couldn't help himself from recalling how full of high spirits Meng Quan was when they were still in Aurora City. Meng Quan, rest in peace. Xiao Yu took a deep breath as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Duanling Tian, I plan to leave today and return to help Meng Quan finish his unfulfilled wish. I need to make a visit to Luo Cheng's clan as well." Duanling Tian nodded. The 2 of them went to see Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan and took along the other wills that Meng Quan and Luo Cheng had prepared before leaving Iron Blood City. Xiong Quan silently followed behind the 2 of them, protecting his liege, Duanling Tian. A month had passed and he had finished dissolving the medicinal strength of the first spirit-cleansing pill, so he had regained his origin energy, and his cultivation recovered to the origin core stage. Luo Cheng's clan was situated at Pine City. Pine City was in between Iron Blood City and Aurora City, so it was on the way. Duanling Tian's group of 3 veered off their course halfway towards Aurora City and entered Pine City. The Luo clan was only a small clan in Pine City. Duanling Tian's group of 3 arrived outside the Luo clan estate and bribed a Luo clan disciple. They thus smoothly entered the Luo clan estate and met Luo Cheng's younger sister, Luo Qian. At first sight, Duanling Tian had a slightly breathtaking feeling. Luo Qian's age was similar to his, and she was very pretty and charming, delicate and appealing. In terms of appearance, Luo Qian was only slightly inferior to Ku Er, Li Fei and Xiao Yan. but she surpassed Li Shishir. You all. Luo Qian had only just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Xiong Quan's stern shout. Who? Come out.